If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 1. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the soft glow of a laptop screen. A man in his early 20s, Alexander Hector, sat amidst towering bookshelves that bore the weight of countless volumes. These were not mere books, they were the bricks of a tower he had constructed in his pursuit of knowledge and a cure for his lifelong disability. The wheelchair, a silent companion in this journey, stood as a stark reminder of the physical boundaries that had defined Alexander's existence. Yet, the laptop screen before him held the key to realms beyond his reach. On it, the characters of Naruto danced, their adventures a balm for the wounds of his own limitations. Postdoctorate degrees in medicine adorned the walls like a silent testament to his brilliance. Alexander had become one of the most respected researchers in the world, despite his young age. His work in the fields of medicine and associated disciplines had garnered accolades, but the cure he sought for himself remained elusive. As he completed the final episode of Naruto, a strange tranquility settled within him. His physical form seemed to dissolve into the shadows, merging with the vast expanse of the universe. In that moment, he whispered his gratitude to the cosmos, a silent acknowledgement of a life well lived. The room, now devoid of degrees and books, transformed into a vortex of shadows. Arcane symbols etched themselves into existence, swirling and pulsating with an ethereal energy. Alexander's consciousness, like a leaf caught in a cosmic tempest, was pulled away from the familiar and hurled into the unknown. When awareness returned, it was not within the confines of his wheelchair or the dimly lit room. Instead, howling cries filled the air, and the warmth of blood enveloped him. Alexander, reborn from the alchemy of shadows, opened his eyes to the vibrant hues of the hidden leaf village. The shadows of Alexander lingered in the recesses of Kazuki's consciousness, a legacy that transcended the boundaries of life and death. The room of postdoctorate degrees had been replaced by a room in Konoha, and the adventure had just begun. The Konoha Hospital, once a bastion of healing, now resembles a nightmarish medical bay in the aftermath of the Nine Tails attack. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt flesh and the metallic tang of blood. The makeshift beds were crammed with injured villagers, a symphony of moans and cries echoing in the crowded room. At the heart of the chaos lay a small, frail figure, a 3-year-old child heavily injured and swathed in bandages. The room's harsh fluorescent lights illuminated the severity of the wounds, a canvas of agony etched on the child's innocent face. The makeshift bed, a cruel juxtaposition against the severity of the injuries, barely offered any comfort. The medical personnel, clad in stained white coats, moved with a frenetic urgency. Their faces, etched with weariness and determination, spoke of the relentless battle against time and overwhelming casualties. Each bandage they applied and each dose of medicine administered felt like a futile attempt to quell the rising tide of suffering. The hospital walls bore the scars of the Nine Tails rampage. Shattered windows, cracked tiles, and scorch marks narrated a gruesome tale of devastation. The once sterile environment now mirrored the harrowing reality of a village in agony. As the minutes passed, the casualty rates climbed relentlessly. The medical personnel, despite their tireless efforts, faced an insurmountable tide of wounded. It was a war zone without the distant thunder of battle, a silent battlefield where the enemy had come and gone, leaving in its wake a sea of broken bodies and shattered lives. The child on the makeshift bed whimpered, a heartbreaking sound lost in the cacophony of suffering. The medical ninja worked with stoic determination, their hands moving mechanically yet their eyes betraying the weight of each life they fought to save. In a corner, a mother clutched her child's lifeless body, tears streaming down her face. Nearby, a medic shook their head in resignation, unable to revive another lost soul. The room became a canvas of despair, where hope flickered like a dying ember amidst the overwhelming darkness. Outside, the village continued to grapple with the aftermath. Homes lay in ruin, and streets were stained with the memories of the night. The Nine Tails attack had scarred not only the physical landscape but also the collective spirit of Konoha. As dawn approached, casting a feeble light through the shattered windows, the Konoha hospital remained a sanctuary of suffering. The medical personnel pressed on, driven by a sense of duty yet haunted by the relentless echoes of a night when the beast within had been unleashed, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The Nara clan house, a traditional structure with a distinct blend of wood and earth elements, has weathered the aftermath of the Nine Tails attack. The outer walls display the resilience of Nara architecture, albeit with traces of soot and minor damage. The Nara compound, typically a haven of tranquility, bore the weight of sorrow in the aftermath of the Nine Tails attack. Shikaku Nara, the current head of the clan, trudged wearily through the halls of the clan house. His once alert eyes, marked by shadows of fatigue, betrayed the emotional toll that the recent tragedy had taken on him. The meeting hall, usually a place of strategy and contemplation, felt heavier than ever. Maps and scrolls were scattered across the table, remnants of attempts to plan and rebuild. Shikaku's hands, usually steady and calculating, now trembled as he moved pieces on the map. The losses suffered by the Nara clan were etched in every line on his face. As Shikaku sank into a worn chair, his thoughts lingered on his younger brother, a genius shinobi whose potential was snuffed out in the chaos. His brother's wife, a Takubutsu jonin with an uncanny affinity for yin release, had stood valiantly beside him, sacrificing herself to protect the village. The weight of their sacrifice pressed on Shikaku's chest like a crushing boulder. The room, dimly lit by a single lantern, cast long shadows that danced in melancholic rhythm with Shikaku's thoughts. The air was heavy with the scent of aging wood, mingled with the somber fragrance of extinguished candles. The grief in the atmosphere was palpable, a tangible entity that clung to the walls like a spectre. Shikaku's fingers traced the edges of a photograph on the table. It captured a moment of joy, a memory that felt distant and surreal amidst the current sorrow. His brother's bright smile and the warmth in his wife's eyes were frozen in time, a painful reminder of what had been lost. The silence in the hall was shattered by a muffled sob, and Shikaku realized it emanated from him. He had been the pillar, the strategist who guided his clan through countless challenges, but this tragedy had stripped away the stoic facade. The tears flowed freely, a release of the grief that had settled in his heart like a festering wound. Outside, the shadows deepened as dawn rose, and the rays of the first light held no warmth, mirroring the depth of sorrow within the Nara compound. The once vibrant forest whispered tales of lost comrades, their memories woven into the very fabric of the clan's legacy. As Shikaku grieved for the fallen, he made a silent vow to honor their sacrifice. The burden of leadership, heavier than ever, rested on his shoulders. With a heavy heart, he leaned on the chair, the weight of sorrow still etched in his eyes. The path forward was unclear, but one thing was certain: the Nara clan would endure, shadows and all, as a testament to the resilience of those who had given everything for the village they loved. The quiet room, cloaked in the aftermath of the Nine Tails attack, was abruptly disturbed by the hurried entrance of a disheveled Nara jonin. His breaths came in ragged gasps, and his wide eyes held a mixture of fear and urgency that mirrored the chaotic events of the previous night. "Clan head," he panted, struggling to find his voice. "Kazuki is missing. No one has seen him since the start of the attack." The words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding, as Shikaku Nara's heart skipped a beat. The name Kazuki resonated through the room like a haunting melody, a poignant reminder of the last ember of his brother's legacy. His eyes, once dulled by fatigue and grief, now widened in stark realization. A chill, cold and unsettling, slithered down Shikaku's spine. Kazuki, a mere 3-year-old child, represented not only the future of the Nara clan but also the living memory of his beloved younger brother. In the midst of chaos, Shikaku had meticulously ensured the safety of the clan's young ones and those who couldn't defend themselves. He had taken every precaution, leaving nothing to chance. The message of Kazuki's disappearance hit Shikaku with the force of a physical blow. The room seemed to contract around him as the weight of responsibility bore down. He could feel the eyes of the fallen, whose sacrifices still lingered in the shadows of the compound, watching in expectation. The flickering lantern cast eerie shadows on the walls, the room itself echoing the turbulence within Shikaku's mind. The anguish in his eyes was a reflection of a leader's burden, a father's worry, and a brother's grief, all interwoven in a tapestry of emotions. Without a word, Shikaku rose from his chair, his movements swift and purposeful. The gravity of the situation demanded immediate action. The Nara compound, usually a haven of strategic calm, now buzzed with an urgency that pulsed through its very foundations. In the midst of turmoil, Shikaku's thoughts raced. Where could Kazuki be? Was he safe? Panic clawed at the edges of his composure, but the Nara clan had suppressed it, letting the calculated strategist take control. The echoes of the Nine Tails roar seemed to mock him, a reminder of the chaos that had stolen Kazuki away. Summoning a team of Nara shinobi, Shikaku's voice cut through the room, resonating with a stern determination: "Find Kazuki. Search every shadow, every corner. We leave no stone unturned." As Kazuki slowly regained consciousness in the midst of Konoha Hospital's chaos, the dissonant symphony of wailing and urgent shouts enveloped him. The air was thick with the stench of despair, and the agonized cries of the wounded carved through the somber atmosphere like a serrated blade. The room, once a sanctuary of healing, now echoed with the remnants of the Nine Tails rampage. Kazuki lay still on the makeshift bed, his small frame marred by bandages, a physical testament to the devastation that had befallen the village. The fragmented soul of a young man named Alexander now resided within the broken boy, a soul yearning for new life and fresh beginnings. The world around Kazuki blurred, his senses were a kaleidoscope of pain, sorrow, and desperation. Even in his disoriented state, he caught snippets of information, a testament to Alexander's proficiency. The urgency in the voices, the desperation in the cries all wove together into a tapestry of tragedy that surrounded him. His body, broken and unresponsive, felt like a vessel for the collective suffering of Konoha. Yet, amid the cacophony of despair, an unexpected emotion stirred within him. Ecstasy, an emotion rarely associated with such dire circumstances, flickered in the depths of his consciousness. For Alexander, a man who had lived a lifetime as a cripple, the sensation of pain radiating from his legs was a revelation. It was a paradoxical joy, a newfound experience that resonated with the deepest recesses of his soul. The brokenness of his body, once a prison, now offered a tantalizing glimpse into a world of physical sensations he had yearned for all his life. In the midst of the wailing and chaos, Kazuki's lips curled into a fragile smile. It was a defiance against the tragedy that surrounded him, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit even in the face of unimaginable pain. The hospital room, painted in hues of sorrow, became a canvas for the complexity of emotions that swirled within the broken boy. Chapter 2. Quick, the boy is alive, administer more healing solutions. His whole body is broken, and I'm not sure if his body will be able to handle the stress, a senior medic ninja urgently commanded as soon as he noticed Kazuki's movement. The seasoned medic conveyed the order to another medic ninja, who swiftly approached Kazuki to carry out a quick diagnosis and change the now empty nutrient solution. The medics, initially taken aback by Kazuki's resurgence, quickly snapped into action. The urgency in the senior medic's voice cut through the chaos of the hospital, prompting the medical team to prioritize the boy who had defied initial expectations. As the medic ninja began their swift examination, there was palpable tension in the air. Kazuki's small form lay on the makeshift bed, a mosaic of bandages and injuries. The senior medic's concern mirrored the collective skepticism that had initially surrounded the young boy's chances of survival. The hospital, strained by the aftermath of the Nine Tails attack, had rationed its resources, including the expensive healing solutions. Many had believed that Kazuki was beyond saving and that the precious medicine could be better used on patients with a higher likelihood of recovery. The medic ninja carefully disconnected the now empty nutrient solution, and as the bag was replaced, a renewed sense of urgency filled the room. The healing solutions flowed into Kazuki's fragile body, each drop a testament to the uncertainty that hung in the air. The medics worked with a focused determination, driven by the possibility that this young survivor might defy the odds. The medic, having administered the nutrient solution, began diagnosing Kazuki's current condition. As she delved into the examination, what she discovered left her gasping in awe. The revelation was so astonishing that she couldn't help but falter, stumbling backward in disbelief. The senior medic, frustrated by the apparent clumsiness, approached the fallen medic. "Why are you being so clumsy? All you had to do was diagnose the child. Why are you adding more chaos as if we already do not have enough chaos around us?" The senior medic demanded, his frustration evident. The medic who had diagnosed Kazuki managed to collect herself, still in a state of astonishment, and quickly responded to the senior medic. "Sir, the child, his body is mending itself at an astonishing rate. It's as if his broken body is being rebuilt from scratch." The senior medic, initially irritated, was taken aback by this revelation. He quickly approached Kazuki and activated his Byakugan, his experienced eyes scrutinizing the seemingly miraculous recovery. "The child is lucky. He must have awakened his Kekkei Genkai. Some bloodline limits are known to reconstruct the body at the time of awakening. What is the child's name, and to which clan does he belong? We should be able to diagnose him better if we knew what kind of Kekkei Genkai he had awakened." The medics exchanged a glance, a shared realization of the extraordinary nature of Kazuki's condition. As the hospital continued to buzz with activity, the small figure on the bed became a focal point of curiosity and wonder. The awakening of a Kekkei Genkai in the aftermath of the Nine Tails attack added a layer of mystery to the unfolding events, turning Kazuki's survival into a beacon of hope amidst the prevailing chaos. As Kazuki gradually awoke, he found himself in a world that seemed both familiar and alien. Unaware of the intricate changes occurring within his body, he started the process of collecting and adapting himself to this new reality, the Naruto world. The sights, sounds, and smells of Konoha Hospital surrounded him, and he struggled to comprehend the magnitude of the events that had unfolded. While acclimating himself to this unfamiliar environment, a senior Hokage medic approached his side with a kind smile. The seasoned medic exchanged a few words with others in the room before turning his attention back to Kazuki. "Child, do you remember your name? Can you speak?" The senior Hokage medic inquired gently, his demeanor radiating reassurance. "We can help you find your family if you can give us your name. I am sure they must be looking for you everywhere." Kazuki, still in a daze, was brought back from his trance-like state by the old man's words. His eyes, reflecting a mix of confusion and vulnerability, met the compassionate gaze of the senior Hokage. My name is Kazuki, Kazuki Nara," he stuttered with a soft voice that carried the weight of fatigue. The mere act of vocalizing his identity seemed to drain the remaining energy from his small frame. With that statement, Kazuki succumbed to unconsciousness again as fatigue overpowered him. The senior Hokage medic observed the young boy with a mixture of concern and intrigue. The revelation of his name was a crucial piece of information that could potentially reunite him with his family. As Kazuki slipped back into unconsciousness, the medic orchestrated the next steps, silently contemplating the mysteries that surrounded this resilient child with the Nara name. As Kazuki slowly emerged from a week-long slumber, he found himself in a Konoha medical room bathed in the soft glow of sunlight filtering through the curtains. The room was a blend of sterile cleanliness and a comforting warmth that hinted at the compassionate care he had received during his unconsciousness. His first instinct was to ensure that this was not a dream and that the newfound reality he sensed around him was indeed his second chance at life. Tentatively, he explored the sensations of his new body, the physicality of it confirming the tangibility of this fresh start. With a growing sense of awareness, Kazuki turned his attention to his surroundings. By the window, he noticed a small sofa and a child's crib nestled beside it. A lady, peacefully asleep on the couch, stirred as Kazuki moved. The rustling of the sheets and the creaking of the bed drew her attention, and she approached with a concerned gaze. "Kazuki-kun, you're awake. It's me, your Aunt Yoshino. Don't you recognize me?" she inquired, her voice laced with both relief and apprehension. Yoshino's concern emanated from the information conveyed by the senior Hokage medic ninja, who had warned the Nara family about potential head injuries and lasting trauma. Kazuki, still processing the flood of memories and assimilating his new identity, recalled Yoshino as the mother of Shikamaru Nara. His eyes shifted to the child in the crib nearby, confirming his assumption. The realization hit him, a profound understanding of the bonds that connected them. "Yoshino Obazan," he uttered, using the respectful term for aunt. His voice carried a mix of recognition and a tinge of vulnerability. In response, Yoshino's eyes softened with a blend of affection and worry. Before Kazuki could fully sit up, he found himself enveloped in a gentle embrace. The sensation was foreign yet strangely comforting, a feeling of being cared for, of finding solace in the arms of family. Kazuki, still fragile from his recent awakening, allowed himself to be held. The warmth of Yoshino's embrace resonated deep within him, creating a newfound sense of security. In that moment, surrounded by the soft murmurs of the medical room and the presence of family, Kazuki experienced profound reassurance, a tangible reminder that he was no longer alone and that he had a second chance at life, embraced by the bonds of kinship. As Kazuki, still wrapped in the comforting embrace of Yoshino, gathered the courage to voice the question that lingered in his heart, a faint feeling of foreboding crept over him. The room, once filled with a sense of warmth, now held an unspoken tension. "Obazan, where are Oda-san and Oka-san? I don't see them anywhere. Are they out on duty?" he inquired, his voice carrying a fragile hope against the shadows of uncertainty. Yoshino's eyes, usually warm and reassuring, flickered with a complex mix of emotions. In that moment, the weight of unspoken truths hung heavily in the air. She tightened her embrace around Kazuki, a silent attempt to shield him from the heart-wrenching reality that loomed. The room seemed to echo with the unspoken answer, and for a brief moment, time hung suspended in a delicate balance. Yoshino, unable to find words that could soften the impact of the truth, simply held on to Kazuki, her embrace offering a form of solace that words could not convey. Tears welled in Yoshino's eyes, glistening like unshed raindrops. She, too, grappled with the pain of knowing and the anguish of not being able to spare Kazuki from the heartache that awaited. The silence became a canvas painted with the shared sorrow of an aunt who wished to shield her nephew from the harshness of reality. Kazuki, though he had sensed the answer, held on to the slender thread of hope, yearning for a different outcome. As Yoshino's tears silently fell, the room bore witness to a poignant moment, the intersection of loss and the resilient bonds that sought to navigate the storm. In the poignant silence that followed, Kazuki grasped the unspoken truth. The weight of that knowledge bore down on him, and tears welled up unconsciously for the parents of the body he now inhabited. He remained cocooned in Yoshino's embrace, the room steeped in the somber atmosphere of shared grief. As the tears fell, a sudden cry shattered the heavy stillness. The sound, though initially jarring, became a beacon of distraction for both Yoshino and Kazuki. Swiftly wiping away her own tears, Yoshino recognized her role as the pillar of support for the newly orphaned child. She redirected Kazuki's attention to the crib, where a crying baby demanded their notice. "Kazuki, this is your little brother, Shikamaru. Isn't he cute? From now on, you should help your aunt take care of him, all right? Would you like to hold him?" Yoshino's voice, filled with both warmth and resilience, sought to provide a lifeline to Kazuki amid the storm of emotions. Kazuki understood the underlying intention behind Yoshino's words to offer solace and diversion from the overwhelming grief of losing his parents. Grateful for her attempts to comfort him, he accepted little Shikamaru into his hands. As he cradled the baby, a new sense of responsibility and connection began to blossom within him. "So, this is the lazy little prodigy of the Nara clan, and now he is going to be my little brother, hey?" Kazuki thought to himself, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The presence of a sibling felt like a blessing for someone who had been alone all his life. Yoshino, watching Kazuki's expression shift from sorrow to a more subdued calmness as he held Shikamaru, felt a sense of relief. She was confident that Kazuki, despite the challenges he now faced, would be a caring and supportive older brother to Shikamaru. The room, once heavy with grief, now bore witness to the subtle dance of resilience and the beginning of a newfound family forged in the crucible of loss. As Kazuki engaged in playful interactions with little Shikamaru, the door to the medical room swung open, allowing a familiar figure to enter. Shikaku Nara, the uncle of the original owner of the body Kazuki now inhabited, stepped in with a quiet and observant demeanor. His posture, usually marked by relaxed laziness, now bore the subtle traces of fatigue and weariness. Shikaku, despite being known for his strategic mind and laid-back attitude, held a position of significance in Konoha. The weight of responsibilities etched lines on his face, and his tired eyes revealed the burdens he carried. The stress of the recent events, compounded by the loss of close friends and family during the Nine Tails attack, had taken its toll on Shikaku's usually composed demeanor. "Kid, you gave every one of us a heart attack when you went missing from the family compound like that. I hope you're ready for your punishment when you return," Shikaku declared, his tone attempting a blend of sternness and levity. He assumed that the loss of Kazuki's parents must have deeply affected him, and he intended to break the tension with a teasing remark. However, when Shikaku noticed Kazuki playing with his son, a dangerous glint in Yoshino's eyes made him swiftly realize the gravity of his misjudgment. The attempt to lighten the mood had inadvertently struck a nerve, and Shikaku found himself caught in the crossfire of unspoken emotions. Chapter 3. Yoshino, protective of Kazuki and still grappling with the recent loss, shot her husband a glare that conveyed a mixture of disappointment and warning. The room, once filled with the joyful sounds of a new family forming, now bore witness to an unexpected tension. Shikaku, caught between the weariness of his responsibilities and the delicate dynamics in the room, took a moment to assess the situation. His tired eyes met Kazuki's, a silent acknowledgement of the unspoken complexities that connected them. In the charged silence that followed Shikaku's half-joking remark, Kazuki's response cut through the tension like a breath of unexpected maturity. His words, spoken with a solemnity that belied his age, held a weight that left both Yoshino and Shikaku momentarily surprised. "I am sorry, Ajizan. I know what I did was wrong and irresponsible. I will make sure not to repeat such things in the future," Kazuki confessed, his voice carrying a mixture of sincerity and self-accountability. The unexpected display of composure from the young boy resonated in the room, a testament to the resilience that lay beneath the surface of his recent trials. Yoshino, while appreciating Kazuki's newfound maturity, shot Shikaku an angry glare. She was pleased to see that Kazuki was owning up to his actions and displaying such a level of responsibility, but the way Shikaku's remark had unintentionally triggered guilt in the child did not sit well with her maternal instincts. Shikaku, despite feeling the weight of the impending consequences, couldn't help but smile nervously. He had expected some scolding or reprimand, but the depth of Kazuki's response caught him off guard. The fear for his nephew's emotional well-being had prompted the ill-conceived attempt at humor, but now he found himself grappling with the consequences of his misstep. As the room lingered in the aftermath of Kazuki's apology, an unspoken understanding passed between the Nara family members. The dynamics of their redefined family continued to shift, shaped by loss, resilience, and unexpected moments of growth. In the delicate dance between pain and maturity, the bonds between them deepened, forming a foundation for the challenges that lay ahead. The Nara clan training area, nestled within the confines of Konoha, bears the distinctive marks of the clan's strategic and shadow-centric techniques. Tucked away amidst the foliage of the village outskirts, the training ground reflects the Nara clan's preference for quiet and secluded spaces, where shadows play a vital role in their unique jutsu. Surrounded by a natural canopy of trees, the training area offers a serene and peaceful atmosphere. The tall, slender trunks of the trees cast long shadows that dance upon the soft ground, creating a dynamic landscape that mirrors the clan's affinity for manipulating shadows to their advantage. Kazuki stood at the center of the Nara clan training grounds, a place that had become increasingly familiar to him over the past few weeks. Fully recovered from the physical toll of recent events, he faced Shikaku, who had called him to the training grounds that morning. It was a pivotal moment for Kazuki, who had personally conveyed a few requests to his uncle. After deliberation with Yoshino, Shikaku relented, deciding to assist Kazuki in his chakra training. "Kazuki, are you sure you want to start with chakra training so early? You can still wait for a year or two, you know." Shikaku attempted to convince Kazuki to postpone his training. Despite his persuasive words, Shikaku had already resolved to give his best in teaching Kazuki, recognizing the determination in his nephew's eyes. "Yes, uncle, I would like to start training earlier. The earlier, the better. And you should also know that our clan has taken quite a lot of damage. I also have a bloodline limit awakened, so I think it's better I start training early," Kazuki responded, his tone carrying a surprising level of maturity. Shikaku observed the resilience in Kazuki's demeanor, realizing that this was the child's way of coping with the tragedy that had befallen their clan. "Fine, then. I will help you with your training. I've already gone through the clan records, and there was no mention of any specific bloodline limit. But then, we never know because we do not have any detailed records maintained from the time of warring states and before that. So, we may never know," Shikaku conceded, acknowledging the limitations of their historical records. "Do you have any other requests before we officially start your training?" Shikaku inquired, wanting to ensure that Kazuki had all the support he needed. "Yes, uncle, I would like to access all the knowledge about Fuinjutsu and Iryo ninjutsu as much as I possibly can. I hope uncle can help me gain access to this knowledge." Kazuki requested it with a nonchalant attitude and an innocent look. Shikaku couldn't help but sigh in mild frustration. He knew that denying Kazuki's request might lead to complaints to Yoshino, a prospect he found both amusing and exasperating. "Sigh, fine. I can help you with access to the clan library. But I would like to know why you need access to all this knowledge. I thought you only wanted me to help you with your chakra training." Shikaku inquired, curious about the sudden expansion of Kazuki's learning goals. Kazuki, aware of the question his uncle would pose, responded calmly, "Uncle, our Nara clan specializes in medicines and herbs, so it is only natural for me to want to learn more about Iryo ninjutsu. As for Fuinjutsu, I simply think that with my lack of chakra quantity, it's a good way to enhance my knowledge until my body grows up." Shikaku, though initially reluctant, found merit in Kazuki's reasoning. "Fine, Kazuki. Although you have already awakened your chakra, let me give you the important aspects of chakra, and I hope you always remember these points. Is that understood?" Kazuki, fully attentive and aware of the seriousness of his uncle's teachings, nodded in acknowledgement. The training grounds became a canvas for the transfer of knowledge, where the shadow techniques of the Nara clan met the budding curiosity and determination of its newest member. In the quiet training grounds on the outskirts of Konoha, a seasoned shinobi, Shikaku, sat down with his young nephew, Kazuki, beneath the shade of a large tree. The morning sun cast dappled shadows on the ground, setting the scene for an interactive lesson on the mysterious essence known as chakra. Shikaku regarded Kazuki with a knowing gaze. "Before we embark on this journey, Kazuki, you must grasp the essence of chakra. It is the fundamental energy that courses through every living being in our world, a combination of the physical and the spiritual." Kazuki furrowed his brow in contemplation. "So, it's like the life force that connects us all." "Indeed," Shikaku affirmed. "Now, close your eyes and feel it. Let your mind become aware of the inner energy that resides within." Kazuki obediently shut his eyes, and Shikaku could sense the young ninja's focus deepening. Good. Chakra awakening often commences with meditation and concentration. It's about harnessing that energy within. As the gentle breeze rustled the leaves overhead, Shikaku continued his guidance. Controlled breathing is the next step. Regulate your breath consciously. It enhances your ability to gather and manipulate chakra. Inhaling deeply, Kazuki absorbed the lesson, realizing the intimate connection between breath and chakra control. Stamina is key too, Shikaku continued, shifting the conversation seamlessly. Chakra is tied to physical and mental endurance. Engage in exercises that build your stamina, it's the foundation of your chakra reserves. Kazuki nodded, mentally making a note to embark on the physical aspect of his training. Now, chakra circulation exercises, Shikaku continued, his voice taking on a soothing cadence. Visualize the flow of chakra through your body's energy pathways, or as we call them, chakra points or tenketsu. As Kazuki immersed himself in the mental imagery, he felt the ebb and flow of energy within. Shikaku observed with a subtle satisfaction. You're beginning to grasp it. Although this is advanced knowledge, you should also undergo this training in the future, nature transformation training. Nature transformation aligns your chakra with the elements fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. It's the path to elemental jutsu mastery. Questions flickered in Kazuki's eyes as he absorbed the wisdom. So, I can control different elements with my chakra. Shikaku smiled, acknowledging the spark of understanding. Exactly. But remember, it's not just about physical prowess. Mental focus is crucial. Concentrate during stressful situations, and you'll find yourself controlling and manipulating chakra effortlessly. Kazuki pondered the profound connection between mind and chakra, realizing the intricate dance required for mastery. Mental strength is the key, he remarked. Shikaku nodded, a mentor's pride evident in his gaze. Lastly, emotional control. Chakra is deeply affected by emotions. Learn to keep them in check, and you'll prevent your chakra from going astray. So, uncle, what can you tell me about my Kekkei Genkai? Any suggestions will help me train in a certain direction. Kazuki inquired of Shikaku because he knew that Shikaku was one of the brightest minds in the current ninja world, so any suggestion from him would help him in his training. Shikaku pondered Kazuki's question for a moment, considering the unique circumstances surrounding his nephew's awakening as a Kekkei Genkai. With a thoughtful expression, he began to share insights. Your Kekkei Genkai is a rare and valuable asset, Kazuki. Since it involves elements and yin release, you might find that your jutsu leans towards versatility and control rather than brute force. I'd suggest focusing on finesse and precision in your techniques rather than raw power. Shikaku emphasized the importance of understanding the synergy between the elements and yin release. Your Kekkei Genkai is a reflection of your individuality. Mastering it will require creativity and adaptability. Don't be afraid to explore uncharted territory and find your unique approach. He concluded, lastly, patience will be your greatest ally. Developing a Kekkei Genkai takes time and perseverance. Train diligently, but don't rush the process. Let the knowledge unfold naturally, and you'll find yourself unlocking new depths in your abilities. With these words of guidance, Shikaku aimed to set Kazuki on a path of thoughtful exploration and mastery of his unique Kokutan abilities. Shikaku observed with a keen eye as Kazuki closed his eyes, focusing on the instinctive connection to his Kekkei Genkai. In the bright morning sunlight, an unusual shift occurred within the training grounds. The air seemed to thicken, and Shikaku felt an unspoken darkness enveloping the area. As Kazuki's eyes opened, Shikaku noticed an eerie transformation in the shadows. They took on a tangible form, resembling pitch-black ink that responded to Kazuki's will. The shadows around a certain radius, with Kazuki at the center, seemed to come alive, moving with an instinct of their own. Kazuki, exploring his newfound abilities, raised his hand, and from the ink-like shadows, a thin, pitch-black senbon materialized. Shikaku's surprise was evident as he witnessed the solid form of the senbon, seemingly unaffected by the morning sunlight. Uncle, look, this is something I can do. I feel like my connection to the shadows is so deep that I can command them the way I want, Kazuki explained, a sense of excitement and discovery in his voice. He handed the ink senbon to Shikaku for examination. The senbon, though pitch-black and seemingly ethereal, held a tangible presence in Shikaku's hands. Intrigued by this new revelation, Shikaku attempted to manipulate the senbon with his shadow mastery. However, to his surprise, the senbon resisted any external influence. Kazuki, understanding his uncle's intentions, released his control over the ink senbon. Shikaku was then able to manipulate the shadowy projectile with his own shadow techniques. This discovery left Shikaku both surprised and fascinated. Before he could conduct further tests or delve deeper into the implications of this newfound ability, the ink senbon dematerialized, as if erasing its presence from reality. The training grounds returned to their usual state, but the knowledge of Kazuki's connection to shadows had opened a door to a realm of possibilities, blending the mysterious nature of the Nara clan's shadow techniques with the unique elements of Kokutan. Kazuki had decided to name his new bloodline limit because of its deep connection to shadows. Chapter 4. Brilliant, Kazuki. Your bloodline limit might be a fortune for our entire Nara clan. I need to access more records for information. I'll make a trip to the village archives and see if I can find anything there. Meanwhile, you should continue honing your skills, Shikaku expressed, genuine excitement in his voice. If his suspicions were correct, Kazuki's abilities could indeed be a boon for the Nara clan. I understand, uncle. I will diligently train. And about the Fuinjutsu and Iryo ninjutsu scrolls? Kazuki inquired innocently, his eyes reflecting a genuine curiosity. Shikaku couldn't help but rub his head in a mix of amusement and frustration. Fine, kid. You will have access to all of it. But remember, Kazuki, not everyone in the family has such a privilege, even within the family. So, I hope you don't misuse the chance, Shikaku cautioned, a hint of paternal concern in his tone. Kazuki acknowledged the responsibility that came with the privilege, understanding that Shikaku's position as the clan head allowed him such access. As Shikaku prepared to leave for the village archives, the training grounds became a nexus of potential for the Nara clan, with the shadows seemingly stirred by the newfound abilities of their young prodigy. Time flies, it has been more than a year and a half since Kazuki was reborn in this world. Amidst the playful banter of the brothers, Kazuki seized a moment to inquire about a matter of clandestine significance. So, uncle, have there been any updates on the book I had asked you to deliver for me? Kazuki questioned, his eyes glinting with a subtle intensity. Shikaku, momentarily distracted from the light-hearted ambience, considered the curiosity that lingered in his nephew's gaze. I'm not sure why you had me send such a book over, but rest assured, the book will reach its intended recipient away from any prying eyes. But tell me, Kazuki, is such secrecy warranted? It's not something dangerous, you know, Shikaku inquired, his brow furrowed with a tinge of concern. The Nara clan had a penchant for shadows and mysteries, but this particular request seemed to pique Shikaku's interest. Kazuki, with a confident smirk, responded, Come now, uncle. You don't want someone else taking credit for your nephew's hard work, now, do you? And, uncle, even though such information may seem harmless at a glance, in the right hands, it can be dangerous. Shikaku marveled at the unique genius of his nephew, Kazuki. The air hung with an unspoken understanding that the young Nara had played a pivotal role in the clan's recent prosperity. Uncle, have you tested the efficacy of the new recipes I provided? Kazuki inquired, his gaze steady and discerning. Yoshino, seated nearby, couldn't help but be drawn into the conversation, her curiosity piqued. What new recipes, Kazuki? A proud smile danced on Shikaku's lips as he cast a glance towards Kazuki. Yoshino, our young Kazuki here has been a silent force of change. Over the past year, he's dedicated himself to refining our clan medicines and has contributed novel ideas that have propelled our business ventures forward. Ever wondered why the Nara clan has experienced such rapid prosperity compared to others? Yoshino's eyes widened with a mix of surprise and pride as she absorbed the revelation. Shikaku, with a fatherly glow, continued to weave the tale of Kazuki's silent contributions. Kazuki has, in his own way, become the architect of our success. His insatiable thirst for knowledge has led him to explore every nook and cranny of the Nara clan library. He devours information like a hungry shadow, and in return, he gifts us with ideas that resonate with innovation and tradition. Shikaku reminisced about the weekly sessions where he and Kazuki assessed the progress made, discussing the myriad of ideas that flowed from the young mind. With Shikamaru now a lively 2-year-old, Kazuki had subtly hinted at introducing him to the world of training, a prospect that left Shikaku torn between reluctance and the acknowledgement that exceptionalism might run in the Nara blood. Well, the new recipes boast at least a 30% improvement over the previous iterations, Shikaku announced with a tone of measured satisfaction. His eyes, sharp and analytical, conveyed the meticulous calculations behind his findings. Yoshino, ever the astute observer, couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement, recognizing the depth of her nephew's contributions. Shikaku, a seasoned strategist, continued with a sense of pride and anticipation. And the soldier pills from the latest batch are nothing short of marvelous, Shikaku praised, his gaze meeting Kazuki's. I've already shared the results with the Akimichi clan and the Hokage. Kazuki's brows arched with a mix of curiosity and expectation. And what's the overall impact of these contributions, uncle? A knowing smile played on Shikaku's lips as he painted a canvas of financial prowess and strategic brilliance. By combining all our previous efforts, the monetary contributions, the innovations in rebuilding the village, and the seal tags and explosion tags, I believe we're on the path to securing what you've been seeking. Shikaku, recognizing the subtle dance of intellect and strategy, couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement of his nephew's prowess. He had witnessed Kazuki's uncanny ability to outsmart even the most seasoned tacticians, a skill that had manifested in their intense shogi sessions. What took Shikaku years to master, Kazuki effortlessly grasped within a mere 2 weeks of instruction. Shikaku's words carried a weight of pride. As Kazuki absorbed his uncle's words, the atmosphere seemed to thicken with a sense of gravity. And remember, Kazuki, the higher UPS in the village have been a bit restless lately, Shikaku began, his voice a low murmur that echoed in the quiet space. When you and the others go out on your regular strolls, especially when visiting the kid from the orphanage, exercise caution. The kid holds a special status within the village, and you must remain vigilant. Kazuki, ever attentive, nodded in acknowledgement. He was well aware of the gravity that clung to the village's leadership, their restlessness casting a shadow over the tranquility that the Nara clan often sought. Shikaku continued, his gaze steady and wise, I know you spend a significant amount of time with the orphan kids, especially the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Despite my instincts telling me that you may be aware of the kids' true identity, I've never questioned your motives. If anything, I appreciate your efforts. The kid's father sacrificed his life for the village. I understand, uncle, Kazuki replied, his voice carrying the weight of responsibility and determination. Well, I'm taking Shikamaru to the training grounds. We'll be back later for lunch. See you then. With those words, Kazuki gracefully scooped up the somewhat reluctant Shikamaru, who wore an expression of mild protest. The soft rustle of leaves accompanied their departure from the Nara compound, leaving behind a sense of purpose in the air. In a quiet, remote town nestled within the fire country, an inn served as an unlikely sanctuary for Tsunade Senju. The room, dimly lit by the soft glow of a lantern, was an enclave of concentration. Tsunade, seated at a sturdy wooden table, was immersed in a thick book that sprawled across its surface, a tome of profound knowledge that spanned several thousand pages. The air in the room carried an air of intellectual intensity, almost palpable in its weight. Scrolls, neatly arranged, encircled Tsunade, creating a tapestry of information that complemented the vast expanse of the open book before her. The inn's rustic charm blended seamlessly with the scholarly atmosphere, as if the wisdom contained within the pages breathed life into the very walls. Shizuan, a loyal and astute apprentice, sat nearby with Taunton, their presence adding a touch of familiarity to the intellectual enclave. Her gaze shifted between the scrolls and Tsunade, whose focus remained unyielding. The unexpected sobriety of the legendary Sunin over the past 3 days had left Shizuan both surprised and curious, for Tsunade had forsaken her usual haunts, no gambling houses, no raucous taverns. Instead, the slug sage had chosen to delve into the profound depths of the book that now held her undivided attention. The book itself seemed to possess a certain aura, its fresh pages whispering untold secrets to Tsunade's keen mind. It was a beacon of enlightenment, and each turned page unraveled mysteries and unveiled knowledge that sparked the fire of inspiration in the Sunin's eyes. As the lantern's glow cast flickering shadows across the room, Shizuan couldn't help but marvel at the transformation. The inn, once a transient stop, had become a crucible of wisdom, a sacred space where the Sunin immersed herself in the pursuit of understanding. In the hushed aftermath of hours spent engrossed in the profound pages of the colossal tome, Tsunade, with a deep inhalation, lifted her gaze from the book's embrace. The room, once immersed in the scholarly ambience, now bears witness to the transformation of intent. A contemplative silence lingered as Tsunade stood, her eyes reflecting the weight of the knowledge she had unearthed. Shizuan, who had been a quiet observer in the background, felt a subtle shift in the air, a change in the currents of purpose that surrounded the Sunin. Breaking the stillness, Tsunade issued a command that reverberated with urgency, Shizuan, pack everything. We are going back to the village. We'll be leaving as soon as possible. Shizuan, initially taken aback by the abruptness of Tsunade's declaration, swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. The abrupt decision to return to the village spoke volumes, revealing that whatever Tsunade had discovered within the pages of the massive tome transcended the boundaries of ordinary revelations. The slug sage's immediate and resolute decision ignited Shizun's own curiosity. She understood the significance of this abrupt return, a departure from the prolonged avoidance of the village. As Tsunade carefully stored the monumental tome within a sealing scroll, Shizun couldn't help but wonder about the nature of the revelation that had spurred such a decisive action. In the serene expanse of the Nara family training grounds, Kazuki, with unwavering determination, guided young Shikamaru through the intricacies of chakra refinement. The atmosphere was steeped in tranquility, juxtaposed against the impending storm that Kazuki foresaw in the tumultuous future of the ninja world. Despite his tender age of 5, Kazuki exhibited a level of chakra proficiency that surpassed the expectations of even seasoned shinobi. His reservoir of chakra was a testament to the relentless training and careful nurturing he had undertaken in the past 2 years. Unlike the physiological norms of Earth, the ninja world's unique anatomy demanded a nuanced approach to body conditioning. Drawing from his extensive knowledge of medicine and the intricacies of chakra manipulation, Kazuki had meticulously crafted a regimen that not only elevated his own abilities but also served as a foundation for Shikamaru's burgeoning potential. Every gesture and every instruction was imparted with precision, as Kazuki aimed to instill a profound understanding of chakra control in his younger brother. Kazuki, with a gentle yet encouraging demeanor, guided his barely 2-year-old little brother, Shikamaru, through a simple yet essential training routine. "Come on, little brother, you can do it, just one more lap. And after that, we'll figure out your chakra's nature. Quick, one more lap." Kazuki's voice carried a blend of reassurance and enthusiasm as he urged Shikamaru forward. Shikamaru, with his tiny legs and reluctant expression, toddled along the designated path, mirroring the footsteps of his older sibling. The training ground, typically a space for more advanced exercises, had been adapted to accommodate the fledgling steps of a young prodigy in the making. Kazuki, ever patient, walked alongside Shikamaru, offering words of encouragement and occasional playful gestures to keep the young one motivated. The familial bond between the brothers was evident in the way Kazuki's eyes lit up with pride at each wobbly step Shikamaru took. As they completed the final lap, Kazuki crouched down to Shikamaru's eye level with a comforting smile on his face. "Great job, little brother. Now, let's sit down and focus on understanding your chakra nature. It's an exciting journey, and I'm here to guide you every step of the way." Chapter 5. "You are such a big bully, Kazuki Naizen, you have been telling me it's the last lap since the last 10 laps, I kept counting, you know." Under the shade of the tree, Kazuki chuckled at Shikamaru's astute observation and his candid complaint about the seemingly never-ending laps. "You caught me, Shikamaru. I guess I got carried away with the last lap excitement," Kazuki admitted with a playful grin. He listened attentively as Shikamaru, in his childlike wisdom, pointed out the discrepancy in lap promises. "You know kids my age are playing, and you always keep dragging me to the training yard. Koji even runs away because you always drag him to train too." Little Shikamaru sighed like a wise old man, and Kazuki could not help but laugh at the antics of his cute little brother. "Well, we'll not let Koji off the hook next time. Now, let's get down to business," Kazuki said, reaching into his pouch to reveal a chakra paper. Shikamaru's eyes widened with curiosity at the sight of the valuable item. "Kazuki Naizen, isn't it too early for me to learn about nature's transformations? I can barely perform the basic jutsus, and I'm not a prodigy like you," Shikamaru protested, his tone a mix of reluctance and genuine concern for his abilities. Kazuki chuckled again, ruffling Shikamaru's hair affectionately. "Don't worry, little brother. This is just to help you build your basics. I'm not planning to teach you advanced jutsus right away. Now, let's see what nature chakra you have. Infuse your chakra into the paper, and let's find out together." As Shikamaru infused his chakra into the paper, the anticipated reaction occurred. A portion of the paper crumbled away, while the remaining section burst into flames and turned to ash. So I have earth and fire affinity, Kazuki Naizen, Shikamaru deduced from the chakra paper test. Kazuki smiled at his little brother's attentiveness to his studies. "Yes, little brother, and you should also have the yin affinity because of our Nara bloodline," Kazuki explained, appreciating Shikamaru's quick grasp of the information. Already, he was forming mental plans for a training routine tailored to Shikamaru's unique affinities. Curiosity sparkled in Shikamaru's eyes as he posed another question. "Kazuki Naizen, what about your chakra affinities? And do you think I have a chance to awaken a Kekii Genkai like you? Kazuki considered the inquiry thoughtfully before responding, well, I have 3 elemental affinities: water, earth, and lightning, and also the yin affinity, just like you. As for awakening a Kekii Genkai, currently, I don't know. I should be able to help you awaken one, but I'm somewhat stuck in my research. I might need some time to solve the issue or seek outside help. Don't worry about it, at worst, I should find a solution before you graduate from the academy. Shikamaru, still absorbing the information, could only marvel at his brother's foresight and planning. At just 5 years old, Kazuki had mapped out a course that extended all the way to Shikamaru's graduation from the academy. With a resigned sigh, Shikamaru thought, this is going to be such a drag, realizing that his Naizen's meticulous approach was going to shape much of his future. The root base, hidden deep within Konoha, was shrouded in an air of secrecy and darkness. The structure was a maze of underground passages and hidden chambers, designed to keep its existence concealed from even the most astute ninja. It was a place where Danzo Shimura, the shadowy figure behind the curtains, orchestrated his schemes for the sake of what he believed was the village's greater good. Danzo, with his right eye covered by a bandage, sat atop a high-backed chair in a dimly lit room filled with the echoes of whispered conversations. His demeanor, as always, exuded an air of authority and ruthlessness. His hand rested on the armrest as he received a scroll from a kneeling root ninja. Danzo-sama, here is the detailed list of all the Nara clan's recent activities and information about a few more clans, as you instructed, the root ninja reported dutifully. Danzo accepted the scroll with a stern nod, his eyes scanning the contents with intense scrutiny. However, his displeasure became evident as he read through the information. The Nara clan's recent growth and activities seemed to be slipping beyond his control, and the wrinkles on Danzo's forehead deepened into a scowl. I do not see any information about the Nara kid who interacts with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Is this how incompetent you guys have become? Aren't you ashamed to admit that you were outsmarted by a kid? Danzo's voice, cold and demanding, filled the room. The root ninja lowered his head further in submission. Forgive us, Danzo-sama, for our incompetence. The kid is way too crafty, and his mastery of fuinjutsu and shadow techniques is beyond exceptional. We are not able to covertly monitor him, and the Nara clan has also upgraded their barrier seals. Trying to enter their compound will only trigger it, and we have no way to bypass it. Danzo's anger flared, frustrated by the limitations of his own clandestine operatives. However, as his mind worked through the situation, a calculating look replaced the initial rage. An idea, born out of necessity and ambition, formed in his mind. Very well. The Nara boy might prove to be an asset. We need to bring him under our wing. If we can control him, we shall mold him into a loyal tool for the village, Danzo declared, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of bending even the prodigious Nara to his will. The root ninja, still kneeling, acknowledged the order with a bow, realizing that Danzo's ambitions sometimes overshadowed the very village he claimed to protect. Danzo, after receiving the disappointing report about the Nara clan, felt a surge of restlessness within him. The time for passive observation had come to an end. He rose from his chair, the dim light casting shadows on his determined face. 2 elite root members followed closely behind him as he made his way towards the exit of the clandestine root base. It seems like I have kept myself and the root passive enough since the attack of the Nine-Tails. It's time we actively start working again. Our root also needs new members to bolster its forces, Danzo declared, his voice echoing with authority through the dimly lit chamber. Exiting the room, Danzo continued down the underground corridors with purpose. The roots were an extension of his will, a force working in the shadows to ensure the village's security. He needed them to be efficient, vigilant, and proactive. Redeploy all the teams back into the field. There is no need to lay low. I want complete information in my hands as soon as possible. Do not disappoint me again, he commanded, his tone unwavering. The kneeling root ninja, still in the room, received his final directive. The urgency in Danzo's voice was clear, and the ninja understood that their leader demanded immediate results. As Danzo exited the base, the root operatives swiftly began preparations to re-enter the field, their activities no longer restrained by the need for secrecy. The root was about to become an active force once again, and Danzo intended to make sure they left no stone unturned in their pursuit of information and influence. Hokage Building, Konoha. The Hokage's office in the towering Hokage monument was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, casting long shadows on the Hokage's regal figure. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, sat with a dignified presence behind his large desk. His long, flowing robes denoted the wisdom and experience that came with years of leadership. His eyes, though aged, sparkled with keen intelligence. Seated on either side of him were the two esteemed advisors, Homura Mitokado and Koharu Yudatan. Both advisors, with their own areas of expertise, complemented the Hokage's leadership. Homura's stern features and Koharu's sharp gaze spoke volumes about their dedication to the village. "Welcome," Hiruzen said with a nod. "Let us proceed with our discussions." Homura, the elder of the two advisors, opened the meeting. "Hiruzen, the recent financial reports are in. The village's coffers have been replenished thanks to the significant contributions from the Nara clan. Their financial aid has prompted other clans to follow suit, reluctant to lose standing during these challenging times." Hiruzen leaned back, steeping his fingers. "The Nara clan's generosity is appreciated. It's heartening to see the unity among the clans when the village needs it the most. We must use these funds wisely to rebuild and strengthen our defenses." Koharu, her eyes piercing, interjected, "However, the Uchiha clan's activities have been causing unrest. There are whispers of dissent among the villagers. We cannot ignore the growing tension. Action must be taken." Hiruzen sighed, his eyes reflecting the burden of leadership. "The Uchiha issue is delicate. We cannot afford a civil conflict. I believe in trying diplomatic avenues first. We must engage with the Uchiha, address their concerns, and find common ground." Homura leaned forward, his expression grave. "Hiruzen, we cannot afford to be too lenient. The Uchiha's actions have stirred fear among the populace. We must show strength and decisiveness. Swift measures need to be taken to ensure the village's safety." Koharu, nodding in agreement with Homura, added, "Peaceful resolutions are admirable, but we must be prepared for any scenario. The safety of the village is paramount." Hiruzen's gaze shifted between his advisors, contemplating their perspectives. "I understand your concerns, but we cannot abandon our principles. It is my hope that through dialogue, we can prevent unnecessary bloodshed. The village has endured enough pain." The discussion delved deeper into strategies to address the Uchiha issue, involving both internal and external matters. The advisors presented their differing opinions, reflecting the complexity of the situation. Just when they were planning to share more ideas regarding the Uchiha clan's issue, the door to the Hokage's office opened abruptly without any notice, and Danzo walked in with measured steps and moved next to the other advisors. The Hokage's office, once a haven for measured discussions, was disrupted by Danzo's sudden entrance. Hiruzen, Homura, and Koharu looked at him with a mix of surprise and annoyance. Danzo's presence in the Hokage's inner circle was always a contentious issue. "Danzo, what are you doing here?" Hiruzen demanded, frustration etched on his face. The scars on his face seemed to tighten as his expression hardened. Danzo, with an air of nonchalance, took a seat next to the other advisors. "Hiruzen, if I didn't intervene, you'd lead the village to ruin. Take a look at this." He dropped a folder on the table, its contents a meticulous breakdown of the financial details of each clan for the past few years. The information was unerringly accurate, even detailing the Sarutobi clan's finances. Hiruzen, Homura, and Koharu delved into the contents, realizing the potential chaos this information could cause if it reached the ears of the other clans. "Danzo, what is the meaning of this? Do you understand the turmoil this would create among the clans if they found out?" Hiruzen questioned, his displeasure evident. Homura and Koharu mirrored Hiruzen's discontent. The breach of trust between the clans and the village leadership was palpable. "I had no intention of delving into individual clan finances. I was merely seeking additional funding for the route. Our village needs more elite shinobi. However, the recent activities of a specific clan caught my attention. Have you not noticed it yet?" Danzo explained with a calculating gleam in his eye. Hiruzen, although aware of the Nara clan's remarkable financial contributions, remained vigilant. He knew Danzo always had a hidden agenda. The Nara clan's income has surged significantly, even during these difficult times. While their efforts support the village, we must consider the potential ramifications. The other clans might perceive this as favoritism. We cannot afford internal strife, especially with the Uchiha situation looming, Danzo continued, emphasizing the underlying tensions that the Nara clan's prosperity could ignite. Chapter 6. Hiruzen, conflicted, weighed the consequences of the Nara clan's success against the need for unity in the village. The delicate balance between financial stability and clan harmony had to be maintained. The Nara clan's contributions are voluntary and crucial for the village's well-being. We must handle this situation delicately. We cannot jeopardize the unity we've strived to rebuild, Hiruzen asserted, his tone unwavering. Danzo's eyes narrowed, unsatisfied with the response. The room hung heavy with the unspoken tension of conflicting ideologies, leaving the future of the village precariously poised. In the hushed atmosphere of the Hokage's office, Danzo's proposal hung in the air, threatening to disturb the fragile balance Hiruzen sought to maintain. The old Hokage, aware of the precarious state of the village, felt the weight of Danzo's words, but he couldn't bring himself to compromise the trust he had built with the clans. Hiruzen, this is a time of emergency, and with Kumo eyeing us eagerly to launch an attack, such lucrative businesses and secrets should be shared with the village so that we can prosper better, Danzo asserted, his voice carrying an undertone of urgency. He sought to exploit the fear of external threats to push his agenda. Hiruzen, however, wasn't swayed. Danzo continued, concentrating resources as they are will cause internal strife, and the Nara clan has a duty towards Konoha. You should order the Nara clan head to submit these enterprises to the higher UPS so that they can better benefit the village. Danzo's cunning glint betrayed the true essence of his idea to highlight the benefits the Nara clan monopolized. Human greed, he knew, was a potent tool to sow discord among the clans. Homura and Koharu, although typically at odds with Danzo's methods, saw some substance in his words and maintained a thoughtful silence. Enough, Danzo. I will not have you harming the village clans for your personal interests, Hiruzen declared, his aura flaring with the pressure tangible in the room. He resisted the urge to lash out physically against Danzo. Sandame, are you insane? My suggestions are simply logical and in the best interest of the village, Danzo defended, attempting to deflect Hiruzen's righteous anger. Hiruzen, you are naive. As long as it is for the benefit of the village, any sacrifices are worth it. Our village is currently in dire need of finances, such drastic measures are necessary, Danzo argued. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was thick with tension, an unspoken conflict lingering in the air as the three advisors discussed the village's affairs. Homura, a seasoned strategist, disclosed that the village's financial turmoil had been quelled, thanks to the unexpected generosity of the Nara clan and other allies. Danzo, always one to seize opportunities, immediately saw this as a chance to advance his agenda. Hiruzen, he pressed, now that our finances are stabilized, it's imperative that you approve an additional budget to strengthen the root. We need to be prepared for any unforeseen threats. Hiruzen, feeling cornered by the sudden demand, responded, Danzo, the root was conspicuously absent during the village's time of need. We can't simply allocate more resources without accountability. Danzo countered smoothly, Hiruzen, during the Nine Tails attack, the root was actively engaged in protecting the village from external threats. We received intelligence of a potential invasion and took appropriate measures. Here's a new funding report for the root to ensure our readiness. The third Hokage's frustration was palpable. Danzo, your methods have always been dubious. We need transparency and collaboration, not secretive actions. This report doesn't address the root's past failures or expenditures. As Danzo rose to leave, he dropped a bombshell. Oh, by the way, I'll be recruiting orphan children from the clans into the root. It's for the benefit of the village, of course. Hiruzen's response was swift and cutting. Recruiting children without the clan head's permission? That's a breach of trust. I can't approve such a move without proper consent. Danzo, with his trademark smirk, retorted, the situation demands swift action. I'll ensure that the clan heads understand the necessity of these measures. The root's role is crucial for the village's safety. Hiruzen, knowing he was cornered, cautioned, Danzo, tread carefully. We must uphold the values of Konoha. Recruiting children into the root is a sensitive matter, especially without the clan's consent, so without the respective clan head's permission, the clan children are out of bounds. However, you can try the orphanages that the village personally sponsors. Danzo, whose face contorted with displeasure, was about to exit the hostage's office. The denial of exclusive access to the clan's orphan children without the respective clan head's permission had clearly irked him. Despite the setback, his resolve remained unshaken. Determined to get the young Nara orphan under his wing, he left the office, leaving behind a lingering threat. Hiruzen, you will regret this, he uttered with a chilling assurance, the ominous words hanging in the air. The statement carried a weight of potential consequences, hinting at the tumultuous times that might unfold in the wake of this clash of ideologies and power within Konoha. As the door closed behind him, the room still resonated with the echoes of Danzo's ominous warning, leaving the third Hokage to contemplate the challenges that lay ahead. __. The Nara clan training grounds lay bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, casting long shadows across the landscape. Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, stood poised, his silhouette elongated by the dying light. On the opposite end, Kazuki, the prodigious young Nara, prepared for a battle that would test not only his skills but the very foundations of the clan's techniques. Kazuki, let's see what you've got. Show me your water elemental mastery, Shikaku declared, a hint of a challenge in his voice. His hands swiftly weaved through intricate seals, signaling the commencement of a battle that would resonate through the training grounds. Kazuki acknowledged with a nod, channeling Chakra through his body. The surrounding water responded to his command, the very elements bending to his will. The air thickened with anticipation as the first clash loomed. Shikaku moved first. A master of the clan's signature techniques Doton, Doriyuki, Earth Release, Earth-style wall, he summoned colossal earthen walls that rose from the ground, altering the terrain. Kazuki, however, countered Sujin Haki, Water Release, Water Formation Wall, creating a cascading wall of water that intercepted the earth's onslaught. The clash resonated through the surroundings, the ground trembling with the impact. The once pristine training grounds now bear the marks of elemental warfare. As the battle unfolded, both combatants unleashed a barrage of jutsus, each one leaving its mark on the terrain. Kazuki surged forward, manipulating the water beneath his feet to propel himself. Doton, Dochigayo Shikaku responded, causing the ground beneath Kazuki to shift and undulate. The landscape transformed into a dynamic battlefield, with the very earth responding to the clash of elements. The Nara clan techniques were not limited to offense. Shikaku initiated Kage Main no Jutsu, extending his shadow across the ground with the intent to ensnare Kazuki. The young Nara countered again after dodging Sudden, Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, water clone technique, creating water clones that absorbed and disrupted the shadow's advance. The dance of water and earth continued, with both combatants seamlessly blending offense and defense. Kazuki conjured a water vortex, deflecting the sharp projectiles of Shikaku's earth release, tracking projectiles technique. The aerial display of elemental prowess was nothing short of breathtaking. Not content with the elemental clash alone, Shikaku infused his techniques with wind release, creating a tempest that distorted the trajectory of Kazuki's water-based assaults. The surroundings echoed with the howl of the wind, leaves spiraling through the air in the wake of their battle. The complexity of the jutsus escalated as the battle unfolded. Shikaku executed Doton, Doskuri, Earth Release, Mudslide, causing the very ground to shift beneath Kazuki's feet while trying to imprison him. The young Nara retaliated Sudden, Daibakufo no Jutsu, Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique, conjuring a colossal water wave that crashed against the mud prison, shattering it into fragments. Kazuki, undeterred, tapped into his chakra reserve. The water around him shimmered with ethereal energy as he initiated a new attack Sujin Haki, manifesting a protective barrier that absorbed and reflected Shikaku's incoming attacks. The battlefield now bears witness to the clash of elemental forces and the mastery of yin release. The final act of the battle approached. Shikaku, utilizing his shadow manipulation, executed Kage Kyubi Shibari no Jutsu, shadow neck binding technique, attempting to bind Kazuki in an inescapable shadow stranglehold. Yet Kazuki responded Sujin no Mai, Water Release, Hard Whirlpool Water Blade, transforming into a torrent of water blade that effortlessly cut through the confines of the shadow. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that merged with the remnants of their battle, Shikaku and Kazuki stood facing each other. The training grounds bore the scars of their elemental symphony, a canvas painted with the artistry of the Nara clan's techniques. Shikaku, the clan head, observed his nephew Kazuki with a mixture of pride and amusement. The young Nara had grown immensely over the past 2 years, his dedication to training evident in every move. Shikaku acknowledged Kazuki's progress, a satisfied grin playing on his lips. Not bad, kid. Your mastery over water manipulation has improved significantly. With your current skills, you could take on elite chunins even without relying on your Kekkei Genkai and Fuinjutsu. Kazuki, grateful for the praise but ever focused on improvement, responded with a thoughtful nod. Thank you, uncle. I appreciate the acknowledgement. However, I believe there's still room for improvement. If I could access more notes or scrolls on certain techniques, I think I could progress even faster. Shikaku couldn't help but chuckle at Kazuki's earnestness. You're quite the ambitious one, aren't you? Most kids your age are more concerned with playing than asking for advanced scrolls. Kazuki, aware of the realities of the ninja world, remained steadfast in his pursuit of strength. Uncle, times have changed. Since the loss of Yandame, the other villages are actively strengthening their forces. We never know when the next war might break out. I'm not the only genius out there, rumor has it there's someone from the Uchiha clan, Itaki, who's considered as good as or even better than me. Shikaku raised an eyebrow, acknowledging Kazuki's awareness of the changing landscape. Itaki Uchiha, hey? He's considered quite a prodigy. But, I must say, even if you were to compare yourself to him, I'd place my bets on you. You've got a lot of hidden cards up your sleeve, don't you? Kazuki grinned, appreciating his uncle's teasing. Maybe a few, uncle. But, as for my Kekkei Genkai, I haven't fully mastered it yet. It's not something I can easily integrate into our sparring sessions. I still have a long way to go before unlocking its full potential. Shikaku leaned against a tree, a thoughtful expression on his face. The Nara clan's Kekkei Genkai is a mystery even within the clan. You've been developing it on your own, and that's commendable. Just take your time, Kazuki. There's no rush. You've already become a force to be reckoned with. It's not like I haven't made progress regarding my Kekkei Genkai, uncle. Kazuki gazed out across the tranquil Nara clan training grounds, the sun dipping below the horizon and casting shadows that danced along the landscape. Shikaku, ever observant, noted a certain intensity in Kazuki's eyes. So, Kazuki, Shikaku began, you mentioned progress with your Kekkei Genkai. Care to elaborate? Kazuki, still in a meditative stance, conjured a swirling mass of dense, dark energy around his hand. The air seemed to thicken as tendrils of this energy slithered and intertwined. A faint aura surrounded Kazuki, casting an ominous glow. This is Kokutan, I chose the name myself, Kazuki explained, his voice calm yet brimming with confidence. Dark energy manipulation. It's more than just shadow manipulation, it's a force born from the fusion of yin and yang. Shikaku observed, and his interest piqued. Impressive. What can you do with it? Kazuki extended his hand, and the dark energy coalesced into a protective barrier, shimmering with corrosive energy. Defensive constructs. It can withstand attacks and absorb chakra. But that's not all. He retracted the barrier, allowing the dark energy to disperse. Chapter 7. Kazuki focused, his hand now surrounded by a condensed sphere of Kokutan. He directed it towards a nearby boulder, and upon contact, the dark energy corroded the rock as if it were mere paper. Corrosive properties. It breaks down anything it touches. Shikaku nodded, acknowledging the power at play. But every technique has its drawbacks. What are yours? Kazuki's expression turned thoughtful. Chakra intensity. Kokutan demands a substantial amount of chakra. Prolonged use can lead to exhaustion. He flexed his fingers, dismissing the dark energy temporarily. Control is another challenge, he continued. Manipulating such potent and corrosive force requires precision, although it is highly versatile, it requires a really high level of mastery of shape manipulation. A lapse in control can lead to unintended consequences. Shikaku, leaning against a tree, absorbed the information. And the range. Kokutan is most effective up close, Kazuki admitted. Its potency diminishes over long distances. Shikaku grinned, a mixture of pride and curiosity in his eyes. You've been busy, haven't you? Developing this Kekkei Genkai of yours. Kazuki nodded with a determined gleam in his eyes. I want to be prepared for whatever comes our way. With Kokutan, I can amplify all my elemental release techniques, and it also increases my elemental affinities, it also helps absorb incoming attacks. Shikaku pushed himself off the tree. Well, it seems you've given our clan an edge. Just remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Don't let it consume you. Kazuki met his uncle's gaze, a solemn nod conveying his understanding. Oh, by the way, uncle, before I forget. Shikamaru, get your big brother's bag over here, Kazuki instructed, his tone carrying a playful note. Shikamaru, who had been observing the training session from under a tree, swiftly grabbed the bag and ran towards them. Here, Kazuki Naizen. Will you take me out on a stroll to the market now that you are done with your training? Remember, you promised, Shikamaru eagerly reminded, his eyes shining with anticipation. Shikaku, standing nearby, raised his brows, silently urging Kazuki to share more information. Kazuki chuckled and produced 3 storage scrolls, handing them over to Shikaku, who collected them with growing excitement. "Is this what I think it is, Kazuki?" Shikaku inquired, his anticipation evident in his voice as he examined the scrolls. "Yes, uncle. I have perfected it, and I believe it can now be used by our family members," Kazuki confirmed, a hint of pride in his tone. "I've left detailed instructions regarding it in the scrolls. However, I would suggest first testing it on the field with the help of our family jonins, who have exceptional mastery over their shadow manipulation. I do not have to tell you its importance, uncle. I hope you can take the necessary measures." Kazuki's reminder carried a weight of responsibility, emphasizing the significance of the contents within the scrolls. Shikaku nodded in acknowledgement, realizing the potential impact this advancement could have on the Nara clan's strength. "Kid, rest assured. I know of its importance, and I will assign things accordingly. And don't stay out late if you guys are going out, is that understood?" Shikaku instructed with a mix of authority and concern. The well-being of his family was always at the forefront of his priorities. Kazuki, respecting his uncle's words, nodded solemnly. "Understood, uncle. We'll be back in time." With that, he and Shikamaru set off, with the promise of a stroll to the market awaiting them and the potential of the new scrolls promising a brighter future for the Nara clan. Kazuki accompanied Shikamaru and walked in the direction of the Akimichi clan to bring Koji along with them to the market. "Shikamaru, come quickly. Do you know how hard it is to get a reservation at the new restaurant? Such exquisite food, I never thought that food could be so heavenly. Our family members have been whining with Dad to ask your father to provide exclusive discounts to Akimichi members to dine." Koji, who was the same age as Shikamaru, has been chubby since young but has been his best friend and is currently almost drooling because big brother Kazuki had promised to take them to the most famous restaurant in Konoha. The food here was simply a novelty. Kazuki, ever observant, couldn't shake the feeling that they were being observed. His attention shifted towards a distant shadow, a subtle movement that betrayed the presence of a hidden onlooker. The root ninja, skilled in the arts of stealth, recoiled as Kazuki effortlessly detected him. "Damn, that kid's senses are monstrous. Is he a sensor type? I should inform Danzo-sama about this." Even then, I was almost over 500 meters away from his position. How did he find me? The root ninja thought to himself and retreated to make a new report about the Nara kid. "Koji, remember, we first go to the market and then to the restaurant at the end. That's what we have planned, and what reservation are you talking about?" "I never had to wait to eat at the new restaurant," Shikamaru teased Koji, knowing how much he loved eating. "Yeah, well, of course the restaurant is owned by your Nara clan, why would you have to wait? Say, Shikamaru, why don't you ask your dad to give me VIP access? Aren't I your best friend?" Both kids were jokingly exchanging words, while Kazuki was making sure that there were no more annoying flies around trying to disturb their day out. "Boys, haven't you forgotten something important before we head to the market?" Kazuki inquired about the boys, who were too immersed in their playful banter. "Well, big brother Kazuki is paying for all the expenses. I don't think we have forgotten anything, right?" Koji said while rubbing his tummy, making sure to mention that it was Kazuki's treat. However, before he could continue, Shikamaru smacked him lightly and said, "Koji, is food the only thing you can think of? We still have to pick up Naruto on the way. Remember, big brother Kazuki had promised to take all 3 of us out together." Shikamaru's reminder made Koji realize that he had completely forgotten about his new friend because of food. He couldn't help but give out a sheepish grin and start walking in the direction of the orphanage. As Kazuki, Shikamaru, and Koji approached the entrance of the park, their light banter subsided as they noticed a lonely figure sitting on a bench. A mop of unruly blonde hair, large, innocent blue eyes, and a cheerful orange jumpsuit revealed the identity of the child waiting eagerly. Naruto, a mere 2 years old, sat on the bench near the entrance of the orphanage, his tiny legs swinging back and forth. His eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and anticipation, his attention was fixated on the entrance, hoping for the arrival of his newfound friends. The vibrant orange of his jumpsuit contrasted against the greenery of the park, making him a beacon of youthful energy. Kazuki, ever vigilant, observed the scene with keen eyes. His perception extended beyond the obvious, catching the subtle nuances in the surroundings. He noticed the ANBU ninja, clad in the shadows, monitoring Naruto from a distance. A second ninja, hidden even more expertly, eluded the average observer. Yet, with Kazuki's affinity for darkness, every shadow became a canvas for him to paint with his awareness. The presence of these unseen protectors didn't go unnoticed by Kazuki. He understood the significance of their watchful eyes, a testament to Naruto's unique status within the village. The lonely child, marked by the 9 tails sealed within him, had found companionship in Kazuki and his friends. This bond was both heartwarming and bittersweet, for Naruto's innocence belied the challenges that lay ahead for him. As the trio approached, Naruto's face lit up with joy. His wide smile revealed the dimples that made him all the more endearing. His small hands clapped together in excitement as he saw Kazuki approaching. "Big brother Kazuki! Shikamaru! Koji!" Naruto exclaimed, his voice filled with genuine happiness. Kazuki couldn't help but feel a sense of responsibility and warmth towards the little boy, who faced the world with unbridled optimism. The ANBU remained hidden, allowing Naruto to enjoy his moments of joy with his friends. The second ninja, though concealed, subtly acknowledged Kazuki's vigilance. "Hey, Naruto! Ready for our adventure today?" Shikamaru called out, his own enthusiasm matching Naruto's. The bustling ninja market in Konoha was a vibrant tapestry of colors, sounds, and scents. Stalls and shops lined the narrow streets, each one brimming with a diverse array of merchandise catering to the needs and desires of the shinobi populace. The lively chatter of vendors haggling with customers, the clinking of coins, and the occasional burst of laughter created a lively atmosphere. As Shikamaru, Koji, and Naruto entered the market, their eyes widened with excitement. Shikamaru's typically lazy demeanor seemed to fade as he eagerly explored the various stalls. Koji, driven by his love for food, was drawn to the enticing aromas wafting from food vendors, his mouth watering at the prospect of the upcoming feast. Naruto, despite the hardships he faced, radiated an infectious enthusiasm, his bright eyes reflecting the wonders of the market. However, the joyous mood faced a harsh reality when some shopkeepers, recognizing Naruto as the container of the 9 tails, denied them entry. The stigma associated with the tailed beast made the trio unwelcome in certain establishments. Shikamaru and Koji, initially unfazed, grew increasingly frustrated by the unfair treatment of their friend. Naruto, though hurt by the rejections, maintained a positive attitude. His resilience shone through as he smiled and shrugged off the negativity. However, the continuous encounters with prejudice were beginning to wear on him. At one point, as the trio approached a weapons shop, the gruff shopkeeper eyed Naruto with disdain. "We don't serve his kind here," he barked, pointing at Naruto. Shikamaru scowled, ready to voice his protest, but before he could speak, Kazuki stepped forward, intercepting the hostility. "We'll go elsewhere," he calmly stated, shielding Naruto from the verbal assault. The shopkeeper, dissatisfied, raised his hand threateningly towards Naruto, but Kazuki intercepted the impending blow. He took the hit stoically, preventing any harm from befalling Naruto. It was a moment of silent solidarity, a testament to the bond that had formed among the trio. Ignoring the aggressor, Kazuki redirected the group towards a different section of the market, specifically the Nara clan's owned shops. Nara's influence held sway in these establishments, and the trio found themselves welcomed with open arms. The shopkeepers, familiar with the trio, warmly greeted them. Kazuki, putting on a facade of indifference, subtly communicated to Shikamaru and Koji the importance of staying composed in the face of adversity. Naruto, despite the recent hostility, embraced the newfound warmth, appreciating the genuine kindness. Amidst the bustling ninja market, a quaint and unassuming relic shop beckoned to the trio of children. With its entrance adorned with faded curtains, the shop seemed to whisper tales of a bygone era. Rumors circulating in the village hinted that the elderly owner was once a member of the first Hokage's esteemed personal guard, adding an air of mystique to the establishment. As the trio stepped inside, the shop unfolded like a treasure trove of history. The dimly lit interior was a haven of antiquities, each item telling a silent story of the shinobi who wielded it in times long past. Shelves meticulously arranged with ancient scrolls, weathered ninja tools, and mysterious artifacts created an atmosphere of reverence for the ninja arts. The scent of aged paper, mixed with a faint trace of incense, hung in the air. Dim lanterns cast a warm glow, illuminating the eclectic collection. Scrolls with intricate seals lay carefully wrapped, their secrets preserved for those who sought the wisdom of the ancients. The centerpiece of the shop was a massive oak counter, where an elderly man reclined in a comfortable chair, his eyes dancing with a glint of nostalgia. His weathered hands, adorned with scars and calluses, rested on the surface as if connected to the very essence of the relics around him. Chapter 8. The old man wore a traditional brown robe that seemed to have witnessed countless seasons. His demeanor exuded wisdom, making him a living repository of the village's history. A mop of silver hair framed his face, and a pair of spectacles perched on the bridge of his nose, accentuating the keenness of his gaze. "Ah, young ones, welcome," the elderly shopkeeper said with a warm smile, his voice carrying the weight of years spent in the shinobi world. His eyes twinkled with a knowing gleam, recognizing the curiosity that sparkled in the children's gazes. Shikamaru, Koji, and Naruto found themselves drawn to the shelves, their eyes flitting from one artifact to another. Aged kunao, scrolls sealed with symbols lost to time, and masks that once concealed the faces of enigmatic warriors adorned the space. As the trio explored, the shopkeeper observed with a silent acknowledgement of the children's thirst for knowledge. Occasionally, he would share anecdotes, each story transforming the inanimate relics into living echoes of the past. Kazuki, despite being a seasoned visitor to the relic shop, maintained an air of reverence as he perused the items on display. The elderly shopkeeper, with a keen eye, sensed the young Nara's familiarity with the artifacts. The shop had become a hidden haven for Kazuki, a sanctuary where the echoes of the past whispered to him in the language of forgotten shinobi. The relic shop held a trove of relics, each with its own untold story. Kazuki's fingers danced over the aged bindings of scrolls, tracing the intricate patterns on ancient weapons and lingering over masks that once veiled the faces of enigmatic warriors. The shopkeeper, well acquainted with Kazuki's penchant for unraveling the mysteries of the past, observed him with a knowing smile. This particular visit was rooted in routine for Kazuki, a ritual that had been unfolding for nearly a year. The shopkeeper, a collector of curiosities from wandering merchants, presented a peculiar blend of genuine artifacts and seemingly mundane items. Among the assortment of relics, Kazuki once unearthed a tattered book, its pages yellowed with age and written in a language lost to contemporary scholars. The book, initially overlooked by casual observers, held secrets that beckoned Kazuki's keen intellect. The coded language concealed within its pages proved to be a puzzle that consumed 2 months of his time. With unwavering determination, Kazuki deciphered the arcane script, unveiling a treasure trove of sealing arts knowledge. The contents of the tattered book were nothing short of profound. The intricate fuinjutsu inscribed within its fragile pages surpassed the mundane, ascending to a level that could rival the esteemed scroll of seals. "Kid, there's a new batch of items over in that corner. Go through it if you would like, I haven't sorted them out yet," the old shopkeeper said to Kazuki without turning towards him, as he happily entertained the trio. Kazuki, catching the old man's words, made his way to the corner mentioned and began inspecting the neatly stacked items. Among the diverse assortment old scrolls, books, antiques, and more a few tattered scrolls initially caught his attention. However, none met his expectations. Finally, his discerning eye fell upon an old, large, and exquisite box. Though its appearance seemed unassuming, the wood used for the box hinted at its immense value. When Kazuki attempted to open it, he discovered that it was sealed with intricate seals, signaling the precious contents within. Setting aside the sealed box for further exploration, Kazuki continued sifting through the remaining items. After about half an hour of patient examination, he decided on the old case, 2 tattered scrolls, and a sizable book. The old man, still immersed in entertaining the trio, was weaving tales around each item, emphasizing their uniqueness to capture the kids' interest. Meanwhile, Shikamaru held an antique shogi set crafted from crystal, and Kazuki couldn't help but suppress a smile. On the other hand, Shikamaru clutched an ancient-looking calligraphy set. The old man's exaggerated storytelling had effectively intrigued the kids, with Naruto and Koji also grasping a couple of items each. As Kazuki approached the trio, completing his selection, he marveled at the choices made by the young ones. Shikamaru's interest in strategic games, Naruto's fascination with an ornate kunao set, and Koji's fascination with a unique food pill container were all emblematic of their individual personalities. After spending nearly another hour exploring the intriguing relics and antiques, the trio of young shinobi were satisfied with their selections and gathered at the counter to finalize their purchase. The old man, now behind the counter, mentally calculated the total bill with a gleam in his eyes. "That will be a total of 987,500 ryo. Since you're a regular here, I'll round it off to 980,000 ryo. So, will that be cash or an IOU, kid?" the old man inquired, his anticipation for the monetary exchange evident. The 3 youngsters, stunned by the quoted amount, unconsciously began placing the items back on the counter. Even Kazuki, momentarily taken aback, responded with a teasing tone, "Old man, aren't you being a little greedy? That's almost the fee for issuing an S-class mission, you know." The old man, nonchalant and amused, retorted, "Kid, the things I sell here are treasures, not roadside junk. You can leave the items if you can't afford them." Kazuki sighed, realizing the playful banter with the old man, but the young trio was still grappling with the cost. Naruto, in his small but emotionally intelligent manner, expressed his reluctance, "Kazuki Naizen, I don't think I like these items. There is no need to buy them. We can try some other shops later." "Haha, Naruto, worry not. Big brother Kazuki's pockets are filled with ryos. Don't worry about it. Quick, pack those items for us, old man," Shikamaru reassured, while Kazuki produced an IOU for the quoted amount. The old man, happy to have secured the sale, packed the items onto sealing scrolls provided by Kazuki. Naruto, reassured by Shikamaru and Kazuki, took the scroll with tear-stained eyes, feeling warmth from the care and kindness shown to him. The old man, recognizing Naruto's situation, presented a lifelike miniature wood carving set of the Hokages as a complimentary gift, bringing a genuine smile to Naruto's face. "Here you go, kid. This is a complimentary gift for the purchase," the old man said, and Naruto, with gratitude, accepted the wood carving set. Kazuki and the trio thanked the old man before leaving the shop. Continuing their shopping spree, they purchased more gifts and clothes for the kids in Naruto's orphanage and indulged Koji's growing hunger with snacks from little stalls. After an hour, they reached the highlight of Koji's day, the new Nara restaurant. Situated on 5 floors, the Nara restaurant was a marvel of architecture and ambience, personally designed by Kazuki. A harmonious blend of traditional Naruto world aesthetics and a modern touch, the restaurant prohibited alcohol on the first 2 floors. The top floor, designated for VIPs, was an open-air space. The ground floor welcomed patrons with a warm, inviting atmosphere. The decor included wooden furnishings, soft lighting, and intricate Nara clan symbols subtly embedded in various elements. The second floor, mirroring the first in design, catered to those seeking a more private dining experience. The third and fourth floors showcased the fusion of tradition and modernity. The walls were adorned with scrolls depicting the Nara clan's history, while smartly placed screens provided a glimpse into the kitchen, where skilled chefs prepared the delectable dishes. The VIP floor, the fifth and final level, was a masterpiece. With an open-air setting, patrons enjoyed an elevated dining experience under the stars. Elegant wooden furniture, soft cushions, and ambient lighting created an enchanting atmosphere. The panoramic view of the village added to the restaurant's allure, making it a sought-after destination for special occasions. As the trio of kids and Kazuki entered the restaurant, the aroma of carefully crafted dishes wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. The waitstaff, dressed in traditional attire, welcomed them with a courteous bow. The Nara restaurant, a testament to Kazuki's vision and the Nara clan's dedication, stood as a culinary haven for the people of Konoha. The restaurant manager, a seasoned individual who took pride in offering exemplary service, personally approached the trio to welcome them. With a respectful bow, he guided them to a private booth on the second floor. The booth exuded an air of intimacy, adorned with wooden furnishings and soft cushions, providing a comfortable yet elegant dining experience. As they settled into their seats, the dedicated staff presented each of them with a meticulously crafted menu. The dishes featured a delightful blend of traditional Naruto world cuisine and recipes from Kazuki's past life, making the menu truly exquisite. Koji, ever the food enthusiast, couldn't contain his excitement and asked Kazuki if he could order everything on the menu. Kazuki, with a chuckle, responded, "Koji, let's not waste food. Order what you can finish." Shikamaru, overhearing the conversation, smirked knowingly, well aware of Koji's voracious appetite. Naruto, wide-eyed and eager, was experiencing the novelty of such a fine dining setting for the first time. The array of unfamiliar dishes intrigued him, and his excitement was palpable. As the trio perused the menu, the manager, sensing their curiosity, approached them with a warm smile. "If you have any questions about the dishes, feel free to ask. We want to ensure you have the best dining experience," he offered. Shikamaru, always the strategist, glanced at Naruto and teased, "Naruto, make sure you don't mistake the tablecloth for a napkin. This is a high-class place, you know." Naruto, despite not entirely grasping the joke, chuckled along, eager to embrace the jovial atmosphere. The waiter patiently explained the details of each dish, describing the ingredients and preparation techniques. Koji, undeterred by Kazuki's advice, enthusiastically pointed to various items on the menu, exclaiming, "I'll have one of these, two of those, and, oh, definitely one of these special ones." Kazuki, amused by Koji's enthusiasm, simply nodded. Shikamaru, known for his laid-back demeanor, leaned back in his chair and commented, "Well, if Koji can't finish it all, I'm here to help." Koji shot him a playful glare, realizing that Shikamaru might indeed take advantage of the situation. Naruto, though unfamiliar with the customs of fine dining, watched the interactions with curiosity. He tentatively pointed to a dish, asking, "What's this one?" The waiter, recognizing Naruto's innocence, patiently explained the details, earning a nod of understanding from the young orphan. As the orders were placed, the trio eagerly awaited the culinary delights that awaited them. The ambience, the laughter, and the prospect of flavorful dishes created an atmosphere of camaraderie and joy, turning a simple meal into a memorable experience for the young kids. Amidst the joyful atmosphere in the restaurant, the ambience shifted as a loud commotion erupted from a nearby booth. The manager, who had been overseeing the trio's dining experience, excused himself and promptly made his way towards the disturbance. After a brief exchange, he returned to Kazuki with a concerned expression. "Young master, I apologize for the inconvenience. It appears there's a group causing trouble in one of our booths. They seem to be deliberately creating chaos and disrupting the other customers' dining experience," the manager explained, glancing back at the source of the disturbance. Kazuki, maintaining his composure, leaned in to hear more details. "What seems to be the problem, and how can I help?" he inquired. The manager sighed, "It's a group of shinobi who have been recently causing disruptions in various Nara establishments. They're demanding special treatment and causing scenes to intimidate staff. Unfortunately, they're creating a hostile environment, and we're doing our best to handle the situation without escalating matters." Kazuki, frowning at the news, considered the best course of action. "I don't want the kids to be exposed to unnecessary trouble. Please handle this discreetly and also send someone to inquire about the background of these ninjas," he said, glancing over at Shikamaru, Koji, and Naruto, who were curiously observing the unfolding events. Chapter 9. Kazuki's mind buzzed with thoughts as he navigated the delicate situation in the restaurant. The disruptive group's deliberate targeting of Nara establishments hinted at a deeper conspiracy, and one name floated to the forefront of Kazuki's suspicions. The mere thought of the insidious dealings behind the scenes made him smirk, and he couldn't shake the idea that someone was orchestrating this assault on his clan. As the manager settled the issue discreetly, Kazuki's mind shifted gears. Orochimaru's departure from the Leaf was a crucial development. While Danzo had managed to erase most evidence of their clandestine partnership, this unforeseen circumstance presented an opportunity. Kazuki pondered the implications of Orochimaru's betrayal and how he could leverage it to undermine Danzo. The memory of their past dealings lingered in the shadows of Kazuki's thoughts. He knew Danzo's cunning ways and the depth of their clandestine collaborations. Orochimaru's departure could potentially expose some of these connections, and Kazuki couldn't help but see it as a chance to dig a substantial pit for Danzo to fall into. Kazuki, however, understood the importance of timing. It wasn't the moment to act impulsively. He needed a stronger backing, a force that could withstand the intricate web Danzo had woven. The mention of the Sharingan crossed his mind as a powerful tool that Danzo might be harboring. Whether he had already started implanting Sharingan on his arm or not, Kazuki wasn't certain, but he was convinced that the bandaged eye concealed a Sharingan. As these thoughts circulated in his mind, Kazuki decided to tuck them away for the time being. Taking on someone as cunning and influential as Danzo required careful planning, and Kazuki knew he needed to bide his time. The chessboard was set, and the pieces were moving, but it wasn't yet the right moment for a decisive move. After relishing the meal, Kazuki escorted Naruto back to the orphanage, ensuring the gifts for the other children were distributed. Koji was dropped off at his home with a satisfied grin and a bag full of goodies. As he returned to the Nara compound with little Shikamaru, Kazuki hoped for a smooth transition back into the quietude of his home. However, the moment they stepped through the door, a sudden uproar in the living room shattered the tranquility. Shikaku sat on the couch, looking like a cornered cat, while Yoshino paced back and forth, brandishing an IOU in her hand. Kazuki, sensing trouble, attempted to retreat quietly with Shikamaru in tow, hoping to avoid the impending storm. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, Yoshino's thunderous voice stopped him dead in his tracks. "Kazuki Nara, I dare you to take one more step. I will break both your legs. Come here now, we need to have a talk regarding this. The threat in Yoshino's voice echoed through the room, freezing Kazuki in his tracks. Even Shikamaru, with a gloomy premonition, knew that trouble was brewing. The only person Kazuki seemed to fear was his mother, and if Yoshino was angry, both of them were in for it. Reluctantly, they sat down as instructed, preparing for what lay ahead. As Yoshino paced, holding the IOU like a damning piece of evidence, Shikaku tried to offer a feeble defense of Kazuki. He knew better than to wade into the storm when Yoshino was in such a state. The mention of 1,000,000 ryo spent in a day left Yoshino flabbergasted, her anger simmering just below the surface. Sit, both of you. Care to explain what made you guys spend 1,000,000 ryo on a day's shopping? Do you guys know the value of money? Shikamaru, unconsciously hiding his scroll of gifts behind his back, drew a dangerous look from Yoshino. Kazuki, however, stepped in to defend his little brother before things escalated further. Yoshino Obazan, the items we bought were genuinely valuable and would greatly benefit our clan. I never make a losing deal, and the gifts Shikamaru picked were barely a few hundred ryos. So, please don't look at him like that, will you? Kazuki's defense aimed to defuse the situation, emphasizing the strategic importance of their purchases. Yet Yoshino remained visibly upset. Taking a deep breath, Kazuki tried to console her. Yoshino Obazan, let me explain. The items we acquired today will contribute significantly to our clan's strength and prosperity. I understand the importance of money, and I assure you, this was a well-thought-out investment. Meanwhile, on the couch, Shikamaru, taking advantage of the diversion, animatedly showed off his new crystal shogi board to Shikaku. The older Nara, ever intrigued by relics and history, found himself drawn into a conversation about the origin and significance of the unique piece. While the storm raged in one corner, a quieter moment unfolded on the couch, where Shikaku and Shikamaru bonded over the intricacies of a centuries-old board game. Shikaku, ever the calm mediator in the face of his wife's storm, suggested a momentary diversion. Yoshino, why don't we first let the kid show us what he bought? Maybe what the kids brought might be truly valuable. Look at this shogi board, I am sure this one was something that was once a prized collection of a great clan. Yoshino shot a dangerous glance at Shikaku, torn between her desire to reprimand and her curiosity about the crystal shogi board. Shikaku, however, continued to indulge in the intricacies of the antique, drawing her attention back to the items at hand. Although Yoshino knew Shikaku's penchant for artifacts and history, she couldn't help but agree that understanding the value of the items before passing judgment made sense. Reluctantly, she turned her attention back to Kazuki, awaiting an explanation for the extravagant purchases. Her internal resolve to discipline all three of them remained firm, regardless of the treasures Kazuki might unveil. Fine, let's see what you have brought that's worth 1,000,000 ryos. Yoshino ordered, as Kazuki knew that he had to grab this chance and immediately started forming hand seals at a blinding speed. Sanraku Kekai Fin, threefold isolation barrier, Kazuki intoned, completing a series of intricate hand seals. The air shimmered with chakra as various runes began to glow around the Nara house, forming a three-layered barrier. This unique sealing technique was one of Kazuki's own creations, a testament to his mastery of fuinjutsu. As the runes settled into their protective positions, the entire residence was enveloped in a secure shield. Kazuki had taken it upon himself to enhance and fortify the Nara clan's barriers. His expertise in fuinjutsu had reached a masterful realm, enabling him to rival and surpass even the most skilled sealing masters in the Leaf. With each passing day, Kazuki continued to grow stronger, both in terms of raw power and intricate knowledge. The deployment of the barrier was a routine occurrence for the Nara clan, and none within the house displayed any surprise. Kazuki had diligently provided Shikaku and Yoshino with the necessary details for barrier control, ensuring that the Nara home was even more secure than the Hokage's office. The scene reflected not only the advanced level of protection Kazuki had established for his family but also the depth of trust he shared with Shikaku and Yoshino in matters of security and sealing techniques. Shikamaru's wide-eyed amazement at the three-layered barrier quickly shifted to gloominess, especially when he recalled Kazuki's recent interest in teaching fuinjutsu. The complexity and strength of the barrier made him ponder if such caution was genuinely necessary. Yoshino, initially surprised by Kazuki's actions, began to reconsider her nephew's actions, leaning towards the belief that the items he brought back must be truly significant. Kazuki calmly retrieved the items from the storage scroll, a large book too big for even adults to hold, 2 old tattered scrolls, and an ancient wooden case larger than Yoshino herself. As they gathered around, Kazuki decided to introduce each item one at a time, starting with the massive book. As Yoshino carefully flipped through the book's pages, her eyes widened with delight. The book contained detailed explanations of various medicinal herbs, their cultivation methods, and numerous recipes for medicines and poisons. It was a treasure trove for someone with Yoshino's background as a former medic and herbalist. Kazuki, this is incredible. The wealth of knowledge in this book is extraordinary. It's a true treasure, Yoshino exclaimed, completely absorbed in the contents. Kazuki then directed their attention to the scrolls, particularly the one Shikaku was examining earlier. He explained its significance, describing it as a fuinjutsu ritual that enhances a shinobi's overall chakra capacity. The ritual, most beneficial when performed during the initial chakra refinement stages, could result in a remarkable 8-10-fold increase in chakra capacity over their lifetime. However, the effect would diminish to 4-5 times for a mature shinobi. Shikaku, absorbing this information, felt a mix of astonishment and concern. The potential impact of such a technique, especially if it leaked outside the Nara clan, could lead to disastrous consequences. He quickly seized the scroll, going through its contents and realizing the rarity and expense of the required materials. As the head of the Nara clan, he began mentally strategizing the acquisition of these materials, creating a list of Nara ninjas who should undergo the ritual, and devising countermeasures to keep this newfound knowledge a top secret within the clan. The possibilities and challenges presented by Kazuki's discoveries were profound, and Shikaku knew that the Nara clan was on the brink of significant transformation. Well, uncle, the ritual can only be performed once per person. I believe our Nara clan should be able to handle anywhere from half a dozen to 10 rituals with our current resources. I would like to reserve 2 spots for Aunt Yoshino and little Shikamaru. As for the rest, you can arrange them yourself. From the level of fuinjutsu, I don't think anyone else in the family will be able to perform it other than me. So, please let me know beforehand when it's time, Kazuki nonchalantly declared, as if he were sharing some sweets. Shikaku couldn't help but shake his head, impressed by how much importance Kazuki placed on his family. So what about the other scroll? It seems to be blank. But I am sure you wouldn't have picked up an empty scroll for no reason. Yoshino, who had already forgotten about the kid's lavish spending, curiously pointed at the ancient-looking scroll on the floor. This one might not be of much help to our Nara clan because of our yin affinity, other than a few members who have fire element affinity. This should have been the clan treasure of a fire-related clan during the warring states. The nature of the seals placed on the scrolls is so haphazard and inefficient that they ended up destroying the scroll a bit. But I should be able to extract a dozen or more jutsus out of it, and the best part is I should be able to get 1 or 2 S-class fire ninjutsus from it. Kazuki explained the significance of the scroll to the family. Shikaku started doubting if Kazuki had raided a treasure trove because each of these items held immense significance and could form the foundation of a clan. Shikaku mentally made a note to visit this mystery shop later to try his luck. Uncle, with this, there should be no trouble in exchanging things with Sandaime-sama. I'm sure the village would be happy to have a complete lineage for fire mastery in its library, Kazuki suggested regarding the scroll. It would be a waste to keep the fire scroll to themselves, and Kazuki might be able to extract more jutsus than the village phone masters could, making it a win-win for the Nara clan. The information Kazuki was eyeing had eluded him until now because he did not have a proper item for exchange. Fine, I will make sure to get in touch with Sandaime-sama about this. Just make sure to get as much out of the scroll before we make an exchange. Shikaku understood that the information little Kazuki was looking for was not easily obtained without a significant contribution to the village. Chapter 10. Shikamaru, who was silently observing the old wooden case, could not hold back his curiosity any longer and questioned his big brother. Kazuki Naizen, what about this old wooden case? Do you think it has a treasure inside it? Well now, little brother, yes, this case is a treasure. When I first laid my eyes on the content of the case, I couldn't believe myself that such a precious item was left around, lying down in a corner. This is something our clan has been lacking since its establishment, and today we hit the jackpot, Kazuki explained in such a dramatic fashion that even Shikaku was more intrigued now to find out what was inside. Kazuki performed a few intricate seals, drew his kunao, slit his finger, and dropped a few drops of blood on the wooden case. The symbols on the box started glowing, and a click was heard as the box opened. Even though Kazuki had opened the case earlier, he needed to drop a few drops of blood every time he wanted to open it. The case itself was a treasure. What came into view was a large, pitch-black exterior summoning scroll. The exterior of the scroll was so exquisite that it felt like it was not made of paper but of black velvet. The scroll exuded a dark and ominous aura, which was so overwhelming that it was only contained because of the case, as it was specially crafted to restrain it and was completely lined with jade-like material on the inside to contain the aura. Is that what I think it is, Kazuki? Shikaku couldn't help but clench his hands in excitement when he noticed the huge scroll inside the case. For a clan to establish proper status in the ninja world, having a blood-conjuring bond related to their bloodline was paramount. The Nara clan, due to their extreme yin affinity, had never had a suitable bloodline contract. From the way Kazuki was portraying it, Shikaku knew that the Nara clan's name was going to be added to the list of esteemed clans with bloodline contract summons. Quick, kid, tell me what kind of summon it is. Don't keep me waiting, my name is going to be recorded in history as the clan head who procured a bloodline summons for our family. Shikaku, who was always composed, started behaving like an excited kid. This was a significant day of his life, and his name would be penned in the clan records, an achievement none of the Nara clan heads had been able to achieve. Haha, uncle, I wouldn't want to spoil the surprise. It would be rude to the summoned clan if the clan head was not the first to seal the contract. If I am not wrong, the first summons will have you reverse summoned to their location, where you will have to reach an agreement with the other side. All I can say is that they need a bloodline with high yin affinity, for which our Nara clan qualifies. The case was simply a test to check our level of yin affinity, and with my Kekii Genkai, it was a piece of cake to break the seal. Kazuki knew that Shikaku was eager to get the bloodline contract concluded so that, in the future, all Nara clan descendants could have their own summons from the blessed land of whichever summoning it was. Like Kazuki thought, Shikaku did not waste even a second. After taking proper precautions, he performed the summoning art as mentioned on the scroll, and with a poof, he vanished. Big brother, where did father go? What kind of summoning beast is it? Can you at least tell me, pretty please? Shikamaru used his puppy eyes to inquire about Kazuki because he couldn't stand the suspense. However, Kazuki didn't fall for his antics and just kept teasing his little brother by asking him to wait patiently for Shikaku to return. __. It had been a week since the Nara clan gained their exclusive bloodline contract. All the jonin in the family without a summoning had signed a contract, and Shikaku was pleased with the new summon. It was leagues better than what he had initially expected. The summon was so attuned to their Nara bloodline, it was simply a blessing. Shikaku had partied all night long and was so drunk when he returned that he had to sleep on the couch in the living room for the past week. Mother, why don't you let Kazuki Naizen cook? The food he makes is much more delicious, Shikamaru asked with childlike innocence, fully aware of what he was implying. One glare from Yoshino made him shut his mouth and continue eating his breakfast. Kazuki, you spoil him too much. What do you think he would do in the future when he has to eat those bland soldier pills to sustain himself? Yoshino questioned Kazuki, who was having his breakfast, as if the matter didn't involve him. Ah, no worries, mother. Brother has already created some fruit-flavored soldier pills, which I'm sure will not taste bland. He should have a list of flavors to pick from, Shikamaru casually replied, sparking Yoshino's intrigue. As a herbalist herself, specializing in making various medicines, she gazed at Kazuki questioningly. Kazuki simply said that he would share those recipes later. As the family was happily enjoying breakfast, a Nara clan shinobi arrived and informed them that a village elder had personally made a visit and was waiting in the clan hall to meet the Nara clan head. Kazuki quickly realized who the elder was and knew that trouble had come knocking. He asked Shikaku's permission to follow him to the meeting hall, which Shikaku was against. However, he knew that his nephew was not going to take no for an answer. Given Shikaku's intelligence, he could vaguely guess Danzo's purpose. Shikaku reluctantly agreed, but under the condition that Kazuki doesn't speak and just observes. In the dimly lit meeting hall, Danzo sat with an air of authority, his right eye concealed by bandages, and an intricate seal covering his right arm. The Nara clan elders were in attendance, attempting to entertain the village elder, who seemed uninterested in the expensive offerings provided by the Nara family. By Danzo's side were two shadowy root ninjas, acting as vigilant bodyguards. The untouched feast on the table hinted at the elder's disdain for such luxuries. As Shikaku and Kazuki entered the hall, Danzo's attention snapped to the latter, scrutinizing him from head to toe with a gleam in his cunning eyes. The village elder seemed to find something in Kazuki that pleased him. Meanwhile, Kazuki observed Danzo and his two subordinates, realizing that the anime portrayal of Danzo as a non-powerhouse was far from accurate. Danzo, in reality, was a true cage-level powerhouse, more formidable and dangerous than the animated version. Kazuki, who had never divulged his Kekkei Genkai's resistance to genjutsu and mind-related arts, could sense the fluctuation under Danzo's bandage-covered right eye. It wasn't a mere 3-tomo Sharingan, it was a genuine Mangekyo Sharingan. Internally shocked, Kazuki upgraded Danzo's threat level in his mind. He realized that Danzo must have achieved a high degree of success in integrating the first Hokage's cells, scrapping all his previous plans. Unbeknownst to Kazuki, Danzo was equally surprised. The fact that the kid withstood the subtle influence of his Mangekyo Sharingan without displaying any discomfort intrigued and alarmed him. Now more determined than ever to bring Kazuki under his control, Danzo saw an opportunity to groom him for his own ambitions. He envisioned securing the kid, a natural counter to the Uchiha, and believed that, with Kazuki under his wing, his dream of becoming the Hokage was within reach. Danzo was willing to go to extreme lengths if anyone dared to deny him his prize. The meeting hall echoed with a heavy silence as Danzo's sharp gaze pierced through the dim lighting, and Shikaku Nara offered a courteous yet cautious greeting. "Danzo-sama, it is an honor to have your esteemed presence in our Nara clan," Shikaku stated with a polite nod. Danzo inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, his bandaged eye giving off an air of mystery. "Shikaku-san, I have heard of the prosperity and comfort your clan enjoys here. However, it is essential to remember that we are in challenging times. The recent attack by the Nine Tails has left the village in need, and every clan must contribute to its recovery." Shikaku maintained a calm demeanor but sensed the subtle hints in Danzo's words. "Danzo-sama, the Nara clan has always supported the village in its own way. We contribute not only through our shadows but also through our expertise in various fields." Danzo's expression remained stoic, but there was a spark of displeasure in his hidden eye. "Shikaku-san, I've received reports. Some villagers believe that the Nara clan is taking advantage of the village's condition for personal profit. Complaints have been raised about certain Nara establishments. If your clan cannot handle these matters responsibly, the village may have to intervene, ensuring the safety and well-being of all." The Nara clan elders exchanged uneasy glances, their faces contorting with displeasure at the blatant threat. Shikaku, however, kept his composure, though the vein on his temple pulsated slightly. "Danzo-sama, I assure you, we will look into these matters personally. The harmony of the village is our priority." Danzo, though infuriated by Shikaku's composed response, shifted to his primary reason for visiting. "Furthermore, Shikaku-san, the recent attack has left us with a shortage of manpower. I propose that the Nara clan contribute by allowing us to recruit and train the orphans under our care. This will relieve your clan of the burden of caring for them and, in turn, strengthen the village forces. It is a contribution that befits the current situation and aligns with the Leaf's prosperity." Shikaku and the Nara elders exchanged glances, realizing the true nature of Danzo's proposition. The Nara clan had always taken pride in caring for their own, and the idea of handing their orphans to Root's control was met with firm resistance. "Danzo-sama, while we appreciate the village's needs, the Nara clan has its own traditions. We will continue to groom and care for our own," Shikaku asserted, knowing the delicate balance he had to maintain. Danzo's facade cracked, and frustration seeped into his tone. "Shikaku, you seem to forget your place. This is not a mere proposal, it is a command from the village elder. Refusing it might be seen as a conspiracy against the Leaf, hoarding resources and various other charges." Shikaku's jaw clenched, but he stood firm. "Danzo-sama, we understand the village's needs, but compromising the principles and traditions of the Nara clan is not an option. Our loyalty to the Leaf has never wavered." Danzo's temper flared, and the two Root ninjas by his side moved with intent, ready to enforce Danzo's commands. The air in the meeting hall grew tense as both sides stared each other down, unwilling to yield. The tension in the room escalated as Danzo's confrontation with the Nara clan reached a critical point. Kazuki, calculating the possibilities of an imminent clash, was ready for the scenario to unfold into a violent exchange. However, a sudden burst of laughter shattered the oppressive atmosphere. A hearty laugh echoed through the hall, causing everyone to turn their attention to its source. Danzo, irritated by the interruption, raised his hand, signaling for his Root elites to stand down. He recognized the individual responsible for the disruption. Well, if it isn't the shameless village elder trying to strong-arm an innocent clan into extorting their wealth," a confident voice resonated, cutting through the tense air. Tsunade Senju, the slug sage, made a grand entrance, her presence commanding attention. Stepping in with deliberate strides, she was accompanied by Shizuan. As one of the revered three sages, Tsunade's influence rivaled that of the Hokage himself. Her exploits in the field of medicine and the countless lives saved during battles had earned her unparalleled respect among leaf ninjas. As the granddaughter of the Shadame Hokage, her authority was not to be challenged lightly. Chapter 11. Tsunade, I thought you had abandoned the village for good. Don't tell me you're here on vacation, Danzo mocked, attempting to discern her motives and the duration of her stay, which could potentially disrupt his plans. Oh, Danzo, if I didn't return, wouldn't any stray dog and sewer rat try to take control of the village my grandfather built with his own hands? Tsunade's retort was laced with disdain, making it clear that she held no respect for the village elder. Tsunade, watch your words. I am still the village elder. Insulting me is like insulting the leaf, Danzo retorted, his face contorted in displeasure. Insulting you is insulting you. Don't you know even Taunton holds more value to the village than yourself? Tsunade pointed at Taunton, held by Shizuan, implying that Danzo was less than a swine. Danzo simply broke the armrest after hearing the comment, and one of the root ninja immediately drew the blade in a clumsy way, but Kazuki realized it was a calculated move as a few drops of blood spilled from the action and Tsunade flinched, but she quickly collected herself when she saw blood and the root ninja was going in for a kill strike. Kazuki, who wanted to intervene, realized something was wrong, so he stayed his hand and Shikaku and Shizuan had reacted. Shikaku had blocked the Tanto with his kunao, while Shizuan was ready to attack at a moment's notice. Danzo-sama, we will not have our esteemed Senju princess be harmed under our Nara roof. If you cannot control your subordinates, then we will consider them rogue and strike them down for you. Shikaku was being serious about wanting to kill the root ninja and warned with an intense gaze. Danzo, recognizing the potential escalation, stood up, and his root ninjas followed suit. Passing by Tsunade, he smirked at her, attempting to taunt the slug sage. Nara clan head, I hope you reconsider and send your clan orphans over to be trained at root. You never know what kind of misfortune may befall, and you will not always have someone by your side to protect you, Danzo threatened, leaving the room with an ominous warning. However, what Danzo failed to grasp was that by threatening Shikaku in front of Kazuki, he unwittingly invited the wrath of the young Nara, setting in motion a chain of events that would alter the course of their destinies. Well, now that the unsavory person is out of the picture, Shikaku, aren't you going to invite me in for some tea? Tsunade's casual remark broke the lingering tension in the air, drawing Shikaku's attention back to the present. Shikaku sheathed his kunao with a slight smile, responding to Tsunade's request. Tsunade-sama, you jest. How can I not invite the esteemed sage into our humble home? We should be blessed to have you grace us with your presence. Using his eloquent words to create a welcoming atmosphere, Shikaku invited Tsunade to the meeting hall, where she took a seat as Shikaku poured her some tea. Not bad, Shikaku. It seems like your taste has been enriched since the last time I visited your clan. You're enjoying much finer things in life now, Tsunade jovially commented, familiar with the changes that time brings. After taking a sip, Tsunade's expression turned serious, and she spoke in a stern manner, as if advising a junior. Shikaku, I have no idea why exactly Danzo has targeted your clan, but he is someone who does not easily give up. Be careful. That man would go to any lengths to fulfill his ambitions, and Sensei is too blind to see his true intentions. Tsunade, having experienced the darkness within the leaf, knew the rot at the village's core. Her decision to stay away from the village reflected her understanding of its complex politics. Acknowledging Tsunade's advice, Shikaku responded, Understood, Tsunade-sama. I will be careful. As Kazuki silently observed, Shikaku continued, So, Tsunade-sama, please tell us the reason for your visit. If there is anything you need from the Nara clan, you need only ask. Oh, nothing much. I am just here to meet my disciple, Tsunade said, directing her attention towards Kazuki, who was silently observing the proceedings. Confusion filled the air as Shikaku and the clan elders tried to comprehend Tsunade's words. Kazuki himself was taken aback, realizing the unexpected weight of her statement. Becoming Tsunade's apprentice was a far better outcome than he had initially envisioned. Recovering from the shock, Shikaku directed Kazuki forward. Kazuki, come here quick and greet your sensei. Walking forward, Kazuki kneeled respectfully and addressed, Greetings, sensei. Tsunade waved her hand, signaling him to forego any formalities. So, you are the little Nara prodigy daring enough to send a medical compendium claiming to have personally penned it over to me. It seems like you are confident in your knowledge, Tsunade commented, growing more satisfied with her new apprentice. Tsunade was more and more satisfied with her new apprentice after keenly observing the kid. The child had such exquisite control over his body that it was beyond exceptional. The amount of chakra in the kid's body could rival a full-fledged jonin. The more information Tsunade discerned about Kazuki, the more surprised she was. Even geniuses like Orochimaru and Minato paled in comparison with this kid in front of her. Sensei, I just shared what little knowledge my humble brain could handle. Kazuki tried to act modest in front of his new sensei. Shikaku couldn't help but think about the massive book with thousands of pages, but he chose not to comment, as the joy on the slug sage's face was apparent due to the kid's attitude. Shikaku, I need some time with my apprentice in private, and I hope you and the elders can excuse yourselves if you don't mind, Tsunade requested, and though she asked politely, everyone knew it was a command. Shikaku and the clan elders cleared the hall, leaving the new master and apprentice to discuss. Kid, this here is Shizuan, she is your senior sister. She can be a bit clumsy at times, but she is a good child whom you can trust, Tsunade introduced Shizuan, who nodded back at Kazuki with a bright smile. So, tell me, kid, how much more knowledge do you hold in that little head of yours? If you were a child from an enemy village of the Leaf, I would have gladly nipped you in the bud to avoid future troubles. I'm sure you're going to grow up to be a monster. Luckily, you were born here, and I am glad to say that I will protect you with all my strength until you grow. Tsunade shared her thoughts seriously, envisioning the kid potentially rivaling or even surpassing her grandfather in the future. Shizuan was taken aback by Tsunade's strong words, but Kazuki didn't mind, understanding it as Tsunade's genuine praise for him. Kazuki stopped acting coy and pulled out 4 seal tags, throwing them onto the 4 walls in 4 directions. A faint chakra ripple was generated, and what surprised Tsunade was that she couldn't perceive the translucent barrier that was built around them. Before we proceed, I would like to clarify something, Sensei. Are you suffering from hemophobia? Kazuki's curiosity arose from the details in his past knowledge that made him re-evaluate everything in the real ninja world, especially after encountering Danzo. Tsunade couldn't help but smirk at how perceptive her student was, and she was not angry about him straightforwardly asking her such a question. Well, little one, I used to have an irrational fear of blood in the past due to certain reasons that I would not like to delve into. But I have been trying to cure myself of the phobia since I left the village. I couldn't have the world laughing at the best medic ninja because of the fear of blood. I had solved the issue by about 80%, but then your book provided me with the insight to cross the final threshold. Without your book, I would have had to spend another year or 2 searching for a complete cure for my trauma. Tsunade revealed her secret without holding any information back. Kazuki realized how great a medic the slug sage was because, in a world where there was not even a basic structure for curing mental maladies, she could cure herself with no prior knowledge of it whatsoever. Kazuki understood that someone like Tsunade, even in his old world, could have been someone who could have rivaled him in the field of medicine. I understand. No wonder I felt something was wrong when the root ninja tried to attack you. So, you were deliberately acting like you were afraid of blood, isn't that right, Sensei? Kazuki questioned now that he realized what the odd feeling was during the exchange earlier. Not bad, kid. Even someone as cunning as that rat, Danzo, was fooled by my actions, but you were able to find out, hey? Not bad, not bad. See, Shizuan, your little brother is going to surpass you soon enough if you don't practice much harder, Tsunade commented, and Shizuan could only sigh. If she had spent all the time that she spent taking care of Tsunade on her studies, she could have become a formidable ninja by now. However, it's not like she disliked the quiet life with Tsunade, on the contrary, she liked it. So now that your question is answered, tell me what other secrets you hold. And I also have a lot of questions for you. With me being your master, you shouldn't withhold any information from me, Tsunade exclaimed with the excitement of a child on Christmas morning. Even Shizuan was dumbfounded when she heard Tsunade. Normally, isn't that supposed to be the other way around? The student asks the teacher for knowledge. However, Shizuan simply ignored the peculiarity and concentrated on the information that her new junior brother and her master were discussing. The discussion between the master and student continued all the way into the evening. If Yoshino hadn't come and reminded them of dinner, as they had already skipped lunch, they would have simply continued. Tsunade, immersed in her thirst for knowledge, graciously accepted Yoshino's invite to join them for dinner. Kazuki personally took it upon himself and cooked a fine array of dishes for his sensei and his senior sister, along with his family. Shikaku even took out some sake that he had kept reserved for special occasions. Yoshino did not question Shikaku's decision as an exception of bringing alcohol to serve the slug sage because they wanted to offer the sage the best treatment, and everyone knew her immense love for alcohol. Even though Kazuki was only 5 years old, he was more than proficient in the art of cooking. With Yoshino's help, the duo started cooking more and more dishes and serving the guests. Shikamaru, as always, was curious about the famous Sunin and questioned Tsunade herself for information. The Sunin happily indulged him with answers. In a span of 2 hours, Kazuki had prepared close to 24 dishes. Tsunade genuinely enjoyed the dinner, each dish was a novelty. Even for someone who had traveled far and wide, every dish was a new experience. After everyone settled around the table for dinner and all the dishes were served, Tsunade was enjoying the warmth of a family dinner after a long time. Yoshino, you are quite lucky to have a kid who is so good at cooking. That's one less work for you, Tsunade teased Yoshino about the novelty of Kazuki's cooking. Yes, Tsunade-ni-san, big brother Kazuki's cooking is much more delicious than Kazan's, but she never lets him cook, Shikamaru complained. Tsunade couldn't help but tease Yoshino a little more after Shikamaru's statement. Yoshino chuckled at Tsunade's remark, appreciating the light-hearted banter. Well, Tsunade-sama, you haven't tasted the burnt chicken and overly salted soup phase of his culinary experiments. Trust me, it's a phase every parent goes through with their little chefs. Chapter 12. Tsunade laughed heartily, enjoying the friendly atmosphere. Ah, the joys of parenting. I suppose I missed out on that experience myself. As the dinner continued, Tsunade, Shikaku, and Yoshino engaged in various conversations. Shikamaru bombarded Tsunade with questions about her legendary exploits and adventures, his eyes wide with fascination. Kazuki, who had been relatively quiet, occasionally interjected with a comment or observation, keenly absorbing the interactions around him. The Nara clan dinner table became a melting pot of stories, laughter, and the clinking of utensils against plates. Tsunade marveled at the unity of the family and the welcoming atmosphere created by the Naras. Despite her tough exterior, she felt a genuine warmth in the air, a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. As the evening progressed, Tsunade couldn't help but appreciate the exceptional culinary skills displayed by the young Kazuki. You know, kid, your cooking might just give my favorite gambling den a run for its money. Ever thought about opening your own restaurant? Kazuki blushed at the unexpected compliment. I just enjoy cooking, Tsunade-sensei. A restaurant might be too troublesome, and if you would like, you can find these dishes in the new Nara restaurant. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Troublesome, you say? That's an interesting perspective, especially coming from a 5-year-old chef prodigy. The next day dawned upon the Leaf Village, and before Tsunade Senjo could fully settle down after her long years of absence, the tranquility was shattered by a piece of shocking news that reverberated through the village like a thunderclap. The once revered Sunin, Orochimaru, had rebelled against the Leaf and deserted the village. The news spread like wildfire, casting a pall of anxiety and uncertainty over the villagers. Orochimaru, known for his unparalleled skills and unquenchable thirst for forbidden jutsu, had always been a mysterious figure. His departure sent shockwaves through the core of the village, and whispers of fear and speculation echoed through the streets. Jiraiya, the gallant toad sage and one of the legendary Sunin, had taken up the responsibility to intercept Orochimaru. He was on a hot pursuit, vowing to capture his former comrade and bring him to justice. The gravity of the situation added a layer of tension to the already unsettled village. Amidst this turmoil, the news of Tsunade's return served as a bittersweet counterpoint. Her presence, once a beacon of hope and strength, now became a pillar of stability in the face of Orochimaru's betrayal. Villagers found solace in the fact that another of the 3 famed Sunins was present to safeguard the village. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat across from her sensei, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The gravity of the situation was etched on both of their faces. The Hokage's room, adorned with ancient scrolls and symbols of the village's heritage, served as a backdrop to the intense discussion. Sensei, we must act swiftly. Orochimaru's actions pose a grave threat to the village. I'll do everything in my power to aid Jiraiya and bring him to justice, Tsunade declared, her eyes reflecting a mixture of determination and concern. Sarutobi, his weathered face carrying the weight of his responsibilities, nodded solemnly. Tsunade, your return is a timely blessing, and no, it's better you stay back in the village. We must ensure that the other villages don't exploit this moment of vulnerability. The leaf cannot afford another blow. Sensei, you are hiding something from me again, aren't you? Are you still not willing to share even after all this? Tell me honestly, Sensei, did Orochimaru escape, or did you let him leave because you couldn't harm him? Tsunade's heartfelt inquiry carried the weight of understanding, acknowledging the conflicted emotions that Hiruzen harbored for Orochimaru. Among the three Sunin, Orochimaru held a special place in the Hokage's heart, known to both Jiraiya and Tsunade. Hiruzen couldn't respond to Tsunade's question because he knew in his heart that if he were genuinely serious, he could have stopped Orochimaru and captured him. However, he couldn't bring himself to harm his student, whom he had raised like his own son. After struggling for a long time, Hiruzen pulled out a folder from under the table and passed it over to Tsunade, who took the folder and started going through it. The more she read, the uglier her face became, and her anger escalated to the point where she couldn't control it. In an instant, 4 ANBU guards surrounded the Hokage in a defensive formation. Tsunade, still fuming with anger, dismissed the ANBU guards herself. How could you do this to him? Will you not even let him rest after sacrificing himself for this village? Human experimentation, how low can you even fall? Don't you have any conscience? Wasn't second grandpa your teacher? How could you betray him like this? Tsunade's fury was palpable, and if Hiruzen weren't her sensei, she would have attacked with the intent to kill. Tsunade, listen. These experiments were voluntary, and even all the Senju members willingly participated. When I realized that the experiments were futile, I had them stopped immediately. But Orochimaru carried out these human experiments again in secret. After losing Tobirama-sensei, we were desperate. I'm not saying what we did was right, but I just hope that you can understand, Hiruzen genuinely pleaded. The man had aged even more and looked more lost after admitting his wrongdoings. Before Tsunade could respond, the door to the hostage's office opened, and Danzo walked in, the two root ninjas waiting by the door. Danzo looked displeased after noticing Tsunade's presence in the room. He steadily walked into the office and sat down. Hiruzen, you need to take responsibility for this recent blunder. Orochimaru was your student, do you know how much damage this has done to the leaf? The root will be personally handling the investigation. I hope to have full authority regarding the matter, Danzo insisted, attempting to assert his authority over Hiruzen, who was at an all-time low due to the loss of his beloved disciple. However, before the Sandaime could reply, Tsunade, standing by the side, simply declared, Sensei, I will be handling this matter personally, and I will hold absolute authority until I can get to the bottom of this. And whoever was a part of this, no matter who it is, I will hunt them down personally. Tsunade was not asking for permission but was relaying an order. Danzo had planned to clear up all his traces and monopolize all the research that Orochimaru had left behind. Because Orochimaru had left in a hurry, most of his forbidden works were left behind, and Danzo wanted to get his hands on them under the name of investigation. However, with Tsunade's interference, all of his plans were foiled. Hiruzen, this is a matter of village security, the root is much more equipped to handle this situation. And because Tsunade was close to Orochimaru, we cannot let her handle the investigation, Danzo countered. He couldn't allow Tsunade to handle the investigation as there were chances she might find evidence regarding his and Danzo's collaboration. Hiruzen found himself plagued by a headache as the situation unfolded. He was well aware that Danzo likely harbored ulterior motives in seeking authority for the investigation. Hiruzen had personally put an end to human experiments after the First Shinobi War, but Orochimaru had continued these clandestine activities behind his back. The Hokage recognized that Orochimaru wouldn't have been able to conceal all these shady dealings from him throughout the years, leading him to suspect Danzo's involvement in corrupting his student. Bitterness welled up within Hiruzen as he contemplated the situation. Despite giving Danzo numerous allowances, considering their long-standing friendship and the latter's fervent desire to become Hokage, the way Danzo achieved his position was less than ideal. Hiruzen had tolerated Danzo's actions, granting him exclusive power within the root as a gesture of gratitude for being a staunch supporter during troubled times. However, as the years passed, Danzo's resentment seemed to fester like an unhealed wound. The once close friend had transformed into a power-hungry figure, unrecognizable to Hiruzen. Even with this transformation, Hiruzen couldn't bring himself to strike down Danzo, despite the provocations during the Kyuubi attack. In the hushed and tense atmosphere of the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, drew upon the immense well of his authority. The dim light seemed to converge upon him, casting his figure in a commanding glow. His eyes, usually warm and grandfatherly, now held a stern and unwavering gaze. As he spoke, the weight of his words carried a majestic aura that demanded respect. Tsunade, you will have complete control over this investigation. I will need regular updates on your progress. You are granted access to information from all departments, including ANBU and Root. No exceptions. Hiruzen's pronouncement echoed in the room, leaving no room for dissent. However, Danzo, ever the shadowy figure in the background, reacted with immediate disdain. He scowled, his eyes narrowing as he interjected, Hiruzen, this is a matter of village security. Root's records contain sensitive information that cannot fall into outside hands. Danzo's attempt to maintain control over Root's secrets was met with a firm response from Tsunade. Her eyes, reflecting a mix of determination and skepticism, met Danzo's challenging gaze. Are you suggesting, Danzo, that I compromise village confidentiality? Or perhaps you are worried that your own secrets will be unearthed? Tsunade countered, her tone cutting through the air with precision. Danzo, refusing to yield an inch, taunted, given that one of Hiruzen's students has already betrayed the leaf, it's not impossible. What's stopping the second from doing the same? I will not be providing access to Root records. The tension in the room escalated, and the clash of wills between Tsunade and Danzo set the stage for a power struggle that would determine the course of the investigation. Before another word could be exchanged between Tsunade and Danzo, Hiruzen unleashed his chakra in a display of authority that filled the room. The pressure was so intense that even the Hokage guards and Root operatives staggered, struggling under the weight of his power. Danzo, that was not a request, it's a command. You better not defy my orders, for old time's sake. If you cannot follow orders, perhaps I should disband Root and integrate them into ANBU. The gravity of Hiruzen's words hung heavily in the air. Both Danzo and Tsunade were taken aback by the Hokage's sudden shift in demeanor. For a moment, the office was draped in silence, broken only by the tension lingering in the room. Danzo, seething with frustration, gritted his teeth. He rose from his seat and walked out, his mind racing with thoughts of damage control. Tsunade, too, was surprised by Hiruzen's unprecedented display of authority. As Danzo left, he formulated a plan. He couldn't afford to lose a significant part of Root due to Tsunade's investigation. His private army, carefully nurtured within the village, was a key element of his strategy to ascend to the position of Hokage. Now, with Tsunade scrutinizing his every move, he decided to take a bold gamble. Go and summon Inu. Have him meet me, he ordered one of the two Root agents who had followed him, setting his risky plan into motion. In the aftermath of Danzo's departure, Hiruzen, now seated again, let out a tired sigh. The weight of the situation bore heavily on the old Hokage. Tsunade, despite her bitterness, felt a pang of sympathy for her sensei, understanding the profound sense of helplessness he must be experiencing. Tsunade, I'll be making a trip to meet the Fire Daimyo in 2 days to stabilize the situation and reassure them. Orochimaru's actions have caused unrest, and I'm sure Iwa and Kumo have caught wind of the news. I've assigned a special envoy mission, and Shikaku's team will be leading it. Coordinate with him for follow-up until I return. If we can establish a peaceful resolution with Kumo, we should strive for that opportunity, Hiruzen informed Tsunade, laying out plans for the days ahead and providing her with specific instructions during his absence. Chapter 13. In the heart of the Nara clan compound, Shikaku was preparing himself for the diplomatic mission assigned by the Hokage. However, Kazuki, feeling a sense of foreboding, had armed his uncle to the brim, expressing his concerns. Kazuki, don't you think this is too much? It's not like I'm going to fight an entire army alone. This is just a diplomatic mission, and it might not even come to an exchange of blows. The meeting place is on neutral grounds at the border, Shikaku reasoned, aware of the inherent dangers of such missions but confident in his abilities as the Jonin commander. Uncle, I feel like something is not right. The timing of the meeting sounds suspicious. It all might be some sort of trap. Kazuki shared his worries, expressing a deep sense of unease. Shikaku, acknowledging the possibility of a trap, reassured Kazuki, emphasizing the intelligence Konoha had gathered to confirm the meeting's validity. But, uncle, where did Konoha gather this information? From what I know, Kumo has been watching us eagerly for any chance to pounce. With Orochimaru's recent defection, why are they still seeking peaceful dialogue? Something doesn't sit right with all this, Kazuki questioned, drawing from his past knowledge and recognizing that this was a crucial moment in the timeline, possibly influenced by recent tensions between the Nara clan and Danzo. In this altered world, where the familiar plot didn't apply, Kazuki's unease continued to grow. Deep in thought about Kazuki's concerns, Shikaku meticulously reviewed all the information regarding the upcoming diplomatic meeting. Most of the information had been gathered through ANBU channels, but the certainty of the entire exchange being limited to ANBU communications couldn't be guaranteed without delving into the records. Unfortunately, time constraints prevented Shikaku from conducting a thorough investigation. Responding to his lingering doubts, Shikaku decided to take additional precautions. He submitted a request to the Hokage, expressing his concerns and proposing the inclusion of another Jonin team. Alongside this, he enlisted the support of Choza Akimichi and a seasoned Nara Jonin to bolster the diplomatic team. Thus, what initially comprised 3 members was expanded to a more formidable group of 8. As Shikaku made his way to the village gate, he passed by several young Chunin squads preparing for missions within the Fire Country. The rising tensions and recent loss of manpower compelled even these young Chunins to take on perilous missions that typically would have been reserved for more experienced shinobi. The village was adapting to the heightened atmosphere of uncertainty, and everyone, regardless of rank, was feeling the weight of their responsibilities. As the diplomatic team proceeded towards the Fire Country border, a Root member diligently monitored their movements. Once the team's departure was confirmed, the Root operative hastened back to report to Danzo. Good, good. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Have all details related to the ninjas been thoroughly erased? Danzo inquired, his tone authoritative. Aware that he couldn't retain all the Root shinobi he had nurtured, Danzo was determined to ensure none of them went to waste. Yes, Danzo-sama. All your orders have been executed. Every record has been purged, leaving no trace connecting these ninjas to the Root. With this plan, Sandame will surely perish, and Danzo-sama will rightfully ascend to the position of Hokage. The Root operative praised Danzo sincerely, viewing him as the key to the Leaf Village's prosperity. If only it were that simple. You underestimate Hiruzen. If such a petty trick could end him, do you think the other villages would still fear him? Despite his age, that man remains as sharp as ever. Otherwise, do you believe the Reikage would merely be patrolling the border? Danzo explained that his jubilant mood was evident. While he typically wouldn't share such information with subordinates, today was an exception. If his plans unfolded successfully, he would achieve his dream. If Hiruzen perishes, well and good. If not, as long as my other plans come to fruition, he will no longer pose a threat, and he will step down from the Hokage position voluntarily. One more thing: ensure that none of the bodies can be retrieved. Place self-detonation seals on every one of them, Danzo commanded, and the Root ninja, without hesitation, set out to carry out the orders. The next day dawned with a crisp air as Shikaku's diplomatic team approached the border where the meeting was scheduled to take place. The cliffside chosen for the rendezvous provided a panoramic view of the surrounding landscape. Jagged rocks jutted out from the earth, and the team could hear the distant rustling of leaves as the wind whispered through the trees. The sheer drop from the cliff made it an ideal location for a clandestine meeting, but Shikaku couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Shikaku signaled for his team to remain vigilant as they approached the meeting place. The Kumo diplomatic team was already waiting, their figures silhouetted against the morning sun. The exchange of pleasantries seemed routine as the two teams met halfway, but Shikaku's instincts were on high alert. The Kumo Jonin leader, a formidable figure with a stern expression, stepped forward and said, Shikaku of the Nara clan, the Leaf's Jonin commander. We've been looking forward to this meeting. Shikaku nodded, maintaining his composure. Likewise, we're here for a peaceful dialogue. The exchange of scrolls commenced, with each side handing over their respective diplomatic documents. However, just as Shikaku was about to open the scroll presented by the Kumo Jonin, he sensed a disturbance. In a swift motion, he threw the scroll to the side, and before anyone could react, it detonated in a cloud of smoke and debris. The sudden explosion set off a chaotic chain of events. Both sides, initially gathered for diplomacy, swiftly armed themselves. Shikaku, having anticipated the betrayal, took evasive action, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the blast. As the smoke cleared, the tension escalated. The once peaceful meeting place now echoed with the sounds of drawn weapons and crackling chakra. Amidst the turmoil, the Kumo Jonin leader couldn't help but smirk. Well, Shikaku. It seems we've caught ourselves a big fish. Shikaku, bloodied but undeterred, retorted, you may have sprung a trap, but catching us won't be so easy. The surroundings revealed a shocking sight. The Kumo team had been joined by a third party. Dozens of shinobi, not all belonging to Kumo, emerged from the shadows. Shikaku's strategic mind quickly assessed the situation. Leaf Ninja, reform the defensive formation. We're surrounded, but not everyone here is from Kumo. Stay sharp, and let's figure out who our true enemies are, Shikaku commanded, rallying his team. The Kumo Jonin leader, now reveling in their supposed triumph, gloated, you Leaf shinobi are always so predictable. Falling right into our trap. Shikaku, with a calm yet determined demeanor, replied, this may not go the way you expect. The tension in the air was palpable as the standoff continued. Shikaku's team, battered but resilient, faced a formidable adversary, a collaboration between Kumo and an unknown faction. The cliffside, once a picturesque setting for diplomacy, had transformed into a battleground, and the fate of the Leaf's diplomatic mission hung in the balance. The ambush intensified as the smoke dispersed, revealing not only Kumo shinobi but also the presence of shadowy figures, their faces concealed beneath dark hoods. The atmosphere crackled with hostility, and the Leaf team found themselves besieged on multiple fronts. Amid the chaos, Shikaku's senses picked up a faint rustling behind him. Reacting on instinct, he swirled around, narrowly evading a lethal strike from a familiar figure. The Leaf Sensor Ninja, once an ally, has now revealed himself as a traitor. Shikaku, though swift, couldn't escape unscathed, and the enemy's kunai grazed his shoulder, leaving a searing wound. Why? Shikaku demanded, disbelief etched across his face. Why betray your comrades? The now rogue Sensor Ninja, his eyes hidden behind a cold facade, replied, orders. I was given orders, and I followed them. Nothing personal, just surrender and die. Shikaku gritted his teeth. The revelation stung, but there was no time for sentiment. The enemy forces closed in, launching a coordinated assault. The Kumo shinobi, skilled in lightning-style jutsu, unleashed a barrage of attacks, while the hooded warriors wielded grim techniques that hinted at a dark and twisted allegiance. As the battle unfolded, Shikaku's strategic mind kicked into high gear. His team, now encircled, fought valiantly. Choza Akimichi, using his immense strength, created shockwaves that sent opponents flying. The Nara Jonin manipulated shadows to confound the attackers, while the third Jonin utilized wind-style jutsu to create a protective barrier. Shikaku, with Kazuki's provided tools at his disposal, seized the opportunity to turn the tide. He hurled explosive tags and smoke bombs, creating diversions that momentarily disoriented the enemy. The Death Warriors, relentless in their pursuit, advanced, their eerie resilience making them formidable adversaries. In the midst of the chaos, Shikaku activated a series of seal tags, strategically placed beforehand. The tags emitted a radiant glow, and a surge of Chakra enveloped the Leaf team. Unbeknownst to the attackers, these seals weren't meant for offense but served as a defensive mechanism. They absorbed incoming attacks, granting the Leaf shinobi a brief window to counter. Shikaku's voice cut through the tumult, we need to break their encirclement. Aim for the openings and coordinate attacks on my signal. The Leaf team, despite the odds, fought with unwavering determination. Shikaku's quick thinking and Kazuki's foresight had provided them with a slim chance of survival. The battle raged on, a dance of jutsus, clashes, and strategic maneuvers, each member of the Leaf team contributing their unique skills to the effort. As the skirmish continued, Shikaku couldn't help but feel a mix of gratitude and resolve. Gratitude for the timely warnings from Kazuki and resolve to see the mission through, no matter the challenges they faced. The cliffside, once a site for diplomacy, now bore witness to a fierce struggle for survival, with the fate of the Leaf team hanging in the balance. The battlefield crackled with the intensity of jutsus colliding, the Kumo shinobi, and the mysterious black-clad warriors relentlessly pressing against the beleaguered Leaf team. The Death Squad moved with eerie precision, their attacks devoid of concern for personal safety, creating a chaotic dance of lethal intent. Amidst the onslaught, the Kumo shinobi initiated a collective lightning jutsu Raiden, Hibashi, channeling their chakra into a potent electric surge. The impending attack loomed over the Leaf team, promising devastation. However, Shikaku, ever resourceful, swiftly retrieved a seal tag and hurled it into the path of the impending storm. The seal tag, activated upon impact, unfurled a pitch-black barrier that seemed to defy the laws of physics. The barrier absorbed the formidable electrical onslaught, leaving the surrounding combatants astonished by the unexpected defense. The Leaf team seized this momentary distraction to regroup and counter. Capitalizing on the chaos, Shikaku, with calculated precision, directed Choza to create an opening. Choza, his massive form expanding exponentially, became a human battering ram, charging through the enemy ranks with the Nakuden Hari Sensha technique. The sheer force of his attack sent opponents scattering, creating a brief respite for the Leaf shinobi. However, the enemy forces swiftly regrouped, their determination undeterred. Shikaku, who had momentarily retreated during Choza's assault, prepared to resume the fight. Multiple attacks were hurled his way, and frustration edged his features as he dodged and weaved through the onslaught. Meanwhile, the Kumo Jonin commander, discerning the potency of the fallen seal tag, carefully retrieved it. Recognizing the threat it posed, he smirked, realizing its potential to turn the tide in their favor. The Kumo shinobi, now aware of the Leaf team's attempt to retreat, intensified their assault. Choza, despite enduring the brunt of the attacks, persisted in his mission to carve a path for his comrades. The Kumo ninja, determined to halt the Leaf team's escape, threw a barrage of attacks at the resilient Akimichi. Each blow he sustained seemed to fuel his resolve, his teeth gritted against the pain as he pressed forward. Chapter 14. The battlefield became a canvas of chaos, with jutsus colliding, explosions resonating, and the clash of wills echoing through the gorge. Shikaku, Choza, and the remaining Leaf shinobi fought with every ounce of their strength, determined to navigate through this lethal gauntlet and emerge victorious. Quick, stop them, they are about to break through. As the chaos of battle raged on, the Kumo Jonin leader keenly observed Shikaku's strategy. Recognizing the imminent breakthrough attempt led by Choza, he quickly grasped the perilous intent behind the black-clad ninja rushing to intercept. These mysterious figures, poised for self-destruction, aimed to take Choza down with them. In a split-second decision, Shikaku, his strategic mind working at lightning speed, snatched another seal tag and hurled it towards the approaching enemy. Activating the Jiraiyoku fin, the seal marks rapidly expanded, forming a translucent sphere with a radius of about 30 meters. Shikaku ensured that only the enemy ninja were encapsulated within the sphere, leaving the Kumo shinobi, who were caught within, with an ominous feeling. "Quick, get out of there!" the Kumo Jonin leader barked, realizing the impending danger. However, before he could react, the seal tag in his hand glowed, triggering two distinct explosions within the battlefield. The first explosion compressed everything within the sphere to a single point at its center. The suicide ninjas, unable to escape the confines of the seal, were compressed and exploded simultaneously. As the dust settled, the Kumo Jonin leader emerged battered and bleeding, missing an arm, as a testament to the destructive force of the explosion. The second explosion, a consequence of the pursuing Leaf ninja taking advantage of the chaos, claimed the lives of more than 24 shinobi. Seizing the opportunity, the Leaf team broke through the encirclement and made a swift escape, leaving the black-clad ninjas in pursuit, their relentless pursuit unaffected by the Kumo shinobi's predicament. "Leader, please issue us an order. Let us pursue, we might still be able to capture and kill them," Kumo Jonin pleaded, eager for vengeance. The battered leader contemplated the situation, his disappointment evident in the aftermath of their unpreparedness against Shikaku's array of lethal tactics. The Kumo Jonin leader acknowledged defeat, realizing that they underestimated the Leaf Jonin commander's strategic prowess. Each unexpected move had proven more lethal than the last, and their lack of information on the seal tags had cost them dearly. Surveying the devastation and considering the proximity of the fire border, he deemed pursuit unwise. Shikaku, armed with superior knowledge and a knack for deploying high-end traps, would render any pursuit futile. "Retreat," the leader commanded, erasing any traces of their involvement as they vanished from the scene, their pride wounded and lessons learned in the wake of an unexpected clash with the Leaf's formidable Jonin commander. Deep within a secure cave, about 60 miles away from the site of the Leaf diplomatic team's ambush, Shikaku activated the defensive barriers provided by Kazuki. The sealing barriers were of high quality, providing a secure location for the Leaf team to regroup and strategize. While they had successfully escaped the immediate threat, the black-clad ninjas were relentless in their pursuit. The Leaf team, however, did not emerge from the ambush unscathed. They had lost a Jonin during the ambush, a somber reminder of the dangers they faced. Shikaku, though striving to keep everyone alive, couldn't prevent the casualties. All members were injured to varying degrees, and their chakras had bottomed out, except for Shikaku and the Nara Jonin. Having undergone the phone ritual, their chakra reserves were nearly 5 times greater than before, granting them a substantial advantage. In the dimly lit cave, Shikaku swiftly pulled out a few scrolls and distributed them among the weary team. He provided clear instructions on how to use the scrolls, and a green halo enveloped each of the 6-leaf ninja. Miraculously, their injuries started healing visibly, and even Choza, who had sustained severe injuries, felt his fighting spirit restored after using a second scroll on himself. "Commander, what kind of divine scroll is this? How is it healing our injuries? I can feel my chakra being restored. And those phone tags literally saved our lives out there today," inquired the Sarutobi clan ninja, expressing the collective curiosity of the group. Choza, grateful for Shikaku's preparedness, joined in, eager to uncover the secrets that had proven life-saving during their dire situation. "It's just some new things that our Nara clan created. I'm relieved that I was carrying these along. But what worries me is something else altogether. Something still doesn't feel right," Shikaku confessed, his mind still racing to identify the missing piece of the puzzle. "Honestly, it would be great if the Nara family could share these life-saving items with other clans. Young Master Asuma is always a bit of a hothead, and with a few more trump cards, it will relieve some of Sandame's stress," remarked the Sarutobi clan jonin, unaware of the impending urgency in Shikaku's demeanor. Suddenly, a shift in Shikaku's expression caught everyone's attention. His tone grew serious as he addressed the Sarutobi clan ninja. "Asuma Sarutobi, we need to move quickly. Asuma Sarutobi's life might be in danger. We are going to split up. Jin, Taiki, both of you are with me. Choza, I want you to lead the other two towards the village, cause a distraction, and make sure you reach the village. Pass the message, we will need reinforcements if I am right." Shikaku's instructions were delivered with urgency, and the team quickly mobilized. The necessity of splitting up was clear with the black-clad ninjas still on their trail. A prolonged battle was not an option. Shikaku shared a few scrolls and their functions with Choza, and though the team didn't fully understand the situation, they trusted Shikaku's intellect and followed his orders. Time was of the essence, and a blind rescue mission began to unfold. Luckily, Taiki had casually asked Asuma about their mission, so they had a general direction to move. If not, Shikaku would have been flying a blind rescue. The dense forest echoed with the rhythmic pounding of footsteps, accompanied by the heavy panting of a man sprinting through the shadows of towering trees. In a swift and desperate motion, he clutched a young teenage lad to his back, his body limp and unconscious. The forest path seemed to blur as the man moved with urgency, navigating the uneven terrain with a singular focus. Upon closer inspection, the signs of an intense struggle became apparent. Both the man and the teenager were covered in dust, dirt, and fresh wounds. The teenager's face was pale, and his body hung lifelessly over the man's shoulder. Blood seeped through a makeshift bandage hastily tied around the lad's torso, evidence of a severe injury. The man, too, bore the scars of a fierce battle. His clothes were torn and stained with blood, and the left side of his shirt hung loosely, revealing a gruesome sight: his left arm was missing. A crude and hurriedly tied cloth attempted to stem the bleeding, but the fabric bore witness to the difficulty of the task. Despite the urgency of their flight, the man moved with controlled desperation. His eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for any signs of pursuit. Every rustle of leaves or snapping twig caused him to tense, ready to react to an unseen threat. The forest canopy above cast intermittent shadows on their path, creating an ominous backdrop for the man's desperate journey. The air was heavy with a sense of urgency, and the man's gritted teeth and furrowed brow revealed the pain and determination etched on his face. He navigated through the forest with an almost instinctive knowledge of the terrain, as if every step was a calculated move to elude an unseen adversary. The distant echoes of pursuit, or perhaps his own racing heartbeat, fueled the man's determination. He knew that time was of the essence, and the forest, with its twisting trails and concealed dangers, became both his ally and his enemy. The gravity of the situation was palpable, etched into the lines on his face and the silent plea in his eyes. Meanwhile, in another place, the moon hung high in the velvety sky, casting an ethereal glow upon the darkened forest. Leaves rustled and shadows moved silently among the trees as the ANBU guards of Hiruzen Sarutobi stealthily navigated the underbrush. The third Hokage, a silhouette of wisdom and power, stood with an air of anticipation. Without warning, the tranquility shattered. Lightning arced through the air as the Kumo shinobi revealed themselves, a well-coordinated ambush led by Dode. The Hidden Leaf's defenders reacted with practiced efficiency, kunao meeting shuriken in a symphony of clashing metal. Dode's voice cut through the chaos. "Tonight, the hidden leaf falls. He proclaimed. As the battle ensued, Dode's elite Jonin squad moved with speed and precision, attempting to outman over the ANBU. A Kumo shinobi launched a barrage of senbon, aiming for the Hokage. Hiruzen swiftly deflected them with a twirl of his staff. Doton, Shinju Zansha no Jutsu. Earth Release, Double Suicide Decapitation Technique, one of the ANBU chanted, causing the earth to swallow an approaching Kumo ninja, trapping them in a prison of solid rock. Amidst the melee, Dode, fueled by arrogance, advanced towards Hiruzen with a whirlwind of momentum. Your era ends here, Sarutobi. But the third Hokage remained unfazed, executing a seamless substitution jutsu. Dode's attack connected with a log, leaving him momentarily off balance. Hiruzen reappeared behind the Kumo leader, delivering a precise kick that sent Dode sprawling. Meanwhile, the Eight Tails loomed, its chakra resonating with the forest. Hiruzen's ANBU guards, expertly coordinating their efforts, engaged in a synchronized dance of taijutsu. The Eight Tails swung their immense tails, creating shockwaves that threatened to upend the battleground. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, and his hands wove through a rapid series of seals. Katon, Hizekish. Fire release, ash pile burning, he incanted, spewing forth a torrent of burning ash that obscured the battlefield. Dode's squad struggled to maintain their formation as the ash clung to their forms, limiting their visibility. The Hokage seized the opportunity, his staff channeling wind chakra. Futon, Repushao. Wind release, gale palm, he shouted, unleashing a powerful gust that dispersed the ash and sent Dode's squad reeling. The Kumo shinobi, disoriented, found themselves facing a renewed assault from the ANBU. Yet Dode, undeterred, gathered his composure. Raiden, Jian. Lightning release, false darkness, he roared, sending a lightning javelin hurtling towards Hiruzen. The Hokage met the challenge with finesse, weaving through the attack and countering with a barrage of explosive tags. Doton, Kekai, Dordmu. Earth release barrier, earth prison dome of magnificent nothingness, another ANBU intoned, erecting an earthen barrier that confined Dode within a makeshift prison. The Jonin struggled against the confines, thwarted in his attempt to reach the Hokage. Amidst the chaos, the Eight Tails roared with fury, their tails morphing into deadly weapons. Hiruzen, undeterred, faced the colossal beast head-on. Suten, Suiri Dan no Jutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, he commanded, conjuring a massive water dragon that clashed with the Eight Tails, creating a spectacle of elemental power. As the battle reached its crescendo, Dode's voice echoed, strained but defiant. You can't stop us, Sarutobi. The third Hokage's eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve. This is the village that will endure through generations, he declared, channeling his chakra into the very core of the battlefield. The majestic dance of fire, earth, wind, and water continued beneath the moonlit canopy, a testament to the indomitable spirit of the hidden leaf. The forest bore witness to a battle that transcended time, etching the saga of a Hokage who stood resolute against the storm. As the battle raged on through the night, the moon waned, and the first light of dawn began to pierce through the dense forest canopy. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and the residue of chakra-infused clashes. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, stood resolute amidst the dwindling shadows, his aging yet formidable frame a testament to the indomitable spirit of the hidden leaf. The Kumo shinobi, battered and bloodied, faced an adversary who seemed to draw strength from the very essence of the village he protected. Dode, the Kumo squad leader, sported injuries from the numerous exchanges, his haughty demeanor replaced by a simmering desperation. The Eight Tails, now diminished with 2 sacrificed tails, loomed ominously behind him. Chapter 15. Hiruzen, his breath visible in the cold morning air, scanned the battlefield. His eyes, sharp with experience, detected the signs of exhaustion and hesitation among the Kumo ranks. Seizing the opportunity, he gathered his remaining ANBU guards and prepared for the final push. A Kumo shinobi, sensing the impending assault, launched a barrage of wind-infused kunao at the Hokage. Hiruzen countered with precise hand movements, weaving a protective barrier of swirling wind that deflected the projectiles harmlessly away. Doton, Yomi Numa. Earth release, swamp of the underworld, another ANBU intoned, causing the earth beneath a group of Kumo shinobi to transform into a quagmire, swallowing them whole. The muck proved to be an inescapable trap, hindering their movements. Dode, undeterred, unleashed a surge of lightning-infused chakra, his body crackling with electricity. Raiden, rake. Lightning release, Fiery lightning howl, he shouted, directing a powerful lightning beam towards Hiruzen. The Hokage, however, countered with an advanced wind release jutsu. Futon, Kazekiri no Jutsu. Hiruzen declared, summoning a razor-sharp whirlwind that intercepted and dispersed the incoming lightning. Dode's attack was thwarted, leaving him momentarily vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Hiruzen's staff danced through the air, leaving trails of fire and wind as he engaged the Kumo shinobi. Katon, Carry and Dan. Fire. Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, he roared, exhaling a torrent of flames imbued with wind chakra. The flames took the form of a mighty dragon that engulfed Dode and his squad, forcing them on the defensive. In the midst of the chaos, an ANBU operative intercepted a Kumo shinobi attempting to flank the Hokage. The two engaged in a swift exchange of taijutsu, the clash of fists and kicks echoing through the forest. The ANBU's movements were precise, but the Kumo shinobi, fueled by desperation, displayed remarkable agility. As the battle continued, the casualties on both sides mounted. ANBU operatives fell, their sacrifices marked by the silent shadows of the forest. The Kumo shinobi, outnumbered and outmatched, struggled to withstand the relentless onslaught. Hiruzen, his eyes reflecting the weight of leadership, pressed on. Dode, now visibly fatigued, attempted a final gambit. Rantan, Jian. He shouted, launching a barrage of laser-like beams infused with both fire and lightning chakra. The beams cut through the air with deadly precision, threatening to overwhelm the Hidden Leaf defenders. Yet, Hiruzen stood unwavering. With a series of hand seals, he invoked a protective barrier of swirling elemental chakra. Doton, Gremu no Jutsu. Earth. Release, Golem Technique, he declared, creating an impenetrable fortress of earth and wind that absorbed Dode's destructive assault. With Dode momentarily stunned, the Hokage seized the opportunity. Shunshin no Jutsu. Body. Flicker Technique, he whispered, disappearing in a blur and reappearing behind the Kumo leader. Hiruzen's staff arced through the air, aiming for a decisive strike. However, the Eight Tails, sensing the imminent danger to their commander, roared defiantly. Bijudama! It thundered, gathering an immense sphere of chakra in its maw. With a forceful release, a colossal shockwave of energy erupted, dispersing the battlefield and creating a crater in its wake. The explosion sent both Dode and Hiruzen flying in opposite directions. The forest fell into a stunned silence as the echoes of the clash resonated through the morning air. Dode, battered and on the brink of defeat, gazed defiantly at the Hokage. As Hiruzen rose from the rubble, his tattered robes billowed in the morning breeze. His weary eyes, reflecting both the physical toll of battle and the weight of leadership, met Dode's defiant gaze. The Kumo squad leader, bruised and battered, struggled to maintain his composure in the face of the Hokage's unwavering resolve. Is the Reikage intent on starting a full-blown war between our villages? Hiruzen's words echoed through the clearing, each syllable carrying the weight of responsibility and concern. The forest seemed to hush in anticipation, awaiting Dode's response. Dode, though prideful, recognized the gravity of the situation. The Eight Tails, its chakra subsiding, loomed in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding dialogue. The Kumo squad leader swallowed his pride and spoke, "This was an infiltration, not an official declaration of war. Our intent was not to provoke conflict but to test the strength of the Hidden Leaf." Dode's eyes narrowed, a mixture of frustration and realization crossing his face. Hiruzen's expression remained stern. "Testing our strength with such aggression is a dangerous game, Dode. The Hidden Leaf has endured through countless trials, and we are not afraid of war. Return to your Reikage and make it clear if it's a war he desires, then that's what he will have. But let him also understand the consequences." The Hokage's words hung in the air, a solemn declaration that resonated through the forest. Dode, recognizing the futility of further resistance, nodded reluctantly. "We will return," he conceded, his voice a low growl. "But know this, Sarutobi, the Hidden Cloud will not forget this night." With those words, Dode signaled to his surviving squad members, and the remnants of the Kumo shinobi began to withdraw. The Eight Tails, still recovering from the battle, followed suit, retreating into the shadows of the forest. As the Kumo shinobi disappeared into the distance, Hiruzen turned to survey the aftermath of the conflict. The battlefield, scarred and battered, bore witness to the resilience of the Hidden Leaf. His ANBU guards, though diminished in number, stood ready, their loyalty unwavering. "Sandaime-sama," the ANBU guard leader spoke in a low, respectful tone, "Why don't we capture the 8 tails and seal it? It would deal a fatal blow to Kumo, and they wouldn't dare carry out such sneak attacks in the future." Hiruzen, his weary eyes reflecting both the toll of battle and the burden of leadership, considered the suggestion. The battlefield was now in their favor, with the enemy in retreat. However, he knew that decisions made in the heat of victory could have far-reaching consequences. "That is not the 8 tails' true body, it's simply a clone with the majority of the 8 tails' chakra," Hiruzen explained, his voice measured. "After losing so much chakra, even the 8 tails would take a couple of months to recover." The ANBU leader nodded, understanding the intricacies of the situation. The Hokage's awareness of the limitations of the 8 tails clone revealed his deep knowledge and strategic foresight. Hiruzen, despite the apparent victory, felt an ominous undercurrent beneath the surface. The recent attack had left him uneasy, and his instincts warned him against complacency. He looked at the clearing where the battle had raged, the scars of conflict still fresh in the morning light. "Clear the battlefield and return to Konoha immediately," Hiruzen instructed the ANBU guard, his tone firm. "Something doesn't sit right with me. We cannot afford to let our guard down." The ANBU leader acknowledged the order with a silent nod, and the operatives swiftly moved to clear the area. The fallen leaves and debris of the battle were swept away, leaving only the echoes of the confrontation in the now quiet forest. Hiruzen, despite the relative calm, remained vigilant. The ominous feeling lingered, a reminder that the shinobi world was a delicate balance of power and intrigue. The victory, while significant, left a trace of uncertainty in its wake. As the ANBU guard completed their task, the Hidden Leaf forces prepared to return to Konoha. The journey back, though victorious, was undertaken with a sense of caution. The forest, having witnessed the clash between two powerful villages, seemed to exhale a sigh of relief as the shinobi departed. Hiruzen, walking among his retreating forces, pondered the implications of the night's events. The Reikage's actions and the deployment of the 8 tails were not to be taken lightly. Outskirts of Konoha. The moon hung low in the night sky, casting a pale glow upon the dense foliage of the Forest of Death. Unbeknownst to the residents of Konoha, a shadowy group of cloaked shinobi, numbering more than 100 strong, stealthily infiltrated the village through the forest. Silent as the wind, their movements were coordinated and precise, befitting a force with a definite goal to cause maximum disruption within the village. The group advanced in a formation that betrayed their extensive training, moving with a fluidity that allowed them to breach the village's barrier undetected. Their cloaks, blending seamlessly with the shadows, rendered them nearly invisible in the moonlit night. The air was tense with anticipation as the infiltrators navigated the labyrinthine trails of the forest, their senses attuned to any signs of detection. Just as they were about to emerge from the Forest of Death, a sudden disruption shattered the stillness of the night. A massive barrier, unseen until that moment, materialized around the infiltrators, encasing them in a glassy dome that shimmered in the moonlight. Before they could react, the tranquility was replaced by a symphony of deadly intent. In an instant, the dome was filled with a barrage of shurikens and kunais. The air buzzed with the lethal hum of the projectiles, each one seeking its mark with deadly precision. Simultaneously, the silence was shattered by the unleashing of powerful fire ninjutsu, the flames dancing with an almost malicious intent. The black-clad ninjas found themselves trapped in a meticulously crafted ambush. The Forest of Death, once a place of eerie quietude, is now echoed with the chaos of conflict. The infiltrators, skilled though they were caught off guard, their formation shattered as they desperately sought cover within the confines of the barrier. Within the dome, the shadows played tricks, and the moonlit glint of weapons clashed with the dancing flames. The air became charged with the chakras of both attackers and defenders, creating an almost tangible tension. The clash was swift and brutal, with the hidden assailants struggling to regain their footing against an enemy whose mastery of the terrain proved formidable. The leader of the infiltrators, a figure distinguished by a red insignia on their cloak, barked out commands, attempting to restore order among the chaos. "Spread out! Counterattack!" they shouted, their voice cutting through the pandemonium. The Konoha defenders, concealed within the forest and armed with a meticulous knowledge of their surroundings, continued their assault. The sound of jutsu colliding, metal meeting metal, and the sporadic cries of the infiltrators filled the night. The once tranquil forest became a battleground, its serenity replaced by the harsh reality of shinobi warfare. As the battle unfolded, the residents of Konoha remained blissfully unaware of the conflict raging so close to home. The village slept, its guardians engaging in a silent struggle to protect the peace that lay just beyond their walls. Among the defenders was a skilled tracker, clad in the vestiges of the Konoha police uniform. His eyes, sharp and observant, followed the movements of the infiltrators with precision. Sensing a moment of vulnerability, he signaled to a group of hidden ninjas poised in the treetops, ready to rain down a deadly barrage. The attackers, now realizing the severity of their predicament, attempted to regroup. The leader, their red insignia now smeared with dirt and blood, issued a retreat order. Fall back! We have walked into a trap. The Konoha defenders, however, were relentless. Their knowledge of the Forest of Death, combined with their home field advantage, gave them an upper hand. The barrier that had initially entrapped the infiltrators now became a prison from which there was no easy escape. The black-clad ninjas, disoriented and facing an overwhelming force, fought desperately to break free. However, their attempts were met with a strategic barrage of jutsu and projectiles, turning the once stealthy infiltrators into targets within the confines of the barrier. As the battle wore on, the forest floor became littered with bodies, both attackers and defenders. The moon continued its silent vigil, bearing witness to the clash of shadows beneath its pale glow. In the heart of the Forest of Death, the ambush unfolded with relentless intensity. The echoes of the skirmish reverberated through the trees, a haunting symphony of combat. The infiltrators, having lost their initial advantage, faced the relentless determination of the Konoha defenders. As dawn approached, the battleground painted a stark picture of the night's conflict. The once hidden assailants were now exposed, their ranks decimated by the defenders. The Forest of Death, true to its name, stood witness to the ebb and flow of shinobi warfare. Chapter 16. As the sun cast its first light upon the leafy canopy, the victorious Konoha defenders regrouped. The infiltrators, their cloaks stained with defeat, faced the consequences of their ill-fated mission. The residents of Konoha, still oblivious to the nocturnal struggle, would wake up to a village that had weathered another clandestine threat. The aftermath of the battlefield lay silent, a haunting canvas stained with the remnants of a night's skirmish. Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Sunin, strode amidst the echoes of conflict. Her presence commanded respect, and the Uchiha police force, clad in their distinct attire, surrounded her in a stoic formation. From their ranks emerged Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan's police force. As Tsunade walked through the scene, the gravity of her aura seemed to cut through the tension-laden air. The ground beneath her sandals bore the indelible marks of the clandestine battle that had unfolded beneath the Forest of Death's looming canopy. The cloak she wore, now stained with the remnants of enemies, was a testament to the ferocity with which she had defended the village. Fugaku, his Sharingan eyes ablaze with an unwavering resolve, stepped forward from the ranks of the Uchiha defenders. His stern expression reflected both duty and acknowledgement of the legendary Sunin's authority. Tsunade, her gaze sharp and unyielding, addressed the Uchiha leader with a question that carried the weight of urgency. Were we able to retrieve anything? Tsunade's inquiry resonated with authority, a demand for answers in the aftermath of the covert assault. Fugaku, meeting the legendary Sunin's gaze with a respectful nod, responded, "None, Tsunade-sama. Every body has been destroyed by some kind of technique. There are no traces left." The revelation hung in the air, a somber acknowledgement of the methodical eradication of evidence. The Uchiha clan, despite its discontent with the village's higher UPS, held an unwavering loyalty to Tsunade Senju, one of the three legendary figures who had left an indelible mark on the shinobi world. Tsunade's gaze swept across the battlefield, her acute senses absorbing the gravity of the situation. The absence of evidence hinted at a calculated enemy and adversary who left no trail for investigators to follow. Her mind, sharp and analytical, processed the information as she considered the implications of the attack. The Uchiha police force, a silent and vigilant presence, awaited further instructions from their legendary Sunin. The forest, which had been witness to the clash of shadows and the dance of lethal jutsu, seemed to exhale a sigh of relief in the wake of the Hokage's scrutiny. As Tsunade continued her inspection, her thoughts delved into the shadows of the shinobi world. The forest, with its gnarled branches and concealed pathways, held secrets that transcended the battlefield. The Uchiha, once regarded with suspicion, now stood as guardians of the village, their loyalty proven through action. Fugaku, recognizing the unspoken burden that Tsunade carried as one of the legendary Sunin, spoke with a solemn yet respectful tone. "Tsunade-sama, we are at your disposal. The Uchiha clan stands ready to assist in any way necessary to safeguard Konoha." The legendary Sunin acknowledged his words with a nod, her expression revealing a mix of gratitude and concern. The village, though momentarily spared from the immediate threat, now faced the challenge of unraveling the mysteries concealed within the shadows. The Forest of Death, having borne witness to the clash between unseen forces, stood silent but not indifferent. Its secrets were intertwined with the very fabric of Konoha, a reminder that the village's guardians must remain vigilant against the ever-present threats that lurked in the dark corners of the shinobi world. As Tsunade and the Uchiha police force retreated from the battlefield, the Forest of Death enveloped the scene in a shroud of mystery. The echoes of the night's conflict lingered, a haunting melody that would resonate in the memories of those who guarded the village hidden in the leaves. Forest within Fire Country. The dense forest, once tranquil, bore witness to a desperate chase. A lone jonin, burdened by the unconscious form of his junior Asuma, pushed forward through the foliage, a trail of blood marking his faltering steps. Behind him, a relentless pursuit unfolded, with the menacing figures of Kumo shinobi closing in with deadly intent. Among them, the ominous presence of Yujito Nii, the two-tailed Jinchuriki, added a layer of dread to the pursuit. The jonin couldn't fathom how the mission had spiraled into this nightmare. What was meant to be a routine B-rank bandit extermination had morphed into a meticulously laid trap. As an elite jonin, he grappled with the weight of helplessness, haunted by the memories of his fallen comrades. The chunin under his command had been mercilessly slaughtered, and he had sacrificed not only his partner Shikamaru but also one of his arms to save Asuma. Blood loss sapped his strength, yet sheer will propelled him forward. Asuma's unconscious form, draped over his back, was a reminder of the cost paid in the chaos that had unfolded. The Inyazuka jonin struggled to recall the precise moment when everything went awry. Now, with the shadows of Kumo closing in, his thoughts raced, focusing on the immediate need to survive. Suddenly, an electrifying attack cut through the air, a Raiden technique aimed at ending the desperate flight. The Inyazuka jonin, with heightened senses and alertness, instinctively dodged using his own technique, a swift and evasive Gatsuka. The abrupt evasion disrupted his stride, leaving him vulnerable as the 6 Kumo shinobi closed in, encircling the faltering leaf shinobi. Amidst the encirclement, Yujito Nii, the Jinchuriki, taunted the beleaguered jonin. "It's true what they say about dogs, they sure can run. Are all of the Konoha ninjas cowards like you?" Despite the mocking words, the leaf jonin remained silent, his focus on the encircling threat, calculating the moment to break free. "Enough playing around. Quickly finish them both, we need to retreat before their reinforcements arrive," the leader of the Kumo hit team urged Yujito. The urgency in the leader's voice hinted at the gravity of their mission. Yujito, acknowledging the advice, signaled it to her comrades. The 6 Kumo shinobi unleashed their individual raiding techniques, a synchronized assault meant to overwhelm and obliterate. The encirclement tightened, and jonin braced for the impending onslaught, resigning himself to what seemed an inevitable fate. Yet, just as despair threatened to consume him, salvation emerged from the shadows. Out of nowhere, 2 black, metallic-like constructs materialized, surrounding the beleaguered jonin. With astonishing speed, the constructs erected a protective barrier, absorbing the onslaught of raiding attacks. The sudden turn of events left both the Kumo shinobi and the jonin astonished. The barrier, a testament to an unknown ally's intervention, held firm against the storm of lightning. The jonin, gripped by a mixture of relief and bewilderment, watched as the black constructs absorbed every attack meant for him. In that fleeting moment, a renewed surge of hope coursed through him. The leader of the Kumo hit team, frustrated by the unexpected turn, barked orders to regroup and retreat. The encirclement dissolved as the Kumo shinobi, begrudgingly acknowledging the unforeseen obstacle, faded into the shadows. The constructs lowered the protective barrier, and jonin, now free from the immediate threat, slumped to his knees. The weight of exhaustion and the toll of the harrowing ordeal pressed upon him. He spared a grateful glance at the mysterious savior, whoever they may be, and silently expressed his gratitude. Katon, Hiskish, fire release, ash pile burning. As the ashen veil blanketed the battlefield, obscuring the chaos that had transpired, the 6 Kumo ninja moved swiftly to regroup. Amidst the settling ash, one of the Kumo shinobi became momentarily distracted, unaware of the ominous shadows that concealed a deadly threat. In a sudden and silent ambush, multiple shadow thorns skewered him from various angles, rendering him injured. The remaining 5 Kumo ninja, shaken by the unforeseen attack, regrouped swiftly. 3 of them closed in on the exhausted Inyazuka jonin, whose breaths were heavy and his strength was waning. The battlefield, now shrouded in tension, awaited the next surge of action. 2 black constructs, manipulated by the skilled puppeteers Shikaku and Jin, advanced purposefully to engage the Kumo shinobi. The metallic puppets, enigmatic in their origin, moved with a fluid grace that belied their seemingly rigid structure. The Kumo team, cautious and wary, exchanged glances during the initial confrontation with the mysterious constructs. Simultaneously, Taiki, the third member of the Leaf team, ignited a sudden and potent ash-based attack. The ashen veil spread rapidly, burning the entire battlefield. Amidst the confusion, the distracted Kumo ninja, who was already injured, failed to notice the dancing shadows. The concealed threat culminated in the swift skewering by multiple shadow thorns. The Kumo team leader, a seasoned ninja with keen observation skills, quickly recognized the puppeteering mastery behind the rescue attempt. Nara Shikaku, the Leaf Jonin commander, and his skilled companion Jin Nara. A sly smile crept across the Kumo leader's face, realizing that their hunt for the exhausted Inyazuka Jonin might yield an even greater bounty than anticipated. The fallen comrade seemed like a trivial cost in the grand scheme of their mission. The engagement intensified as the Kumo ninja, now on guard, faced the dual threat of the metallic puppets and the determined Nara Jonins. Shadows danced across the battlefield, blending with the settling ash and the dappled moonlight filtering through the canopy. The black constructs, guided by Shikaku and Jin's strategic minds, executed a synchronized assault. Swift and precise, they countered the Kumo shinobi's every move, showcasing a level of coordination that hinted at the expertise of their puppeteers. The Kumo team, though cautious, found themselves pressured by the relentless barrage. As the two Nara Jonin, accompanied by their enigmatic black metallic puppets, held back the relentless assault of the 5 Kumo shinobi, Taiki swiftly fell back into the shadows. Unfurling multiple scrolls with practiced efficiency, he initiated a rapid healing process for both Asuma and the exhausted Inazuka. The scrolls glowed with restorative energy as Taiki worked his scroll magic, mending wounds and revitalizing the weary shinobi. Without a moment's pause, he reached into a pouch, retrieving a handful of medicinal pills provided by the Jonin commander earlier and deftly administering them. Asuma, though still in the clutches of mental fatigue, showed signs of stirring. His eyelids twitched, a testament to the revitalizing effects of the medicinal intervention. The Inazuka Jonin, now fully restored to a fighting state, stood guard over Asuma, a silent sentinel protecting his comrade's vulnerable state. The Sarutobi Jonin, having ensured the young master's safety, didn't linger. With a swift and determined motion, he propelled himself back into the fray to reinforce his Nara comrades. The forest echoed with the clash of steel and the hum of Chakra, a battleground where shadows and puppets danced in tandem. The Kumo team leader, though commanding, found himself at an impasse. His attempt to find the Chakra threads controlling the metallic puppets proved futile. The Jonin leader's voice sliced through the chaos, echoing his frustration. "What are you guys doing? Someone, sever those Chakra threads. They are puppets, once we sever the connection, we can overwhelm them. It's not Chakra manipulation, they are using shadow manipulation to control the black puppets." Yujito Nii, a perfect Jinchuriki, was able to find out how the puppets worked with the help of Matatabi, and the two-tailed Baijuya warned her owner to be aware of those black puppets as they were emitting ominous energy. The Kumo ninjas were confused about how the hell they were supposed to sever shadows. Confusion gripped the Kumo ninja as they grappled with the enigma before them. The black puppets resisted physical blows, actively absorbed incoming ninjutsu, and were brimming with concealed weapons and poisons. Doubt crept into their minds. When did the Nara clan master the art of puppetry? The Nara, with their shadow manipulation, seamlessly controlled both their puppets and engaged in combat simultaneously, presenting a formidable challenge. The Kumo team found themselves gradually overwhelmed, with the metallic constructs proving to be resilient adversaries. Frustration edged across their faces as they struggled to find a way to sever shadows. The Kumo team leader, recognizing the urgency of the situation, issued a decisive order: "Yujito, there's no need to hold back anymore. Quickly release the two tails." Chapter 17. Yujito, weighing the risks and understanding the mission's importance, nodded in acknowledgement. The two-tailed beast within her, Matatabi, had warned her of the potential failure if they continued down the same path. The Inazuka ninja, now healed and standing guard over Asuma, sensed the gravity of the situation. Determined to support his allies, he chose to stay behind rather than retreat with Asuma, his fighting strength restored. As the tide of battle shifted, Yujito, facing the disadvantage, decided to unleash the full might of Matatabi, the two tails. The transformation unfolded in a blaze of azure flames, revealing the majestic and fearsome form of the ancient cat-like entity. Matatabi, adorned in sleek, azure fur, possessed multiple tails that swirled with ethereal flames. The beast's eyes gleamed with a combination of intelligence and feral intensity, and its whiskers extended gracefully from its formidable visage. Sensing the impending threat, the leaf ninjas tactically retreated. Before Taki could advise on further action, the Jonin commander Shikaku and Jin bit their thumbs and swiftly formed hand seals and pressed their hands onto the ground, initiating the complex technique of summoning. Kukiyo no Jutsu. As the ritual concluded, two colossal entities materialized on the battlefield, standing tall and formidable. Shikaku's summon took the form of a Cerberus-like hellhound, boasting 3 ferocious heads, each with eyes that gleamed with an otherworldly intelligence. Jin's summon, resembling a 2-headed Orthrus, exuded an aura of darkness, with pitch-black flames escaping from its menacing maws. Both hellhounds were shrouded in an eerie shadow, and their presence alone sent a collective shiver through the battlefield. The sudden appearance of these monstrous entities, comparable in size to the Two Tails, caught everyone except the Nara members off guard. The Leaf and Kumo ninjas alike were momentarily stunned by the summoning, their focus drawn to the overwhelming power the Nara had just unleashed. Yujito, these beasts are from the ancient clan of Hell Beasts, believed to guard the underworld itself, Matatabi spoke, the information laden with a weight that hinted at the beast's formidable lineage. It's not going to be easy to bring them down quickly. Their family is known to hunt down their offenders aggressively, and their ancestry goes back even beyond the 3 blessed lands. It is believed they were responsible for killing the tailed beasts a couple of times. If we couldn't revive continuously, the number of tailed beasts would have been less because of them. The revelation underscored the dire challenge that lay before Yujito and Matatabi. The Hellhounds, manifestations of ancient power and guardians of a sinister lineage, stood as formidable adversaries on the battlefield. Damn it, first shadow puppets, and now monstrous summons. What the hell has our intelligence team been doing? How can we be blind to all this? The Kumo Jonin leader fumed, frustration edged across his face. The mission, intended to assassinate a mere Chunin, had escalated into a maelstrom of chaos with the deployment of a tailed beast. His reputation hung in the balance, and the fury that surged within him overrode caution. In a fit of impulsive anger, he issued a reckless order to launch an all-out attack. Amidst the tension, Shikaku, the Nara Jonin, betrayed a cunning gleam in his eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for, an opportunity to unleash the trump cards provided by Kazuki. Properly coordinated, these tactics could turn the tide of the battle, potentially burying the Kumo Jonin team on this very battlefield. With a bit of luck, Shikaku even entertained the thought of dealing a heavy blow or, if fortune favored him, eliminating the Jinchuriki. Determination radiated from him as he prepared to deploy the main trump card against the tailed beast. The shadow puppets, which looked like simple puppets, held more secrets. The battlefield became a stage for the impending clash as the two hellhounds, summoned by the Nara Jonin, lunged towards the Two Tails. The confrontation unfolded on a grand scale, with each side showcasing their might in a symphony of jutsu, claws, and ethereal flames. The Leaf and Kumo ninjas, caught in the midst of this escalation, felt the seismic shift in the battle's dynamics. The very air crackled with anticipation as the shadow puppets, yet to reveal their full potential, awaited Shikaku's command. The Hellhounds, embodiments of ancient power and guardians of the underworld's secrets, clashed ferociously with the Two Tails. The forest, once a serene backdrop, now resonated with the clash of elemental forces and the roars of mythical beasts. Shadows danced amidst the chaos, and the moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting an otherworldly glow over the unfolding spectacle. Konoha. The sun hung high in the sky as Hiruzen Sarutobi hurried through the bustling streets of Konoha. The village, seemingly tranquil on the surface, belied the tension that lingered in the air. The elderly Hokage's senses were on high alert, his instincts tingling with the anticipation of troubling news. As he approached the Hokage office, he noted the subtle changes in the atmosphere, the hushed conversations, the occasional glances exchanged among the ANBU guards stationed strategically across the village. Upon reaching the Hokage office, Hiruzen was met with Tsunade Senju, who had taken charge in his absence. Her expression was a mix of concern and determination, mirroring the gravity of the situation. The room itself seemed charged with an unspoken urgency. "Tsunade, what has transpired in my absence?" Hiruzen inquired, his voice a low rumble that conveyed both authority and worry. Tsunade's gaze met Hiruzen's, and without mincing words, she began recounting the events of the previous night. The ambush, the black-clad shinobi, and the treacherous betrayal by one of their own, the Leaf's own censor ninja. As the narrative unfolded, she also shared that there might be a possible threat to Asuma's life, Hiruzen's furrowed brow deepened in worry, and the lines on his face edged a story of concern and regret. Hiruzen's eyes widened with a mix of shock and concern. The weight of the situation rested heavily on his shoulders. Before he could process the entirety of the information, Tsunade continued, Asuma Sarutobi is currently out on a mission with 2 Chunins and an elite Jonin. The attackers seemed to aim for a direct assassination. It is suspected the mission listed was a trap set for Asuma's life. However, Shikaku Nara is currently leading a makeshift rescue team. The original diplomatic team managed to escape the Kumo trap, and Jonin Choza and 2 others reported back to the village with Shikaku Nara's plans and requested reinforcements. The Jonin commander must have foreseen the danger and had already set up an intercept team a day in advance to rescue Asuma. A sigh of relief escaped Hiruzen, but it was short-lived. The realization that his son was in grave danger fueled a surge of anger within him. Tsunade, recognizing the turmoil in the elder Hokage's eyes, stepped forward and offered her support. Sensei, we have already dispatched 3 squads to intercept and rescue Asuma. Choza Akimichi is leading the mission personally. We are doing everything in our power to bring him back safely. Originally, Tsunade wanted Choza to rest because the team led by Choza Akimichi had only returned early in the morning. His team of 3 had to literally go through hell to reach the village, as the black-clad shinobi were relentless in their pursuit, and without Shikaku's seal tags, there was a high chance they wouldn't have made it back. The team had to kill close to 24 ninjas to make it back to the village and relay all the details to Tsunade Senju, who was temporarily in command of the Leaf Village. After realizing the seriousness of the issue, the Sunin immediately sent 3 squads of ninjas as reinforcements to intercept the enemies and save Asuma Sarutobi. Choza had personally offered to lead one of the 3 squads after replenishing himself with the new Nara medicines, and even though he was mentally fatigued, he joined the rescue team to support his friend. As the weight of the situation pressed down on Hiruzen, he staggered back, the gravity of the news threatening to overwhelm him. Tsunade quickly moved to his side, guiding him to a chair. The aging Hokage, known for his unwavering composure, was visibly shaken by the revelation of his son's peril. Carefully, Hiruzen asked, "Is there any news from Asuma's side? Have they made contact?" The atmosphere in the room became charged with a mix of anxiety and determination. As Hiruzen regained his composure, a renewed fire burned in his eyes. "If any harm befalls my son, there will be consequences. I swear it," he declared, his voice carrying the weight of a leader and a father pushed to the edge. Tsunade nodded solemnly, her expression mirroring the gravity of the situation. "We share your concern, Sensei. Our priority is Asuma's safety, and we will not rest until he is back within the walls of Konoha." Hiruzen, despite his aged appearance, emanated a quiet strength. "Tsunade, mobilize the forces, and put them on standby. Gather intel on Kumo's movements, I need to know every detail. We can't afford any more surprises." The once calm and orderly Hokage's office was now a scene of turmoil. The usually diplomatic and dialogue-seeking Sandame had cast aside his usual approach, opting for a drastic measure. In a rare move, he declared a full-scale war mobilization, signifying the severity of the situation. Tsunade, perceptive as ever, recognized that this time the enemy had crossed a line that struck a chord deep within her sensei. As the Hokage's orders reverberated through the village, the ANBU swiftly sprang into action. Their shadows darted through the hidden pathways, relaying urgent commands to the various ninja clans that comprised Konoha's formidable military force. The village, a well-oiled machine in times of crisis, responded with alarming efficiency. The gears of war started turning, and the intricate clockwork that was Konoha's military apparatus began to hum with activity. Tsunade, observing the rapid mobilization, couldn't shake the gravity of the situation. The enemies had not only attacked Konoha's representatives but had also ventured into the sacred territory of the Sarutobi clan, crossing a line that demanded a response. As the village geared itself up for the impending conflict, Tsunade harbored no illusions about the consequences that awaited those responsible for endangering the young Sarutobi. She knew that if any harm befell Asuma, it wouldn't just be a matter of personal vendetta for the Hokage. The declaration of war was imminent, and the formidable war machine known as Konoha, with its skilled ninja, strategic prowess and unyielding spirit, would unleash its might upon those who dared to threaten one of their own. Root Base, Konoha. The Root Base echoed with the destructive symphony of breaking objects as Danzo, in a rare display of losing composure, vented his anger and frustration. The usually composed and calculating leader was now fuming, unable to contain his rage at the failure of the meticulously crafted plans. The Root ninjas, loyal to a fault, knelt in silence, allowing their leader to unleash his wrath on the inanimate objects surrounding him. Danzo's mind raced, grappling with the reality that none of the four-pronged attacks had succeeded. His frustration was compounded by the fact that not even one of the elaborate plans had borne fruit. "How can you all be so incompetent?" Danzo's voice thundered through the room. He had invested heavily in these schemes, sacrificing deep undercover spies and compromising the security of the village by selling confidential information to Kumo. The loss of nearly 200 elite root operatives, though a mere inconvenience to him, added fuel to his fury. Despite the setbacks, Danzo wasn't one to succumb to defeat. In the midst of his rage, a glimmer of hope emerged. The pursuit of Asuma Sarutobi by Kumo presented a potential opportunity. If the young Sarutobi were to fall, Danzo calculated that it would break Hiruzen, paving the way for him to step into the role of Hokage and lead the village to what he deemed a glorious victory. Chapter 18. He composed himself momentarily, realizing that all was not lost. Internally scoffing at the perceived incompetence of the Kumo elites, Danzo focused on recalculating his countermeasures. He knew the importance of keeping his involvement discreet and ensuring no evidence traced back to him. However, what baffled him the most was the unexpected counterattack from the Uchiha clan. His plan to use the root to cause chaos within the village and question Hiruzen's competence had backfired. He directed his frustration at a kneeling root ninja, demanding an explanation for the oversight in monitoring the Uchiha. Danzo's anger reverberated in his question, "Had I not asked you to monitor all the clans? How were the Uchiha able to deploy such a force without our knowledge?" The root ninja, feeling the weight of Danzo's wrath, gulped before attempting to explain. "Danzo-sama, it was the Sunin Tsunade who led the Uchiha to intercept our offensive. As for how the Uchiha escaped our monitoring, we are still investigating, and the root operatives are barred from entering the Uchiha compound." Danzo seethed at the thought of rebellion within the village. His mind raced with suspicions about Tsunade's knowledge of the plan. The root ninja, though unable to provide answers, reassured Danzo that no leak had occurred from their end and that they had systematically removed anyone even remotely connected to the failed incident. Danzo, though infuriated by the current state of affairs, found solace in the fact that his tracks were well covered. Inside the Nara compound, the atmosphere was thick with worry as Yoshino anxiously awaited news about Shikaku and the perilous mission to rescue Asuma. The weight of the situation pressed heavily on her, but she tried to maintain a facade of composure for both her sake and that of little Shikamaru and Kazuki. Kazuki, though deeply concerned, demonstrated a calm exterior. When he first received word of the ambush and Shikaku's subsequent decision to lead a rescue effort, an impulse to rush out and aid his uncle surged within him. However, he quickly suppressed this emotional reaction, adopting the rational mindset characteristic of the Nara clan. Realizing that venturing out alone would only exacerbate stress within the Nara family, Kazuki chose to trust in Shikaku's intelligence and capability. Throughout the village, an air of anticipation lingered, with the fate of the young Sarutobi hanging in the balance. The night passed in tense silence, with the villagers collectively holding their breath. However, with the early dawn of the next day, a glimmer of hope emerged. 4 figures, clad in the recognizable attire of Konoha Jonin, made their way stealthily towards the Leaf's main entrance. Despite their battered and bruised appearance, each displaying wounds more severe than the last, the group maintained a steady and vigilant pace. Shikaku's team had already spotted the ANBU agents returning to report to the Hokage, ensuring that their journey continued without interruption. Shikaku, leading the party, was visibly injured. A bandage covered his right eye, a testament to the severity of his wounds. Jin Nara, one of Shikaku's trusted comrades, had suffered a devastating loss, his arm was now missing. The severity of their injuries was evident, and yet, their steps remained resolute as they approached the village entrance. The news of their arrival spread quickly, and the village held its breath, waiting for the report that would bring relief or despair. Shikaku, understanding the emotional turmoil the Hokage must be experiencing, directed the team to hasten their pace towards the Hokage's office. Taiki, carrying his young master Asuma on his back, pressed forward, navigating through the village with determination. The severity of their injuries spoke volumes about the challenges they had faced, creating an atmosphere of both concern and anticipation among the onlookers. An ANBU ninja materialized next to the Hokage, adopting a respectful kneeling posture. "Hokage-sama, the Jonin commander, and his team are back. They are currently escorting Chunin Asuma safely to the Hokage's office." Hiruzen Sarutobi, eagerly anticipating news about his son, couldn't help but sigh in relief. The entire Hokage office, including the ANBU guards and Tsunade, let out a collective exhale. Knock, knock. Come in, Hiruzen responded, regaining his composure upon hearing that Asuma was safe. He straightened his posture, ready to welcome the Jonin rescue team. Unnoticed by many, Danzo, who had been occupying a corner in the office, had an unpleasant expression when the ANBU announced Asuma's safety. Danzo and the other elders excused themselves upon confirming Asuma's safety, leaving to face the impending turmoil. After ensuring Asuma was unharmed, Tsunade quickly examined him and relayed that he was only resting due to mental fatigue. The Hokage's office now was only occupied by the 4 Jonin, Tsunade, and the Hokage, with Asuma peacefully sleeping. Only after confirming his son's safety did Hiruzen turn his attention to the 4 Jonin. Tsunade had already begun administering treatment after assessing the severity of their injuries. Shikaku, your eye? The Hokage inquired, a hint of concern evident as he observed the bandaged right side of the Jonin commander's face. There's nothing to worry about, Hokage-sama. Luckily, I didn't lose my eye, just a few scars. I got a bit ambitious, thinking I could take down a cat. It's a mere scratch, my nephew should be able to patch me back up. However, Jin and Izuna's wounds are much more serious. Of the 4 Jonin, Jin and Izuna had lost an arm each, potentially ending their shinobi careers. Shikaku had recovered Jin's arm and sealed it, ensuring that Kazuki, their nephew, might have a solution, as he had directed Shikaku to do so under similar circumstances. Tsunade, attending to the Inezuka's wounds, was surprised to see that the severed stump had completely healed. Such high-level healing could only be achieved through advanced Iryo ninjutsu. Knowing that none of the 4 Jonin were proficient in such techniques, she couldn't help but question. How did you guys heal yourselves? Did you meet up with the reinforcements we sent? No, Tsunade-sama. With Asuma's life being targeted, we made sure to avoid any and all teams. We couldn't be sure if we could trust all our ninjas, so I had to take a cautious approach. I'm afraid we have a few traitors in our midst. Otherwise, how can one explain the Kumo ninja infiltrating so deep into the Fire Country? Shikaku had a grave tone when expressing his concerns to the Hokage and Tsunade. As for the healing, it was thanks to this. Shikaku pulled out 2 healing scrolls, passing one each to Hiruzen and Tsunade while also explaining how to activate them. Both Tsunade and Hiruzen marveled at the ingenuity of the healing scroll. It represented a fusion of Fuinjutsu and Iryo ninjutsu, a portable medical ninja encapsulated in a simple scroll. Tsunade, as Kazuki's master, couldn't help but appreciate the practicality and complexity of the scroll. Even Hiruzen, known for his vast knowledge, found himself gaping at its intricacies, pondering what he could offer the Nara clan in exchange for a steady supply of these remarkable medical scrolls. After the moment of admiration passed, Shikaku proceeded to give a detailed report of the mission from its inception. Hiruzen and Tsunade were intrigued by the motivation behind Kumo's sudden attack. Considering their losses during the Third Shinobi War, the death of the Third Reikage, and now the Fourth Reikage's attempt to assert authority, they speculated that Kumo sought war merits to strengthen their position. Hiruzen shared his personal encounter with Kumo during the attack on him, recounting how he repelled the Eight Tails clone. In that case, with both their Jinchuriki incapacitated, I guess they won't be able to launch a large-scale offensive, at least for half a year or more, Shikaku calculated, assessing the strategic implications of the information. It dawned on Hiruzen and Tsunade that when Shikaku mentioned a cat, he wasn't making a joke. They had confronted and survived an encounter with the Two Tails Jinchuriki. They had even managed to save Asuma from this formidable opponent. What do you mean by their Two Tails being incapacitated? If your information is authentic, we can push Kumo back and gain momentum, Hiruzen proposed, realizing the strategic advantage they could exploit in the absence of 2 powerful Jinchuriki. Honestly, Sandaime-sama, if I had been a bit more careful, we might have been able to terminate the Two Tails carrier. Unfortunately, we overextended and could only retreat after partially sealing the Two Tails, Shikaku admitted, expressing a tinge of regret for not achieving a more decisive outcome. Hokage-sama, it wasn't the family head's fault. I got a bit too greedy for glory and broke formation, allowing the Two Tails to escape. However, I still took a good chunk out of that cat in exchange for my arm. I am sure, as Shikaku-sama said, the Two Tails should be out of commission for at least a year after our partial sealing, Jin Nara chimed in, taking responsibility for the missed opportunity. They had killed all the Kumo shinobi, but the Two Tails Jinchuriki had managed to retreat safely. The Hokage considered the information carefully, weighing the strategic advantages and contemplating the potential ramifications of Kumo's weakened position. The more they heard about the Nara members' claims, the more dumbfounded Hiruzen became. He unconsciously turned towards the Sarutobi Jonin, who had been part of the mission, seeking confirmation. Taiki simply acknowledged that whatever they were saying was true, and, if anything, they were downplaying their prowess and contribution. Taiki reflected on the arsenal of techniques and tools employed during the mission: special sealing tags, summons, puppets, medical scrolls, special medicines, and the remarkable large-scale fuinjutsu executed by the two shadow puppets in tandem to seal the two tails. It struck him that the Nara clan had become remarkably powerful. While Hiruzen was surprised, he chose not to delve further at the moment. Instead, he decided to have a detailed discussion with the Nara clan head later, after obtaining a comprehensive rundown from his own clan, Jonin. As the Hokage, I am delighted to say that the mission was executed exceptionally well. However, as a father, I would like to sincerely thank each of you for saving my son. I promise that I will not rest until everyone involved in this attack is punished. Moreover, I intend to personally visit each of your clans to express my gratitude for saving Asuma. I understand the sacrifices you made, and you have my heartfelt gratitude once again. Even though Hiruzen acknowledged the inherent risks of a shinobi's life, his concern for his child's well-being was evident in his words. Asuma was carefully taken back to the Sarutobi compound, where he could receive the care he needed. Meanwhile, the Jonin, accompanied by Tsunade, proceeded to the Konoha hospital for a thorough checkup to ensure there were no hidden injuries. It seems like I should give that kid a good whack, he has kept so many things, even from his master. It seems like I need to have another good talk with your nephew, Shikaku, remarked Tsunade, who was accompanying the Jonin. While still examining the medical scroll in her hand, she couldn't fathom how the young Kazuki had dared to keep such a novel invention a secret from her. Now, with the medical scroll being deployed on the field, many of the village clans would undoubtedly want to get their hands on these life-saving treasures. With Tsunade backing the young prodigy, Shikaku couldn't help but smile at the ingenuity of Kazuki's idea and why he had chosen to delay the release of the scrolls. Tsunade, too, understood the importance of having strong backing. If the Nara clan had introduced such novel items without sufficient support, the village higher UPS would likely try to take advantage in the name of the village's well-being. The other clans, seeking their own benefits, would gladly back up the council to ensure they got a piece of the pie. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was becoming increasingly intrigued by the little Nara prodigy. He was well aware that Danzo had his sights set on the child and that he was creating trouble for the Nara clan. After learning from Shikaku that all these inventions were from a 5-year-old Nara, Hiruzen's curiosity piqued. He picked up a crystal ball and placed it on the table. Chapter 19. Initiating the telescope technique, Hiruzen began searching for the Nara clan's chakra signatures that he was familiar with. However, what awaited him was a foggy picture, as if the entire Nara compound was shrouded in a thick mist. Determined, Hiruzen tried to zero in on Shikaku's son's chakra signature, a familiar one. The scene changed, but it was a blank screen with no pictures. Just when Hiruzen contemplated ending the jutsu, the picture cleared, revealing the Nara clan head's home. Before he could focus on the house, he saw a child stepping out, looking directly in his direction as if monitoring him. The child waved and returned to the house, and the screen turned blank again. Hiruzen was shell-shocked. The child must have been Kazuki, and he had detected his spying. Realizing that the kid must have extraordinary spatial awareness and had set up specialized barriers around the Nara clan, Hiruzen felt a mix of amazement and shame. A child had managed to deploy a barrier better than the entire village, which struggled to detect enemy ninjas. He knew he needed to have a talk with the kid sooner or later. Kumagakur, Reikage's office. What's the current status of Yujito? How long do you think it will take for you to break the seal? The Reikage's voice resonated with impatience and anger. The fuinjutsu used is unlike anything I have witnessed before, the old man began, his tone grave. Yujito was fortunate that the sealing ritual was not completed, the seal was only applied partially. If it had been completed, you can be sure that we would have lost the two tails. The level of sealing jutsu rivals that of the Uzumaki clan, but the base of the Fon is entirely different. It's a completely new lineage of Fon mastery, and this might prove to be a great issue for our Baijuyu in the future. The old man shared his conclusions and concerns with the Reikage. Despite his fury, the Reikage showed respect to the elderly expert. The old man belonged to the generation of Reikage's great-grandfather and had been around since the Warring States era. His vast experience and deep knowledge regarding various clans commanded reverence even in the face of the Reikage's wrath. Are you telling me that we might not be able to deploy the two tails in the future? The Reikage's voice carried a mix of frustration and disbelief. No, you fail to recognize the severity of the threat. What I'm telling you is that it was heaven's luck that Yujito survived. Trying to tamper with such a complex Fuinjutsu is as good as sentencing Yujito to die. Although we may not be able to break the seal, as the seal was only partial, I believe, by my estimation, that the seal should dissipate naturally within a year. If you want to remove the seal right away, then the only solution is to get the entire sealing formula from the leaf, the old man explained calmly. He was the only one who could casually address the fourth Reikage by name, and I didn't refute because the old man held the knowledge and ability to treat I as his junior. If not for this, the fourth Reikage would have responded with force to anyone who dared speak to him in such a manner. Remember, Fuinjutsu is the most complex and difficult art to master. It is believed that Fuinjutsu arts even predate ninjutsu itself. But once someone masters Fuinjutsu, they can be the most dangerous adversaries out there. Ashina Uzumaki was one of the best examples of what a Fuin master was capable of. He took down a total of 7 cage-level shinobi before perishing, and that man was not in his prime back then, and if rumors were to be believed, he was over 200 years old at the time of his death, and each one of those who he killed was an expert in their own field. Even under the combined siege of Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri, the Uzumaki stood strong. If not for the leaf's betrayal and the Uzumaki being stabbed in the back, they would still be standing strong, the old man added, sharing a historical perspective on the potency of Fuinjutsu and its profound impact on the course of events. I contemplated the old man's advice. This blunder wouldn't have happened if he had complete authority in the council. Although now, with the council's plans in shambles, he could assert his dominance and get the council members in line. However, he couldn't hide his frustration at almost losing one of the two Jinchuriki on this wild endeavor. Do we have any news from the spies? Any idea who this new Fuin master of the Leaf Village is? The Reikage inquired, expecting some information. None of them answered, as the head of the information department was already out of commission. It was at this time that the young assistant of the Reikage stepped forward to mitigate the awkward silence. Reikage-sama, from the news our spies have sent back, there doesn't seem to be any information regarding a new Fuin master. However, from going through the mission reports, it is clear that all the special seals and tags were deployed by the Jonin commander of the Leaf, Shikaku Nara. So, the new master of Fuinjutsu must have an intricate connection with the Nara family, the young assistant reported, providing the information gleaned from the available reports. Elder, what do you suggest? I would like to hear your input on this matter. With both our Jinchuriki temporarily out of commission, we cannot launch a full-scale offensive. The Leaf has already deployed forces on their border, so we can't launch a surprise attack as it would only be counterproductive, I inquired, seeking the wisdom of the council elders to formulate a plan in light of recent setbacks. First, we need to see if we can uncover the identity of this new Fuin master. If possible, have him join Kumo, if not, he or she is someone who needs to be eliminated, no matter the cost. Although we don't know the current prowess of the sealing master, we cannot let a second Ashina-like figure to flourish, especially if it's from a leaf, because that would be disastrous to us. I suggest you send a copy of this information to the other villages too, because it may help us down in the future, and also make sure to discreetly send a copy of this information to Danzo Shimura of the Leaf. If there is someone who we could use in the Leaf to our benefit, then that's him. The elderly man advised I, and he excused himself from the meeting to help the sealing team research the seal on Yujito and also possibly help her relieve some of the torment that she was currently going through. From his initial study, he understood that unlike the other seals that are used to restrict the Baijuyu, this one was clearly designed to corrode the Baijuyu Chakra, so unless the Jinchuriki continuously provides a large amount of Chakra to counteract the corrosion, they would simply wither and die. This seal was targeted directly to harm the carrier rather than to seal the Baijuyu, because essentially killing the Jinchuriki is like directly killing the tailed beast itself. 2 days after Shikaku's return, deep in the Nara family compound, in a room prepared for a Fuin ritual, Tsunade, Shikaku, and the Nara family elder silently observed from behind a glass wall as Kazuki performed an advanced Iryo ninjutsu combined with various Fuinjutsu. The procedure was to assist Jin in reattaching his lost arm. Tsunade, as the foremost expert in the medical field, carefully observed every move. She knew of a few methods to regrow a lost arm and then reattach it, but they took a considerable amount of time, and the new limb might not integrate seamlessly with the body. However, Kazuki's method seemed to restore Nara Jonin's arm to 100% without any drawbacks. It was a marvel that incorporated Fuinjutsu to compensate for the original loss of vitality in the arm, something not achievable with standard Iryo ninjutsu. The kid is simply a marvel. At first, I came here to discuss the medical scrolls, but here he is reattaching an arm as if he's simply gluing it back on a doll. I feel like I wasted so many years studying Iryo ninjutsu when I compare myself to him. Tsunade shared her thoughts with the Nara elder as she observed as the operation neared its end. Come now, Tsunade-sama, you cannot say that. If you feel so, you need only ask about the countless lives that you have saved, they will tell you otherwise. And Kazuki himself praises you, saying that if there was someone who could outsmart him in the field of medicine, that would be you. Shikaku offered his humble opinion, highlighting Kazuki's admiration for Tsunade. Come now, Shikaku, do you expect me to be so shameless as to compete with a 5-year-old, right? Do you have any idea what I was doing when I was 5 years old? And, at the end of the day, he is my student. So, no matter how far he grows in the future, I will share the glory, Tsunade countered in a jovial manner, boasting about her prodigious student. As they continued their discussion, the room's door opened, and Kazuki and Jin stepped out. Jin's arm was completely bandaged and hung from a sleeve around his neck. Kazuki-kun, I really do owe you one for helping me get back my arm. If not, my career as a shinobi would have ended, Jin expressed his gratitude sincerely. Come on, Uncle Jin, you owe me more than for your arm. I heard from Uncle Shikaku that you lost the shadow puppet that I gave you. You better pay me in full, humph, Kazuki retorted in a jovial way, showcasing his comfortable relationship within the Nara clan. Jin could only sheepishly scratch his head with the free arm, pretending he didn't hear young Kazuki's comment. Jin, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? Shikaku inquired, showing genuine concern as Jin was one of his close friends and they had grown up together. Oh, I feel like I am good as new. I should be able to return to clan duties within a couple of weeks, Jin replied after feeling his now reattached arm, optimistic about his swift recovery. As the party returned to the main building, a Nara guard informed them that the Hokage had made a personal visit and was waiting for them at Shikaku's home. Everyone understood that this was not an official visit but a personal one, prompting only Shikaku, Tsunade, and Kazuki to walk and meet the Sandaime. Upon entering the house, they found Sandaime leisurely enjoying tea. Shikamaru was carefully observing the old man, while Yoshino and Shizune stood by the side, ready to serve more tea if needed. Hiruzen noticed the trio entering the house and placed the teacup back down. Ah, Tsunade, you're here too. Come, sit. There are no strangers here. Shikaku, no need for formalities. Take your seat. I'm not here on official business, just a casual visit, the Sandaime welcomed them. Tsunade casually walked over, took a seat, and poured herself a cup of tea. She was familiar with the Nara home, having become a regular visitor after taking Kazuki as her student. She enjoyed his cooking, so her visits were frequent. Kazuki Naizen, isn't this the peeping Aji-san that you told me about earlier? Little Shikamaru's comment dumbstruck the entire crowd. Tsunade, who was drinking tea, sprayed out a mouthful and glared at the old man with dangerous eyes. She knew that her sensei and Jiraiya had weird habits, which she hated to the bone. Shikamaru, what nonsense are you talking about? Apologize to Hokage-sama immediately. Yoshino, the ever-strict mother, reprimanded Shikamaru and glared at Kazuki, who was looking at the ceiling as if the matter had no connection to him. Shikaku didn't know how to respond, and Shizune was giggling in the corner. Chapter 20. Cough, cough, Hiruzen composed himself and said it must have been a misunderstanding. He quickly changed the topic and mentioned the reason for his visit, to personally thank them, as he had promised earlier. He then revealed that he would like to discuss various matters with Kazuki personally. Shikaku, though reluctant, knew that he couldn't interfere with the Hokage's decision. He wanted to clear the room, but Kazuki intervened and said there would be no discussions without his uncle present. Shikaku was grateful for the kid, knowing Kazuki could handle the conversation personally, but he wanted to give his uncle weight. Kazuki insisted on Shikaku being present. However, Tsunade had no such issues. She stated directly that she would remain to ensure that the old man would not take advantage of little Kazuki. When Shikaku heard this, he couldn't help but sweat. He knew how intelligent and cunning his nephew was. If someone was to be taken advantage of today, it would be Sandaime himself. Shikaku quickly deployed barriers to make sure no one could eavesdrop on their conversation. Hiruzen was momentarily intrigued but then ignored it. Old man, Kazuki started. Shikaku raised his brows at the lack of a proper title and was about to reprimand him, but Hiruzen waved his arm. That's all right. With him being Tsunade's disciple, he is my grand disciple, so this way of him addressing me seems right. Tsunade simply snorted at the old man's comment. Hiruzen was so crafty that with a single statement, he established seniority in the meeting. Kazuki couldn't help but praise the man's intelligence. One cannot simply hold the title of Hokage for close to 4 decades without such intelligence. Old man, before we start, I need to clarify something, and your genuine answer will decide how this meeting will proceed. Kazuki dropped his childish facade and turned serious. Hiruzen understood that, no matter how young, a Nara will always be a Nara. In the future, if a day ever comes where the actions of your close ones threaten the safety of this village directly or indirectly, will you defend them? Kazuki dove into the heart of the matter. Even in his previous life, he had always wondered why Hiruzen kept defending the likes of Danzo and others, even though he held such great power. The only answer he could come up with was that it was not that Hiruzen was naive or incompetent, it was just that the man was too kind for his own good. He couldn't bring himself to harm Danzo, even when he had tried to eliminate him multiple times. After the recent incident with Shikaku, even though there was no evidence, Kazuki knew in his gut that it was all arranged by Danzo. However, although Kazuki might not be able to kill him right away, he was determined to make sure to completely strip Danzo of his official powers and whatever else Danzo managed to retain. He would slowly whittle them down, one at a time. Kazuki was not naive enough to believe that he could directly clash with Danzo and come out unscathed. He was confident in his abilities, but what if Danzo targets his family, especially little Shikamaru? All it would take is one blade slipping past his defenses, and he would lose his loved ones forever. And such a gamble was not worth it. So, Kazuki had to eliminate Danzo slowly, one strike at a time. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, listened attentively to Kazuki's question. The room was filled with a tense silence, and even Tsunade, who usually had a strong presence, was quietly observing the exchange. The question posed by the young Nara cut straight to the core of leadership, responsibility, and personal connections. After a thoughtful pause, Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. Kazuki, you ask a question that every leader must confront at some point in their journey. It's the delicate balance between duty to the village and the bonds we share with those close to us. In an ideal world, these two aspects would never conflict, but reality is often more complicated. Spare me of your words of wisdom, old man. I may be a child, but I am not naive. You should know who and what I am talking about. Kazuki didn't let the elder Hokage slip to answer the previous question. Kazuki's straightforward accusation hung heavily in the air, creating a tense atmosphere in the room. Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, felt a mixture of concern and caution. While he had his suspicions about Danzo's involvement, he understood the importance of evidence. Kazuki, Shikaku began, choosing his words carefully, accusing a village elder without concrete evidence can have severe repercussions. I share your concerns, but we must proceed cautiously. Jumping to conclusions without proper investigation goes against our principles. Hiruzen, recognizing the gravity of the situation, chimed in, Kazuki, I understand your frustration, and I assure you we will look into the matter. However, we must follow the proper channels. If there's any truth to your suspicions, we'll address them accordingly. Accusations without evidence can lead to unrest and disharmony within the village. Tsunade, who had been silently observing, added, Kazuki, your determination to protect those close to you is admirable, but we must balance justice with prudence. Let's focus on gathering evidence and ensuring a fair investigation. Kazuki, although resolute, knew that he had to navigate this delicate situation carefully. I appreciate your concerns, but recent events have left me with a lack of trust. I need assurances that the investigation will be unbiased and thorough. Hiruzen nodded, understanding the challenge ahead. I assure you, Kazuki, that we will handle this matter with the utmost diligence. We will uncover the truth and ensure justice is served, but we must do so within the framework of our village's principles. You still try to defend that rat even after all this, Sandame. What is it going to take for you to take action? Are you not even aware that he no longer considers you a friend? He even planned to get your son killed to break you. What else is it going to take? Will you only react after seeing Asuma or someone else's cold, dead body in front of you? Kazuki's words cut deep into Hiruzen's heart. He couldn't help but clench his hands in anger, but he knew that whatever the kid said was true. Even Tsunade by the side showed a rare trace of helplessness, as she also understood how much leeway her sensei was providing to his friend. Danzo was only using this to his advantage. She even believed that Nawaki and Dan's deaths had something to do with Danzo, but because of her sensei defending Danzo, she couldn't act. The room remained silent for a long time, with no one interrupting the old man's thoughts. Hiruzen let out a long sigh and looked Kazuki in the eye. As Konoha's third Hokage, I swear that if anyone, I say anyone, were to threaten the village's safety and its values, I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, will personally punish them with my all. Kazuki knew it must be difficult for the old man, so he wanted to give him some leeway now that he heard his genuine answer. Don't worry, old man. I will not ask you to personally kill him unless he crosses the line. And this is the first request that I bring up, and it's non-negotiable. Root must be disbanded, and Danzo must be stripped of all military powers that he holds. He can hold an empty title as an elder, but that's it. He should not have any decision-making powers whatsoever, and this should be done in front of a council meeting. Kid, I understand that you are angry, but you can't simply ask me to strip a village elder's power just like that, and with Danzo having Root entirely under control, taking power from him without a proper cause will only cause chaos in the village, Hiruzen said, his tone serious as he tried to convey the gravity of the situation. Kazuki, in response, pulled out a scroll and handed it over to the hostage. Like I said earlier, old man, I might be young, but I am not naive. I am not dumb enough to ask for something without proper evidence. The contents of the folder should be enough to remove Danzo from power, Kazuki remarked confidently. As Hiruzen read through the scroll, he became increasingly troubled and couldn't help but sigh, eventually nodding in acknowledgement. With Danzo temporarily contained, Kazuki shifted the conversation to the main negotiation. Now that the matter is dealt with, what is it that the Hokage of Leaf wants from the Nara clan, and what is the village ready to offer in exchange? Kazuki wore a business-like expression, intending to maximize the benefits for the Nara clan. Hiruzen collected himself, placing the scroll inside his robe, and entered into the business negotiation earnestly. Before we start, kid, how sure are you about the seal that was placed on the two tails, Jinchuriki? Is there any way they could break that seal? Hiruzen inquired. Kazuki couldn't help but laugh at the old man's question and smirk before responding to the Hokage. There is no way they will be able to crack my 16-fold restriction seal Jiroku Jsei Fin unless they have a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster on their side. If I am not wrong, Kumo should approach Leaf soon under the guise of negotiation. Don't be fooled. When the time comes, old man, their true intentions will be anything but peaceful coexistence. You do not have to worry about the seal being removed. You can rest assured that the two tails will be out of commission for at least a year. That's good to know, and I'm just curious, kid, where did you get all this knowledge about Fuinjutsu? As far as I remember, the Nara clan does not have a deep understanding of Fuinjutsu, Hiruzen inquired, genuinely puzzled about the source of Kazuki's knowledge. Ahem, Hokage-sama, remember the S-class mission I had placed on behalf of the Nara clan to salvage the ruins of the Uzumaki clan? We were able to retrieve a substantial amount of information from the ruins, and we found a few locations where the Uzumaki had built shrines to preserve part of their knowledge. We also cleaned up the Uzumaki temple on the outskirts of the Leaf, Shikaku blurted out before Kazuki could respond. This revelation had been bothering him, and he felt a weight lifted off his chest. It wasn't as if the Nara clan had done something wrong, they had placed an exploration task through proper channels. According to the task guidelines, anything salvaged would belong to the person who placed the request. Back then, Hiruzen didn't care much about the task because the ruins had already been wiped clean by various parties, including the Leaf. Additionally, after the Nine Tails attack, the Nara family placing so many S-class requests was considered a windfall, so Hiruzen did not deny it. Hiruzen could only wear a dumbfounded look, wondering how lucky the Nara clan could get. He couldn't help but express his thoughts. Shikaku, shouldn't the Nara clan have handed over such important information to the village? Sandaime-sama, technically, that does not belong to the Leaf, and the Nara clan followed proper procedure to gain access to that information as it was part of the mission parameters. Shikaku sheepishly defended the Nara clan's actions. He knew this was a delicate matter, and the only ones who could actually lay claim to these items were the Uzumaki. But still, Shikaku, don't you think those things belong to the Uzumaki? With the Leaf's relation to them, these items should be left under the village's care, Hiruzen pressed. using the moral card to emphasize the value of the Uzumaki-related information. How much more shameless can you be, old man? You still have the face to ask about Uzumaki things after blatantly betraying them. And please don't give me excuses that the village didn't know about it back then. This is one more reason why I want to strip Danzo of his power, Kazuki interjected, refusing to let the old man take advantage and throwing a wrench into the old man's plans. Chapter 21. And before you say anything about it being Naruto's inheritance, don't worry. I have already handed over all the original copies and the related items to my master. As Mito-sama's granddaughter, she is part Uzumaki and qualified to be Naruto's guardian. Until he is ready, she will hold on to these items on the Uzumaki clan's behalf, Kazuki stated, outsmarting the cunning old man, leaving Tsunade chuckling at the exchange. Sigh, fine. Both my disciple and grand-disciple hate me. Shikaku, what the village is most interested in are those medical scrolls. What would it take for the Nara clan to part with the creation method of these scrolls? Hiruzen redirected his attention to Shikaku, hoping to gain some advantage. Old man, are you ignoring me? I am the creator of those scrolls. You don't expect the Nara clan to hand over the golden egg-laying goose for a chump change, do you? Kazuki questioned, fully aware of Shikaku's respect for Hiruzen. Kazuki, quiet down. I apologize on the kid's behalf, Sandaime-sama. However, the Nara clan has no intention of handing over the creation method, as this is something that would help us strengthen our family's foundation. I have already decided that the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi families will be establishing a joint venture to sell these scrolls directly. As for the village, we are able to provide a set number of scrolls each year as a tribute. There are different levels of scrolls, and we can discuss the specific number at a later time. As an added benefit, we can provide the scrolls for purchase for village use and the Sarutobi clan at a discounted price, Shikaku explained, having already discussed these matters with Kazuki. Fine, that's doable. I hope Nara will provide an agreeable price. Now, let's talk about those special medicines that I have heard about from Taki. Other than the highest versions, I suggest the Nara clan share the recipes for the lowest and mid-level medicines for the benefit of the village. This way, I can even defend the Nara clan when the other clans accuse the Nara of monopolizing business and acting against the self-interest of others, Hiruzen proposed. Shikaku nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of such concessions in a village structure where mutual benefits were crucial to maintaining harmony among clans. Old man, so tell me, what is the village willing to exchange? You have only been taking from the Nara. I don't see you offering anything in return, Kazuki challenged Hiruzen as if trying to defer payment for goods already procured. Kid, you lack patience. How greedy can you be? Here, take a look at this, Hiruzen said, passing a scroll over to Shikaku. Meanwhile, Kazuki took out an old, tattered scroll and handed it to Hiruzen. While my uncle goes through the terms, tell me, old man, what can you provide in exchange for this? Kazuki inquired, his tone suggesting a business transaction. Hiruzen, waiting for Shikaku's assessment, was intrigued by Kazuki's actions. Tsunade, too, was curious about the ancient-looking scroll. As Shikaku carefully reviewed the terms, Hiruzen opened the scroll Kazuki had handed him. To his surprise, the scroll contained an entire lineage of fire-related jutsu, a valuable treasure that likely belonged to a specific clan. Kid, where did you get this? Do you know the value of this scroll? Why not give this to Grandpa Hokage as a gift? Hiruzen tried to coax Kazuki with a kind smile. Come now, old man, do you think I would have taken out this scroll if I didn't know its value? I want the entire copy of the personal notes of the second and fourth Hokage, no omissions, as well as 2 jutsus from the Scroll of Seals, Kazuki stated his request plainly. Hiruzen, taken aback, widened his eyes at the steep demand. Kid, you must be joking. Even with the best sealing masters on my end, I can barely extract 24 jutsus from this scroll. I'm not even sure if I can get an S-class technique. Why would I exchange this for what you asked? This is too much, kid. Change your request, although I would like to add such a complete lineage to the village's archive, the price you ask for is too high, Hiruzen countered, showing his reluctance. I understand that you are a sealing master. Why don't I provide you with a complete copy of the Leaf's Fuinjutsu record? I'm sure it would help increase your knowledge, Hiruzen suggested. However, Kazuki was unimpressed by Hiruzen's offer. Hiruzen looked confused. Although the Leaf's Fuinjutsu knowledge was not equal to the Uzumaki's, it still held a respectable amount of information about seals. Old man, just so you know, my master has provided me a copy of Grandma Mito's entire collection of knowledge about Fuinjutsu and also the complete copy of the Senju clan's Fuinjutsu. Do you still think that the leaf sealing arts hold much exchange value for me? Kazuki expressed the truth with a nonchalant expression, leaving Hiruzen feeling betrayed and reflecting on the unfairness of the situation. Hiruzen looked at Tsunade with a betrayed look. These things were treasures that any village would fight tooth and nail for, and back when Hiruzen personally requested Tsunade to share a bit of this information, Tsunade had grown so angry, stating that it was her clan's legacy and no one would have access to it under any circumstances, and now she just casually passes them over to a 5-year-old as a meeting gift. The world seemed so unfair to him. Ahem, Kazuki, no matter what, he is still your master's sensei. Why not provide the old man with a few more things in exchange? Even Tsunade felt sorry for her sensei as her little prodigy tried to extort the old man for all he was worth. Fine, fine. Just because you requested it, sensei. Fine, old man, on behalf of you being my sensei's master, here you go. Kazuki said, pulling out 2 large scrolls from his storage scroll and passing them over to Hiruzen. He explained in a casual manner, this is the complete sealing formula for the 16-fold restriction seal, Jiroku Jsei Fin, and the 16 Lotus Harmony seal, Jiroku Renj Kwa Fin. Both of these seals are much more advanced than any seals that the leaf currently has access to. Maybe the Reaper Death seal, Shikifyan, is an exception, but they have varied functions, so I am not sure. Except for Shikaku, both Tsunade and Hiruzen gasped at Kazuki's words. He casually mentioned that he was offering 2 seals of equal caliber to the Reaper Death seal. One has to know that the Reaper Death seal was one of the highest level kinjutsu that the Leaf Village currently possesses. To casually take out 2 sealing formulas of the same level meant that Kazuki was simply a god-level talent when it came to sealing arts, and his proficiency must have long surpassed mere mastery. With these 2 seals on the table, Hiruzen couldn't say that the value of the exchange was not enough. But as Hokage, he could only shamelessly ask his grand disciple for more benefits. Well, in that case, I can agree to the deal if you can provide me with the complete list of ninjutsu that you have extracted from this ancient scroll. Also, I would like you to design and provide me with a complete blueprint for the village barrier along with the defenses, and I want you to do your absolute best when you design this defense blueprint for the village. Hiruzen made a decision, knowing he was beaten. He really didn't have much to offer the kid in exchange, so he could only shamelessly ask Kazuki to help him with the village's defenses. Tsunade couldn't help but speak up, Sensei, are you sure about letting Kazuki design an entire defense for the village? Don't you think it's too much? He is just 5 years old. Tsunade, you are underestimating the kid. If I am not wrong, the kid must have already reached the Grandmaster realm in Fuinjutsu, and the last one I personally knew who reached that stage was your grandmother. However, even she was only able to reach that stage in her 60s. Honestly, it would be simply a blessing for Konoha to have such a defensive barrier around it if the kid designed it. And are you by any chance doubting your own student's capability? Hiruzen countered, as he could vaguely guess that the kid's knowledge of sealing arts was so profound that not using it for the benefit of the village would be beyond stupid. Before Tsunade could respond, Shikaku interjected, Sandame-sama, it would be an honor for the Nara clan to contribute to the village's safety. The kid will diligently work on the plans as per your request. Shikaku simply sent a glare in Kazuki's direction because he knew his nephew was planning to extort the old man again in the name of payment. If the village genuinely wanted to employ a Grandmaster level sealing master, then the old man would have to dig deep into the village coffers. Fine, fine, uncle. I will forego my salary on behalf of the Nara clan. However, are you sure about your earlier words, old man? Doing my best means that the resources needed to construct such a defense system will not be a simple matter. Are you sure the village can handle such a financial burden? Kazuki knew about the village's current financial status. Even though, with the help of the village's clans, they had no current financial problems, taking on such a project might be too much for the village to handle. Hiruzen couldn't help but waver. I am not sure. Even though Hiruzen knew that the kid was wealthy, he couldn't shamelessly take advantage of the kid's generosity, as he had already waived off the fees for employing him to design the defenses. However, before he could retract his plans, his student, Tsunade, and the Jonin commander came to his rescue. The Senju clan will bear 20% of the total expenditure. I will also discuss this with the Uchiha to see if they can provide financial aid for the project. I am sure that they will agree to help. Tsunade, who had the entire Senju fortune on her back, decided to help her sensei out of his awkward predicament. Even after the decline of the Senju bloodline, the Senju clan still had various establishments and businesses under its name, so the family still had a substantial amount of income each year. The Senju princess normally never touched this money for her personal expenses, as she had planned to assign this fortune to the village after her time. The three clans of Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi will jointly bear 20% of the total expenditure, Shikaku quickly added to the Senju's words, seizing the opportunity to contribute willingly to endeavors that benefit the village. It would be a significant boost to the prestige of these clans and increase their standing within the village. With the recent influx of fortune, the three clans combined should be able to contribute the said amount. Shikaku knew for a fact that the other two clan heads would only blame him if he missed such a good opportunity to increase their clan's standings within the village. Hiruzen was genuinely moved. With the likes of Danzo, whom he had always trusted, betraying him, he realized he still had people in the village he could rely on and turned his soft gaze towards Kazuki. "What are you looking at, old man? I have already waived off my wages. I am not sparing you one more ryo out of my pocket," Kazuki stated as if he were being wronged by the three adults. The others couldn't help but laugh at his actions. "It's not that, kid. I just wanted to know if you would like these contributions listed personally under your name or that of your clans. And can you also tell me the detailed number of jutsus that you have extracted from the scroll? I am sure that you have already done so. And kid, don't hide any jutsu. You have to give me the complete list." Chapter 22. Hiruzen wanted to gauge the thoughts of the young kid to see if he placed more interest in personal benefits or if he was willing to share for the collective good. "You don't have to test me, old man. All the contributions will be listed under the Nara clan. If not, I wouldn't have insisted on asking my uncle to stay, would I? And as for the jutsus extracted, don't worry. I am not as shameless as you are. You still owe me a welcome gift. Didn't you boast earlier that I was your grand disciple? The fire jutsu count should be 2 S-rank techniques, 1 kinjutsu, 1 fire attributed sealing art should be around S-rank difficulty, 11 A-rank techniques, 19 B-rank techniques, 30 C-rank techniques, and 19 D-rank techniques, for a total of 83 katon jutsus. I'm surely taking a loss here, old man. You better remember this. I personally suggest you exchange a few of these with the Uchiha in exchange for a few genjutsus. That way, you can build a good initial rapport with them. My master has already laid the groundwork, so it shouldn't be tough to have a conversation with them." Hiruzen was delighted with the numbers Kazuki had provided. Earlier, he had a vague estimate that if he worked on it from his end, they could have extracted barely half the number, and they would have lost most of the higher level techniques. "Good, kid. I will remember this exchange, don't worry. As for the welcome gift, although I don't have anything significant to part with that you might actually need, I can provide you with my detailed notes on all 5 nature transformations. How about it? Would you like that?" Hiruzen offered to willingly share his knowledge, which he was famous for. He wasn't called the professor simply for fun, it was a title he gained due to his exceptional mastery of 5 nature transformations and their applications. "Sure, old man. Why would I say no to that?" Kazuki quickly relented because he knew the value of such notes, and coming from someone like Hiruzen, who had reached an exceptional level of mastery in the field, would be more than an apt gift. "Shikaku, Tsunade, I have a suggestion. I am not sure if you guys would agree. Don't you think it would be a waste of the kid's talent and time to have him attend the academy? Why don't I give the kid a special graduation and promote him to genin? If I am not wrong, the Uchiha kid has also applied for early graduation, so we should be able to conduct it together," Hiruzen suggested because he understood that Kazuki was way too mature and way ahead of his peers, and putting him in the academy would simply be a blow to the other aspiring young ones. "If Sandaime-sama thinks the kid is ready, then I do not have any issues with it." Shikaku also understood the merit in the Hokage's words, and a 5-year-old graduate would be the youngest in history and the first to pass even without joining the academy. "How about you, Tsunade? What do you think? After all, you are the kid's master." Hiruzen questioned. Tsunade turned to Kazuki to know how he felt, to which he simply nodded with a smile. "Fine, if that's what the kid wants. But I hope you find a capable enough jonin to lead the team." Tsunade couldn't help but smile at the new kind of headache that her sensei would have to handle to appoint a jonin leader. "Fine, then, in that case, I will have the papers arranged. As for the graduation exam, it should be in a week or two. Be prepared. After that, the Hokage and Shikaku discussed a few more things, and the meeting went all the way until noon before the Hokage went back. A week later. So, brother, what are we doing today? Are we going to the old man's store again? Shikamaru questioned as Kazuki led the little trio towards the shopping district. Kazuki couldn't help but sweat when Shikamaru mentioned the old man's store. Although it was a treasure trove, he knew he would not always be lucky, like last time. Before leaving home, when he told Yoshino that he was going out to shop, she eyed him silently, warning him of consequences if he splurged again. No, little brother. Today we are going to pick an outfit for myself because I am going to be a leaf shinobi soon. As a responsible ninja, I cannot run around in little children's clothes now, can I? As your elder brother, I should have class, don't you think? Kazuki explained the reason for their visit to the shopping district. Big brother Kazuki, will we be going to the restaurant again? Can I have my fill like last time? Koji questioned with anticipation, as going out with big brother Kazuki was always the best. He could eat his fill, no matter how expensive the final bill, and big brother wouldn't flinch. Koji, it's Naruto's turn to pick where to eat, and he has already picked that he wants to eat ramen this time, Shikamaru intervened on Naruto's behalf. If not, Koji would simply coax everyone to take him to the Nara restaurant, as he did every time it was Shikamaru's turn to pick. The ramen at Ichiraku is the best. It was the first place big brother took me to eat. Although it's not as big as that fancy restaurant, it's still the best. Even big brother eats there regularly. The Ichiraku ramen shop had a special meaning to Kazuki, just like Naruto. In his past life, there were so many good memories around this store, so in this life, he had helped the ramen store as much as he could. Even though Toki was reluctant to take any aid from little Kazuki, Kazuki kept pestering until the man relented. They reached the store that Kazuki had picked. He had already ordered a custom-made outfit of his own design, which was much more fashionable and comprehensive. As Kazuki and the little trio entered the big shop, they saw a teen arguing with the shop manager. The teen had a distinctive appearance, which included his iconic bowl-cut hairstyle, green jumpsuit, and bushy eyebrows. Kazuki and the kids walked past them to not disturb them and reached a counter where the shop assistant was free. "Hello, kids, how may I help you?" The store assistant greeted the kids with a smile on her face. "Here, sister, this is the receipt for the custom order that I placed. I was notified to come and collect as my order was ready." The shop assistant quickly collected the receipt, and she realized that the custom order that the shop owner had been working on for the past week without stopping was the kids' order. The order was worth over half a year of the store's total earnings, and the materials used in the order were all top-notch. "Young master, please wait. I will quickly have the order delivered." The shop assistant ran back to fetch the order and quickly returned with it. Kazuki picked up the outfit and started examining it carefully. He was satisfied with the quality of work and asked the shop assistant for a changing room to check the outfit. As Kazuki walked out of the changing room, a surprised cry attracted everyone's attention. Chibi Kakashi. Guy, who was arguing with the shop manager, was distracted and walked towards Kazuki. Kazuki simply looked like a miniature Kakashi in a black flak jacket shinobi outfit, and the custom outfit he designed came with a face mask similar to that of Kakashi. Kazuki's mother was of half Hokage bloodline, so Kazuki was blessed with silver hair, a trait of the Hokage clan. When Kazuki walked out, Guy couldn't help but be surprised, as, with the mask on, he looked identical to a miniature Kakashi. "Little brother, are you by any chance related to my eternal rival Kakashi?" Guy questioned him with full gusto, thinking that Kakashi had kept such crucial information about having a little brother from him. "Ah, senpai, I have no direct relation with Kakashi senpai. It's just that my mother was half Hokage. So we might have a similar hair color," Kazuki explained the situation to Guy as he observed himself in the mirror. He did look exactly like a miniature Kakashi, the resemblance was uncanny. Maybe his lightning affinity was due to his Hokage bloodline from his mother's side. "Well, you may be right, kid. You look much more handsome than my rival. Well, that's a cool outfit that you have on." Guy genuinely praised the kid's outfit, as he could understand how practical the black outfit was. It was much better than the Jonin outfit that he was currently wearing. Kazuki simply thanked Guy, collected the other sets, paid the assistant, and left the shop with the trio. "Shop manager, didn't you tell me you guys didn't have a better design at your store for high-intensity exercises?" The design from the kids' clothes earlier, can I get something similar to that? Guy inquired, as he felt that the particular design would not hinder his movements and would be able to handle the stress of high-intensity workouts. My apologies, sir. That was a custom-made outfit, and the design was personally provided by the customer, the shop manager explained. Guy could only feel a bit disappointed, as he really liked the design. As Kazuki and the trio were walking towards the ramen shop, Naruto was curiously looking at Kazuki from time to time with a confused expression. What happened, Naruto? Why are you looking at Big Brother again and again? Is something wrong? Shikamaru questioned him as he noticed Naruto's weird behavior. Big Brother Kazuki, are you the one who sneaks into my room at night and places the money and groceries on the table when you think I am not looking? Naruto questioned, puzzled, about the similarity between the two, only the size differed. Ahaha, Naruto, why would I sneak into your room? I would wake you up instead. Maybe it's some pervert who comes into your room, and you need to be careful. Maybe you should scream loudly the next time around, Kazuki suggested. He knew that Kakashi was secretly following Naruto today, too. As his sensei's legacy, although Kakashi didn't know how to care for a kid, he still made sure to take care of Naruto's necessities and safety whenever he could. Kazuki and the trio reached Ichiraku Ramen. The Ichiraku Ramen in this world was different from the anime world that Kazuki knew. With Kazuki interference, the current Ichiraku was much larger than the original, and it occupied a large square that was big enough to accommodate 10 customers on the counter seats alone. With the other tables included, the new Ichiraku could serve 40 customers all at once. Toka had also employed 2 more assistant chefs and a few waiters to help with the ramen restaurant. Toki Ajizan, please, a bowl of extra-large special ramen, and provide the kids with their choice. Kazuki walked into the store. The counter seats were currently not occupied, so he led the kids to be seated. Ah, if it isn't, Kazuki-kun and little Naruto, how have you kids been doing lately? What will you kids have? Toka greeted Kazuki and the trio warmly, inquiring about the trio's choice. Naruto chose the largest bowl of miso ramen the shop offered, Shikamaru chose the special, and Koji, like always, placed an order for one of each bowl. After a few minutes, the order was ready, and piping hot bowls of ramen were placed in front of each. As they all started digging in, Toka walked out of the kitchen, as there were not many customers. Kazuki-kun, the shashu pork belly ramen recipe that you provided has been a big hit, and little Ayam is in love with the new ramen. Toka shared the results of the new ramen. A 7 or 8-year-old girl, Ayam, walked out carrying the additional orders of Koji, who had placed an order for one of each ramen. Chapter 23. Ah, it's little Naruto and his friends, and the second best chef of Konoha, my favorite little brother Kazuki himself. Ayam was delighted to see her favorite customers and started animatedly entertaining the trio. Big brother, I want to sit on the counter too. As Kazuki was enjoying the ramen, he heard a little kid's voice from the shop's entrance. All right, if that's where you want to sit, replied a much more mature but childish voice. Kazuki didn't have to turn to know who had entered the shop, and he simply continued enjoying his ramen. Toki, noticing the new customers, excused himself to serve them. After having a hearty meal, the trio returned to a large compound near the park. This was a house owned by the Senju family. After knowing Naruto's condition, Tsunade took it upon herself to take care of Naruto and be his guardian. Although it was Shizune who was taking care of both her master and the little Naruto, for someone like Naruto, who didn't have anyone, living with the Senju princess was a blessing. And with the Senju by his side, the hatred of the villagers had mellowed down to a large degree, as no one wanted to openly antagonize her, and everyone in the village feared and respected her. Big sister Shizune, I am back! Screamed Naruto. The trio, having reached the compound entrance, started running in, as they were familiar with the place. Kid, where did you go all this time? I have been looking for you all this time. Tsunade walked in from inside the house and questioned Naruto, who was rushing in. Ah, Tsunade-bachan, I was out with big brother Kazuki. Look, he looks completely different in his new outfit. Before he could continue, Tsunade boinked him on the head and growled in frustration. Kid, I have asked you not to call me grandma. I'm still young, you pipsqueak. However, before she could finish, Kazuki entered and Tsunade was surprised by her student's new look. Even Shizune was surprised because Kazuki looked like little Kakashi, as they were from the same age group. As they were happily discussing the new choice of Kazuki's outfit, Tsunade got to know that it was a personal design from Kazuki. She literally ordered Kazuki to make a few designs for her, and after looking at the excellence of the designs, Shizune asked for a design for herself. This continued until Kazuki had to give each of the trio one as well. Finally, Shizune collected all the designs to be custom-made after taking the trio's measurements. Just then, an ANBU member arrived at the entrance of the compound and informed the Sunin that a council meeting had been called for by the Hokage, and the invitation had been extended to all the clan heads. It had already been a week since Kazuki's meeting with the Hokage, and if Kazuki was right, then this meeting should lead to major changes within the village. The Hokage Council meeting room was a grand and dignified chamber located within the heart of the Hokage building in Kanahagakuer. The room was designed to exude a sense of authority and tradition, reflective of the village's status as a major ninja village. The room was large and spacious, with a high ceiling that gave it an airy feel. The design allowed for a circular arrangement of seats, emphasizing equality and open communication among the meeting members. The serene atmosphere within the room was palpable as it played host to the assembly of various clan heads from the village. Even a modest clan, boasting only a handful of shinobi, had been extended an invitation to participate in this crucial council meeting. Soft murmurs of discussion wafted through the air, creating a symphony of deliberation. Fugaku, the esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan, found himself situated directly opposite the Hokage's imposing position. The seating arrangements had been meticulously predetermined by the council members, establishing a hierarchy reflective of the village's power dynamics. However, amidst this structured order, one individual boldly flouted protocol. Seating themselves next to the Uchiha clan head, this mysterious figure's audacious move went unquestioned. It wasn't just a breach of seating etiquette, it was a challenge to the established norms. No one within the room possessed the courage or prestige necessary to confront the enigmatic personality who had dared to sidestep convention, a person whose authority was such that it went unchallenged, even by the most influential clan heads. Even the venerable Leaf Elders exhibited patience, their seasoned presence adding gravity to the proceedings. The room, pregnant with anticipation, held its collective breath as the door swung open. In walked Danzo, his discerning eyes quickly noting Hiruzen's absence. Narrowing his gaze, he registered the inconvenience of waiting for the Hokage. Nevertheless, he proceeded to take his assigned seat with calculated poise, positioning himself next to the vacant Hokage's chair, an unspoken acknowledgement of his own standing within the intricate tapestry of the village's political landscape. After a brief pause, the door swung open once more, and Hiruzen entered the room with deliberate steps, adorned in his official Hokage robe. With measured composure, he took his place in the Hokage's seat, signifying the commencement of the meeting. "Thank you, everyone, for attending this meeting at such short notice," Hiruzen began, his polite words belying the gravity of the impending discussion. "I have called you all here today to address important matters that will shape the direction of our village's progress in the coming years." However, before Hiruzen could delve into the heart of the matter, Danzo interjected. With a swift motion, he produced a scroll and placed it on the table. "Hiruzen, before we discuss anything else, we must address a crucial matter related to the village's safety. There seems to be a clan." Without a word, Hiruzen calmly picked up the scroll and incinerated it, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Only Tsunade, seated opposite Danzo, couldn't help but smirk, privy to the unspoken dynamics at play. "Danzo, I haven't finished speaking, nor have I given you permission to interrupt me," Hiruzen declared. The abruptness of his reaction left even the council elders bewildered. "As I was saying, we are here to discuss several important matters regarding the future of the village. Firstly, a personal apology from me, as the Hokage, to the Senju clan head." Hiruzen then provided a concise account of the human experiments conducted voluntarily at the end of the First Konoha War. He ensured to include Danzo and the other council elders collectively, preventing Danzo from exploiting the situation to his advantage. The room buzzed with animated discussions, yet none dared to voice concerns, particularly as the key figure involved maintained her stoic silence. With an unspoken agreement, Hiruzen proceeded with the meeting, finally addressing a long-standing burden. Next on today's agenda, as of today, Root will be officially disbanded. Any further activities under the name will be illegal, and all Root duties will be transferred to the ANBU department. Root members will undergo thorough screening and once cleared will be integrated into existing departments. Hiruzen pressed on, disregarding the sudden silence that settled over the room. "Hiruzen, how dare you do this? Root has been working for the village's benefit." Danzo erupted in anger, rising from his seat and releasing his aura. Bang! Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, his own aura overwhelming Danzo's. Danzo, this is the final warning. Interrupt me once more, and be prepared for the consequences, Hiruzen stated, his tone unchanged but the underlying intent unmistakable. Under Hiruzen's pressure, Danzo reluctantly sat back, seething with anger. The other two council elders attempted to interject, but Hiruzen silenced them with a raised hand. As I was saying earlier, there will be no more Root. Elder Danzo will remain an elder on the council, however, all his other departmental powers will be revoked. A suitable department will be assigned to him at a later date. The news delivered by the Hokage left everyone in the meeting room dumbstruck. Danzo, regarded as the second most powerful figure in Konoha, was being publicly stripped of his authority. The prospect of him being assigned to a suitable department seemed more like a political maneuver than a genuine change in responsibilities. The abruptness of the decision hinted at something significant that had transpired, and the realization dawned that, from this point forward, Danzo would merely hold a titular elder position with no real power. The majority of clan elders, who had long felt suppressed by Danzo's influence, couldn't hide their delight. The varied reactions within the hall coalesced into a shared satisfaction over the removal of Danzo's power. The next item on the agenda is that, from today onwards, the Uchiha clan will not hold a monopoly on the village police force. The department will be recreated from scratch, and eligible ninjas with suitable skills will be added to the roster. The announcement initially brought a brief smile to Danzo's face, but Hiruzen's next words turned that smile into disbelief. In return, the original elder position held by Kagami Uchiha will be reopened and assigned to the Uchiha family. Elder Kenji will take up this position with immediate effect, and the department handled by Uchiha Kagami will be reassigned to Elder Kenji. The reshuffling of power within the Uchiha clan stirred a significant reaction. Hayashi Hyuga, who had maintained his silence until now, questioned the decision, prompting the head of the Hyuga clan to voice the concerns shared by many. Hokage-sama, I believe it's unwise to grant such power to the Uchiha clan. The scars from the incident with the Nine Tails still weigh heavily on the village. Many clan heads nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiment that the Uchiha clan might have been responsible for the Nine Tails attack in retaliation for Fugaku not being considered for the position of 4th Hokage. Is the Hyuga clan head implying that the Uchiha clan was responsible for the Nine Tails attack? Fugaku countered, visibly angered by the accusation. Uchiha clan head, you don't have to deny it. Everyone who fought against the Nine Tails on that fateful night knew that the Kyuubi was under the Sharingan's control. Can you deny that, Uchiha clan head? And where were the Uchiha clan members during the village's time of need? If the Uchiha were not responsible, why did they not help the Yondaime in subduing the Nine Tails? Before Fugaku could respond, Tsunade intervened. The Uchiha clan had explicit orders not to intervene. Denying the order would have meant rebellion. However, what the Uchiha clan didn't know was that the order was passed down by a village elder under the Hokage's name, without the Hokage's consent. The revelation sparked murmurs within the meeting hall, and no one questioned the authenticity of the information shared by Tsunade. Danzo's face turned ugly, realizing that the exposed information left him with no viable defense. So I have decided to reintegrate the Uchiha clan into the village entirely, like the other clans, Hiruzen announced, revealing more shocking information with each statement. Hokage-sama, forgive me for the interruption. Even though it explains why the Uchiha clan was not present on that day, no one can deny the fact that the Kyuubi was controlled by the Sharingan. Personally, as the Hyuga clan head, I am not comfortable with granting the Uchiha such privilege when they were directly involved in the Nine Tails incident. Hayashi Hyuga, as the Hyuga clan head, couldn't allow the Uchiha clan to regain its status. This would mean a resurgence of Uchiha dominance within the Leaf, and for the benefit of his clan, he had to oppose this action by the Hokage. The Hyuga clan leader is right. With the Uchiha still under suspicion, we cannot give them power, it would only disrupt the village's balance, Danzo interjected, his anger still evident. Hayashi, is that how things in the Hyuga clan work? Do you blame an entire clan without proper evidence? The Sharingan may be a trait of the Uchiha clan, but that doesn't mean it cannot be acquired by others. Elder Danzo here should be aware of such a possibility, isn't that right? Tsunade's words cut through the meeting hall, showing no deference to those holding high positions within the village. Chapter 24. With these words, Tsunade's gaze remained fixed on Danzo, who was visibly shocked. Without saying a word, she waited to see how he would react. With all due respect, Tsunade-sama, how convenient for the Uchiha to lose their precious eyes. It seems more like a convenient excuse, don't you think? And even if that's the case, shouldn't the Uchiha take responsibility for losing the eye in the first place? Hayashi continued, determined to defend his position now that Danzo had fallen silent. With Hayashi's words, many medium and small clans, which had benefited from the Uchiha's retreat, openly supported his stance. Good that you brought that up, Hyuga clan head. If I am not wrong, currently, Kirigakure holds a Byakugan from the main branch. Will the Hyuga take responsibility for the same? And, by your words, shouldn't the Hyuga be subjected to the same treatment as the Uchiha clan? Tsunade's frustration was evident as she called out the political maneuvers that the clan heads were making for personal gain, even at the cost of the village's strength. Tsunade-sama, please refrain from insulting the Hyuga members' sacrifice. My clan members died on the battlefield fighting for the leaf, Hayashi retorted, incensed but cautious not to cross any boundaries. So, does that mean the Hyuga clan head knows under what circumstances the Sharingan was lost, and speaking without knowing, isn't that like insulting a shinobi who has sacrificed his life for the village? Fugaku spoke up this time, determined to stand up for his clan. 3 days prior, during a private meeting with the Hokage, Fugaku had feared the worst. However, after the meeting, he felt a glimmer of hope for the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen had warned him about the radical faction, and Fugaku knew that if the Uchiha posed any threat to the village, Hiruzen would not hesitate to eliminate that threat. Unable to logically defend his position, Hayashi had unintentionally trapped himself. With Hayashi backing down, none of the other clans voiced concerns about the Uchiha's reintegration into the village. Now, I would like to know which clans among you are willing to let the Uchiha clan relocate next to them and are okay with having the Uchiha as their neighbors, Hiruzen questioned the meeting hall. However, the entire hall remained silent, with none of the clan heads stepping forward to accept the Uchiha as neighbors. Fugaku couldn't hide his frustration. He realized how isolated the Uchiha truly were and understood that they had to change significantly to prosper. Mentally noting the need to bring about changes within the clan, he sighed. Hiruzen was disturbed by the abrupt silence. Tsunade wouldn't have any problem with the Uchiha as neighbors, but she was alone, making that impractical. Just when Hiruzen thought he would have to defer the agenda to a later time, someone spoke up. The Nara clan is willing to have the Uchiha clan as their new neighbors. Shikaku finally spoke up, understanding the consequences if the Hokage was not able to conclude this decision. Integrating the Uchiha within the village would be a significant boon, and the Nara clan agreed to have the Uchiha relocate to the mountain next to theirs. With both the Hokage and Fugaku sighing in relief, the potential disaster of resentment building up against the Uchiha was averted, at least for now. With the Uchiha matter now settled, Hiruzen continued with the meeting, introducing the idea of constructing a new defense system entirely. The plan aimed to build a barrier that would account for the village's future expansion while retaining the existing defenses. Many clan heads questioned the Hokage's decision to embark on such a colossal project. However, Hiruzen's response shocked everyone once again. He revealed news of a recent attack by over 100 black-clad ninja who had effortlessly bypassed the current defenses. Had it not been for the vigilance and counterattack of the Uchiha clan, the village would have descended into chaos. The revelation of the attack left everyone in the meeting stunned. As Hiruzen recounted the entire incident, a collective sense of shame settled among the attendees. The village was under threat, and the only clan that had responded was the Uchiha, the very clan that had faced scorn. Elder Koharu expressed surprise when Hiruzen shared that he had secured the assistance of a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster to personally design the new village defenses. However, Hiruzen withheld the identity of the sealing master for safety reasons. The significance of having a Grandmaster stage sealing master wasn't lost on anyone in the meeting. Such a person could serve as a crucial pillar of stability for the village. Despite this, Koharu, in charge of the finance department, voiced her concern about the village's ability to bear the financial burden of such a massive project. Worry not, Hiruzen reassured, the Senju and Uchiha clans have pledged to cover 20% of the overall expenditure each. The Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi have collectively pledged another 20%. The village will only have to bear the remaining 40%. With these words, many of the larger and medium-sized clans eagerly volunteered to contribute to the project. While most clans participated, none could match the financial backing of the Senju and Uchiha. The Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi, though recently prosperous, could only afford their contributions due to their newfound prosperity. After factoring in all the clans' contributions, the village only had to cover about 10% of the total expenditure. The meeting persisted until the evening, delving into various large and small matters that each clan head needed to address. Such gatherings were rare, and every leader had specific issues to bring to the forefront. Danzo, eager to leave as Hiruzen had already ordered the shutdown of Root, found himself unable to do so. The Hokage explicitly commanded that no one could leave until the meeting concluded, and Danzo realized the severe consequences if he defied the Hokage's orders. Remaining silent throughout the meeting, he schemed mentally, formulating plans to extricate himself from this predicament while retaining as much power as possible before Hiruzen dissolved it all. Danzo intended to integrate as many Root elites as possible into the Shimura clan, securing a power base for himself. As for the remaining members, he planned to have them integrate with the civilians temporarily. Additionally, he had devised plans for the recent batch of clan orphans recruited on a large scale. His primary concern, however, was Tsunade. Danzo wasn't certain if she had already shared her findings with Hiruzen. Tsunade had somehow learned about his Sharingan transplantations, and her statement during the meeting made it evident that this information could pose a significant threat to him. The uncertainty regarding how much Hiruzen knew about his actions fueled Danzo's determination to navigate the situation cautiously and retain control over the elements that were still within his grasp. As the meeting concluded late in the evening, only the three elders and Hiruzen remained in the meeting hall. Koharu broke the silence with her frustration. Hiruzen, how could you do this to Danzo? He has dedicated himself to the good of the village. Even though some of his methods are questionable, he has always had the village's well-being in mind. You have changed, Hiruzen. You no longer care about the bonds that we once shared. Koharu's words struck a chord, and even Homura silently acknowledged her sentiments. Danzo maintained his silence, uncertain about how much Hiruzen knew. Sigh, Danzo, will you tell them, or do you want me to tell them about it? Things are only going to get worse if I share them. Hiruzen didn't explicitly state what matters he was referring to, leaving Danzo puzzled. Having engaged in numerous underhanded actions, Danzo couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. Hiruzen, what do you mean? Everything I have ever done is to benefit the leaf. Danzo didn't want to admit any wrongdoing without understanding the specific matter at hand. Fine, Danzo. If that's how you want to play, bring the kid in. Hiruzen had lost any attachment he held for Danzo, suspecting his involvement in the attempt on Asuma's life. While he wouldn't outright kill Danzo, he had decided not to tolerate his wrongdoings any longer. A silver-haired ANBU walked in with a child who appeared not to have reached his teenage yet and stood by the side. Danzo, do you know this kid? Danzo reacted furiously as Kino was escorted into the meeting hall. Hiruzen, how dare you? How dare you order the ANBU to search the root? You have no right to do so. The root is mine, and it holds sensitive information that only I should know. Kino was one of Danzo's trump cards, and even Orochimaru was unaware of his survival. He had been specially raised to gain control of the Nine Tails in the future, aided by the Mokuton user and Sharingan he was sure of subduing the Nine Tails in the future. Danzo, watch your words. I am the Hokage, and I have absolute authority in the village. There is no information in the village that I'm not privileged to know. You kept a Mokuton user from me, and you conducted illegal human experiments to create a Mokuton user for your personal benefit. Do you know the punishment for this crime? Hiruzen flared angrily after seeing Danzo's reaction, shocking Koharu and Homura. Hiruzen, you cannot slander me without proof. It was your student, Orochimaru, who carried out those illegal experiments. I just saved the kid from it. I kept him hidden for the village's sake in case a situation like the Nine Tails attack happened again. I did it for the village. Danzo defended himself, deflecting blame onto Orochimaru. With no solid evidence other than Kino himself, who had already been cursed, Danzo felt secure. Care to prove your innocence by lifting the curse mark on the boy, Danzo? Hiruzen asked, already aware that Danzo would try to evade responsibility. Absolutely not, Hiruzen. The curse mark will remain. Removing it would set a dangerous precedent. The curse mark is placed to ensure the village's safety. So, I will not lift the curse mark under any case. Danzo, cunning as ever, had prepared an excuse regarding the curse mark. Hiruzen couldn't refute it, and the Hokage lacked the expertise to break such a complex seal, something Danzo had acquired personally from the Uzumaki after betraying them. In that case, why don't I have the Fuinjutsu Grandmaster help me look into the seal? Would that work? Hiruzen suggested it, aware of what Danzo might be thinking, and mentioned the Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. Danzo's face turned ugly at the mention, blindsided by how Hiruzen had acquainted himself with a Fuin Grandmaster, as the intel he had only hinted at connections to the Nara clan. Hiruzen, how dare you suggest sharing village secrets with outsiders? Do you know if this so-called Grandmaster won't sell our village secrets for his own benefit? Danzo wanted to ensure the curse mark remained, not wanting Hiruzen to acquire the means to break the curse seal, which was foundational to the root. Danzo, you don't have to worry about that. The said person is loyal to the Leaf Village, and that is all you need to know. Danzo gritted his teeth, and despite his attempts to distract Hiruzen, the Hokage remained focused on the matter, prompting Danzo to seek assistance from Koharu and Homura. Hiruzen, although Danzo may be in the wrong, he didn't personally carry out the experiments, and he only kept the information from us for safety's sake. If you can't share the identity of the Feng Grandmaster, I suggest it's not wise to reveal such sensitive information, even if they are loyal to the Leaf, because the significance of Mokutan is not something we can underestimate. Koharu, with a soft spot for Danzo, suggested trying to help him out of the predicament. Fine, in that case, regarding this issue, let's give Danzo the benefit of the doubt. Now moving on to the next one. Hiruzen waved for all the ANBU and Kino to clear the meeting room. Danzo, did you have Kagami killed? Hiruzen's words sent chills down the spines of Homura and Koharu, freezing the entire meeting hall. Danzo, who believed he could escape the predicament, was dumbstruck. Chapter 25, Chapter 25. Hiruzen, what madness are you spouting? Have you gone insane? I will not be part of this madness anymore. I am leaving. Danzo stood up, flustered, and ready to leave, understanding that staying any longer would only lead to his downfall. Stay where you are, Danzo. Answer Hiruzen's question. Did you have anything to do with Kagami's death? It was not Hiruzen who stopped Danzo, but Homura. Kagami was the kindest soul among them, and Homura had a personal bond with Kagami, just as Hiruzen shared with Danzo. Homura, are you insane? Why would I have anything to do with Kagami's death? We all know he simply went missing while performing a mission. Danzo was sweating, not wanting anyone to know about Kagami's death, a matter he desperately wanted to keep hidden. His Mangekyo Sharingan was something he stole from Kagami after killing him. Danzo, would you like me to invite Torifu to prove your innocence? And why don't you remove your bandages before we continue this conversation? Before Hiruzen could complete his sentence, Homura reached for Danzo with exceptional agility, grabbing him by the collar before he could react and questioning him in a threatening way, anger evident in his tone. Danzo, did you have anything to do with Kagami's death? Answer me. Danzo, realizing he was exposed, chose to maintain his silence. Koharu, understanding the truth from Danzo's actions, held Homura back to prevent him from doing anything impulsive. Danzo, if it were someone else, I should be slaughtering them where they stand. The only reason I am letting you leave is because of the lingering attachment and because of our sensei. And Danzo, don't think for a second that I do not know about your experiments with the Shodame cells and the Sharingan in your arms. Danzo, sensei would be ashamed of you, please leave while we still hold on to our sanity, Koharu stated as she held back Homura from attacking Danzo. Homura was currently like a man possessed who, if left alone, would end up tearing Danzo apart. Danzo knew he had no way out, so he didn't react but simply started walking towards the exit with his head held low in frustration. And Danzo, I expect you to return the Sharingan back to the Uchiha within the week and stop all experiments regarding Shodame cells, and I hope, for your well-being, that you don't do something stupid that will make me act. Also, I expect you to return all the orphan kids that you recently recruited back to their respective clans. If I hear of any accidents with any kids, then you will know the consequences, Hiruzen reminded Danzo before he left because he knew the tricks Danzo might play. Danzo realized that he was completely cornered and didn't have any way to refute him, so he simply left silently. Hidden Root Base. Danzo-sama, here is the report and the current whereabouts of the wandering nun. Danzo quickly went through the report and couldn't help but smirk. She was one of the best Root operatives to have ever worked under him, but she chose to retire from Root. Now, Danzo was planning to bring her back, even though she had already retired. Because the recent blow had completely caught him off guard, he had to remain low-key if he wanted any chance of rising back. Currently, she was leading an orphanage, which only made it easier for him to regain control of her. Smart girl, so she chose to remain close to the Leaf. No wonder I had to spend so much effort finding her. Go and convey my commands, and if she refuses, you know what to do. Danzo ordered in a stern manner. Although he may have lost most of his powers, he has not given up yet. Someday, he would return, and when he did, he would make them all pay. Danzo-sama, the orphanage is currently being taken care of by the Nara clan. Would you like Root to clash with them directly? For all their advantages, the Root operatives were emotionless machines, so they didn't understand the meaning of subtlety. Mentioning clashing with the Nara clan at the current time was beyond stupid. Do I have to think of everything myself? Can't you even execute such a simple order? Forget it, have her personally come meet me. Just deliver the message. Danzo couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Before, he could act blatantly, but now he had to take each step carefully. Konoha Academy Training Grounds. Hiruzen personally presided over the special graduation ceremony under the guise of a surprise visit. Originally, everyone thought that only the Uchiha prodigy, Itachi, would be participating. However, the Hokage announced that there would be one more participant taking the assessment along with Itachi. When Kazuki made an entrance with Jin accompanying him, everyone present couldn't help but wonder if it was Kakashi's younger brother who had come to take the test. This marked Kazuki's first official appearance in public, as he usually spent his time training, and the only other times he ventured out were with the trio. Although many had heard about the Nara prodigy, this was their first time seeing Kazuki. Now that everyone is here, why don't we start the assessment? Carry on with the standard procedures. Hiruzen gave his command, and the academy instructors proceeded with the routine tests needed for graduation. And both Kazuki and Itachi were led through a series of tests and procedures, including checking the proficiency of the 3 basic jutsus. Alright, you guys have completed all the standard procedures. However, Hokage-sama has arranged for an additional activity, which is entirely voluntary. It involves having both of you spar against each other to enrich the knowledge of the kids currently attending the academy. Would you guys like to participate? Fugaku had personally requested this from the Hokage. With the Uchiha reintegrating into the village, he wanted to show their willingness to participate. He specifically asked the Hokage to arrange the matter after consulting with the Nara head and Hiruzen. Hiruzen saw this as good exposure and agreed to the plan. However, he directed Kazuki not to showcase any of his fuinjutsu for the time being, to which Kazuki agreed. Even Kazuki was curious to see how strong the most revered character in the Naruto series was at the time of graduation. The spar was arranged on the largest training ground by the side of the academy grounds. It wasn't too big nor too small, and it featured varied small terrains, such as a small grove of trees, a little pond, and a few scattered boulders. It was a perfect place to display their skills. With the Hokage personally presiding over the special graduation ceremony, most of the academy students had gathered to watch the upcoming spar. Come on, big brother, kick his ass. Little Sasuke, standing next to Fugaku, was almost 3 years old and couldn't help but cheer for his brother Itachi from the sidelines. Kazuki noticed a bright smile on Itachi's face when he heard Sasuke cheering for him. Kazuki wondered if that's how he himself smiled with Shikamaru around. Both Kazuki and Itachi greeted each other and stood at the center, ready and waiting for the signal to begin. The air crackled with anticipation as Kazuki and Itachi faced each other on the expansive training ground. The crowd of academy students, ninjas, and curious villagers held their collective breath, eager to witness a battle that transcended the skills of mere academy graduates. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, watched with a keen eye, knowing that this spar would not only showcase the prowess of the Uchiha prodigy but also introduce the mysterious Nara prodigy to the village. The spar began with a subtle nod from the Hokage, unleashing a flurry of movement from both fighters. Itachi, his shurikens drawn, dashed forward with incredible speed, forming a set of afterimages to create a distraction. In response, Kazuki smoothly shifted into the background, using a body flicker technique to avoid the incoming attack. Itachi swiftly shifted the battle dynamics, releasing a barrage of shurikens that cut through the air with deadly precision. Kazuki, demonstrating remarkable agility, skillfully evaded each projectile with calculated movements. The Uchiha prodigy, not content with a mere assault, utilized a metallic wire, intricately connected to each shuriken, to redirect the projectiles towards Kazuki. Seizing the opportunity, Itachi initiated Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu, conjuring a formidable fireball that surged towards Kazuki. The Nara prodigy, maintaining his composure, executed a series of acrobatic dodges, avoiding both the fiery onslaught and the redirected shurikens. Itachi, however, had planned a more intricate assault. With a swift transition, Itachi halted the barrage, redirecting the shurikens once again, this time with much more finesse, while simultaneously advancing towards Kazuki. As he closed in, a kunai gleamed in his hand, poised for a lethal strike. It seemed as if Kazuki had been cornered, but the Nara prodigy had a move ready. In a dazzling display of substitution jutsu, Kazuki's form dissipated into a puff of smoke, leaving behind a wooden log. Itachi, momentarily deceived, found himself attacking an illusion. The real Kazuki, however, had vanished, leaving the Uchiha on guard and meticulously scanning his surroundings for any sign of the imminent counterattack. Unbeknownst to Itachi, Kazuki's true location remained concealed. Hiding in the water with the aid of a technique, Kazuki observed Itachi's every move from the nearby pond. The battle between Kazuki and Itachi intensified, with each shinobi showcasing their prowess with a dazzling array of jutsus. As Itachi maintained his vigilance, a sudden burst of water, propelled by Suten, Mizukami Kiri, sliced through a boulder behind him, cleanly splitting it in half. The water wave surged towards Itachi, who agilely leaned to his right, narrowly avoiding the watery onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed Katon, Enyari, a horizontal blade of fire that cut through a nearby tree. Anticipating Itachi's movements, Kazuki leaped from the treetop to dodge the fiery onslaught. Before he could land, Itachi countered with a barrage of flame spears, strategically blocking potential escape routes. Unfazed, Kazuki responded with Suten, Sujin Haki, creating a massive wall of water that shielded him from the incoming fire barrage. However, Itachi's attention was diverted by a series of kunai, each carrying explosive tags tied to their ends. Attempting to distance himself from the imminent explosion, Itachi retreated but underestimated the potency of the specially crafted explosive tags. Caught in the blast, Itachi was thrown back, and before he could land, Kazuki flickered to his position, swiftly executing Suten, Suier no Jutsu. The water prison enveloped Itachi, seemingly marking the end of the intense battle. However, as everyone believed the duel had concluded, the Itachi inside the water prison dispersed into a puff of smoke. In a surprising turn of events, a kunai was suddenly placed at Kazuki's neck, revealing a single Tomo Sharingan in Itachi's eye. The spectators, including Fugaku, were left dumbfounded by the unexpected revelation of Itachi's Sharingan. The level of skill displayed by the two young shinobi surpassed expectations, throwing B-class ninjutsus around with veteran-like expertise. Kazuki's proficiency in water release, marked by his one-handed seals and heightened potency, left a lasting impression. Are we sure these kids are only graduating today? An astonished academy instructor voiced the incredulity shared by everyone witnessing the remarkable battle between the two prodigies. Just when everyone thought it was over, the Kazuki in front of Itachi started melting. It was just a water clone of Kazuki. Just when the water clone fell, a thick fog covered the entire battle venue. Fugaku quickly activated his Sharingan to see through the fog, but he realized that the fog was so thick that he could not sense more than 3 feet in any direction. Fugaku internally couldn't help but gasp, thinking how much chakra the kid even injected into the fog. In the center of the field, near the pond, Kazuki emerged from the water as Itachi sensed his direction and turned towards him. With Kazuki's control, the fog between them cleared, revealing a determined expression on both their faces. Come now, Itachi. I know you've been holding back. With no interruptions and the mist concealing our true prowess, no one else will know of your strength, Kazuki declared, his curiosity about Itachi's true abilities pushing him to seek a genuine challenge.
Thanks for listening.